Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce, and last time I almost finished the Intervallo, so I'm just going to be finishing that up real quick, and then we'll be going on to Canto number 6, Heathcliffs. The only notable thing I've done between here and now is bamboo-headed Kim kneeled and caught his breath. Something began to shimmer beneath him. This dungeon, a mirror dungeon of the fathoms. It's almost like there's gonna be fears here. This is just like Ding Dong's Bar and Friars, eh? It's Yubong, Nbong's Gregor Ginbong's. He has already entered the dungeon. So we gotta follow the bloke, eh? Yeah, we were ordered to secure the distortion as well. Yep, last time our company managed to finally determine what Limbus Company is being paid to do, so... Well. Hello, Ty, welcome. You're just in time, about to enter the dungeon. That monolith has to be somewhere in there too. Let's follow. While she clearly was dumbfounded by the turn of events, I can tell she was determined to see this to the end. We have nothing more to add. Advancing. This place is taking the likeness of S-Corp. Not just anywhere in S-Corp. You call this place the Fathoms of Ego? It appears to be that mentor bamboo-headed Kim's memories are affecting this place. Is there aught from this past you're aware of? Nothing in detail. I don't believe I have the right to divulge a depiction of the past based on hearsay either. I want to say that at this point any information would be good, but at the same time, if it's just rumor and stuff, this isn't like a fate where simply believing in something can shift reality to match it. I guess that's an oversimplification of how it works, but the point is, yeah, it could hurt us more than help if we get information that is wrong. Angdu continued in a morose tense. When he appeared so suddenly at this building, I don't suppose he had much trouble cutting down the Kirakumo clan henchmen. I'm certain he was flanked by competent men and women. It would not have mattered how many henchmen they threw against the mentor. Nothing short of a Kirakumo clan officer would have given him any trouble. In fact, I surmise he would have been able to cut down 100 of their men. Okay, you don't have to keep glazing him. We know he's a big deal in your group. But not all those who accompanied him were as powerful as he. His capabilities lie far beyond our own. His fellows must have fallen one by one before the endless onslaught of the henchmen. And I cannot help but imagine the sight that must have reminded him of a rather tragic event within his past. An unpleasant event that likely shook mentor bamboo-headed Kim to his core. That alone fits numerous criteria that make it ripe for a manifestation of a distortion. He was in a very receptive state to the monolith's influences as well. So this is how the mentor became beholden to his blade, like a fiend. Like the bad ending of Sekiro. Yet still, how could he? We remained wordless and advanced as Angdu despondently muttered to herself. It was all silent save for the sound of our shoes lightly pressing against the soft soil beneath our feet. I'm told this one wasn't too long, that I might have been able to finish it last time, but I guess we should go with either, we either need to go with Tremor or, Rupture for this, given the team I'm using. Some of them can use Poise, like how the Heisho are using Poise and Tremor, but, or Rupture and, yeah, but yeah. I think this one might not be that bad. Yeah, let's go with Green Spirit for this. We use a lot of gluttony skills after all. Oh, I'm not allowed to use a support here. But yeah, as you can see, I finally did in fact up-tie 4 on Gregor here. He is now has maximum power. I figure even if I got a good Gregor ego coming up, I'm still going to use this one, Gregor ID coming up. This one's still going to be my go-to just for the foreseeable future, so it's worth my time. Him and Yi Sang are definitely my carries. Oh, and yes, I did end up getting the Amiya announcer here. I debated on it for a bit, but I figure I literally buy it directly. It's a buy it and you get the item rather than gachaing for it, so I figure, okay, yeah. I'm fine paying money if I just get what I pay for rather than just going for it. Not that it wasn't a pain in the ass to get everything in order, but that's how it go to get the stuff to buy it, but whatever. That's intentionally meant to be a pain. Current average level, 35. Wait, 35. Oh, right, because I have some low-level stuff equipped. I guess I can change everyone to their higher-level stuff. This is the best I have, actually. Never mind. Yeah, 37. These are a bit easier to just auto-battle. Yeah, this looks fine. The sooner I get Ting Tang and Honglu's sanity up, the easier it'll be going forward. Simply because everything about him relies on winning the coin flips. Wow, how did you lose 4 times in a row, Dawn? Seriously.
봤어요?
Yes, getting the last item within 1 day left in the event. Nothing wrong with that, right? Also, hey, at time of streaming, Heathcliff finally got his new ID announced. It's a very self-sufficient one, so he's not gonna completely revamp the whole strategy, but if you're a Heathcliff fan, you finally got an ID. Because I think I mentioned last time, but looking at the IDs released this year, wow, Heathcliff did not get one at all. I don't think they're doing too good. I also it's kind of neat that you can equip multiple announcers, though. Like I said, they don't seem to show up for that often. Amiya will tell me whenever we lose a tower when our core is under attack. Gaiety. Yeah, this is Gaiety on it. I don't know why that little thing is there, but I suppose it's within Don Quixote's personality to say that. Your accent command reminded me of the Doctor's own. Oh, Amiya, you are way nicer than you deserve to be, given how it usually goes for Dante. We hear a pair of voices as we walk alongside the road to the fence. The 2 travelers carrying blades. I pity the people here. Well, the decision of a wing is absolute for its feathers. There's very little we can do about it. One of them stands out, their clothing apart. Maybe they're not from around here. Still, to allow the Kirakuma clan to make their way here? That's too much. The wing cares about naught else but its fluttering wings. All else is insignificant. Sounds like they're talking about the current S-Corp. More outsiders, how inconvenient. They stop and turn to face us. Kurakumo? No, you don't wear their garb. You appear to be peasants seeking some cash. You don't seem to be peasants seeking cash either. Well, what do you think of the current climate? How should I answer this? Gloom or pride / ego. Let's go for it. A check. Who shall speak with them? Ooh, this is gonna be a bit risky. We win! Yep, we bet it all and won. Ha! The sword man's carrying man stickers. You answer with wisdom to my foolish query. Such musings hold little significance in the city indeed. He laughs with gusto this time and tears a tassel. I enjoy your answer. If you ever find yourself in conflict with Blade lineage, show them his tassel. Well, with that, they wave their hands and disappear in the other direction. Red tassel. Luck goes hand in hand with skill. Evidently so. Oh, wow. If the target has slash resistance, then slash.
이 경로는 스모들게 나쁘지 않군 거래. 자,
I'm excited to work with the Limbus
잘
Company.
생각해보라고. 撃を与えます。
쉽군요.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
일기당천.
Since these are regular fights, I have the luxury that I can just auto attack here. So I'm going to do that to expedite it a bit.
물 넘고 꺾고 제차.
No gaiety on this one, it would seem. Oh well, pride energy we could use.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Might as well do the event, because these are always interesting. I like them. It's us, the Kuokumo clan's turf from here on out. Isn't it hard for you to understand? You gotta pay the toll for the road, huh? People dressed in Kurokumo garb stand in the way of unarmed civilians threatening them. I suppose that excuse is enough for them to tread in our territory as well. Angu does not hide her indignation. She's gritting her teeth. What should we do about them? Save the civilians. We'll get an ego gift depending on the next choice. Very high. Let's go. Faust has the most chances to succeed here. And she succeeded in all of them, wow. Damn it, what the hell happened? I thought we drove them all away. After a grueling battle, Faust and Angdu managed to defeat or drive them away. You have my gratitude, I'm glad we could provide some help. The identity healed for 30 sanity.
간단합니다.
Effortless. Thank you so much. The civilians freed from the threat each bow and give thanks, but you're not dressed as a local. If you don't mind us prying, who might you be? Pride advantage. Might as well. Say with blade lineage. We have a good shot of winning this. Yep. But civilians being kneeled, and then their voices. We're sorry. Please have mercy. In flustered attempt, Hong Lu tries to tell them they have no cause nor intent to hurt them, but they refuse to listen. Take this at least. They raise hands in defiance. Their hands appear. Book. Taking a closer look, we realize they hand us a full ledger with black covers. That's all we have at the moment. Try as you might to help them, our feet. The fear has already rooted them to the ground. They don't dare raise their heads. We have no choice but to leave them as they were. Was that really right?
연관되어 있죠?
Yeah, Hong Lu's really been carrying me with all these checks. Wow. Let's see here. First star return, gain random ego based on the amount of enemies. If there's 4 more. Unfortunately, I don't have any Blade Lineage or Kumo clan identities at all. As much as I like those, I should probably get back to some combat here.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
일기당천.
Easy enough. We're doing rather well, I think.
물 넘고 꺾고 제차. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 봤어요?
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
This should be able to take them down soon.
눈에 새겨주지.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
I'm definitely gonna miss the Arcanite's crossover fights once those are leaving in a couple days. Mayor's was a really rough, but the But the last night was a lot more fun than I was expecting going back. Oh, I already went this way. Darn. Thought maybe I should challenge myself a bit, but I guess it doesn't matter too much. Incoming! Prepare for battle, everyone!
가수님,
敵は深手を負っています。
Let's go through all these here.
効果的な攻撃でした。
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
敵に対
바람
して
불어오는
大
대로
きな打撃を与えます。
짓밟아라.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 말자.
ドクターのように
Characters who get shields are really nice. Dang.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
I probably should have actually thinking about it, I should have probably have countered that dodge, but I guess it doesn't matter. We rolled so high it was impossible to miss. But it's nice now that I have a few characters where even their defensive skills for offsetting have a sin tied to them so that I can get some energy out of it.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えます。
제거하시죠.
敵は深手を負っています。
Enemy is now heavily wounded. I agree, Amiya. Let's press our advantage.
열어졌어. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Dispenser, the thick rumbling hum. The dispenser fills the air. It knows what we want. It also knows what we want. Choose the expensive tonic. The most looks tired. This one looks the most tired. Looks like the item was well worth the price after drinking, and the sinner's almost glowing with vigor. It might not hurt. Let's see, fluorescent lamp. Place an Ishmael skill. No, I should not lose Loggerhead. I can't buy anything else, so we got everything we could. Let's take a rest here. Enhance gifts. I can only afford that one. Oh well. Fuse gifts. Select a keyword. I don't think I have enough for that. Oh dear. I'm sure we won't regret this. Bamboo-hatted hid Kim's fathoms.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
Well, we got a full set of reserve. I'm sure this won't be horrible. So that thing behind him is... Indeed, that is the monolith. The artifact must have entered his fathoms of ego the moment it imbued Bamboo-hatted Kim with its strength. The manor must be... where the Mentor's last protectee resided before we departed S-Corp. Ah, such a massacre. Mentor, what... was this carnage the memory that haunted your dreams in your waking hours for so long? Yet the deaths of our dear fellows... Tears began to well in her eyes. Ah, again, something murmurs in my head. Is this Bamboo-hatted Kim's past? A somber voice, drenched in woe, echoes. For a one fleeting moment, I once had this thing people call honor.
청렴한 권력
Vile men whose hearts are consumed by
누구나
evil
악한 마음을
often
갖고
approach
다가가는
virtuous
적이
officials to seek
있었고
harm,
그 마술을
and I considered it an honorable
나의
deed to be a
검으로
protector of the
뿌리친다는
virtuous,
호위
to
무사라는
hew those who
일감이.
thought harm against them.
하지만
Yet to be virtuous in a
그저
world of the vicious, to be
청렴하기만
prey in
했던
this
인물은
merciless world,
이
and
타락할
before
대로
overwhelming
타락한
might of the vicious, the
한방울들의
irrevocably
마술을
corrupt officials,
막아내기.
my strength was inconsequential. I had little choice
뚫어진
but to leave
마음을
escort
끌어안고
cradling my broken spirit alongside
동료들과
my
함께
fellows.
임무를
I
완수하지
have left my
못한 나의
scarred honor
명예는
behind, at the land of
그것을
my
함께
failure.
도왔다. 있을
We
곳을
became
잃고
vagabonds,
이곳
lost,
저곳을
wandering and
돌아다니며
weary, aimless
지치는
drifters
나의
without a place to call
동료들과
home.
나를 믿고
Even their faith in my
떠나온 이들의
decision to
신뢰도
leave began to crumble piece
조금씩
by
떨어지고
piece. And so did my faith in
나 역시도
myself.
나는
I began to fall
바람만
apart.
같다. 이미
I have already
임무를
failed
완수하지
once.
못한 내가
What's there to say I'm not failing my dear fellows yet again?
이들을 적어도
The least I could do is help them lead
안정된
a
삶을
stable
살
life.
수 하지만
Yet the invitation I received only
그런
lead them to their
마음으로든 그래
demise.
나는 결국
In the end, I failed my mission,
임무도
failed my honor,
명예도
and I failed my dear
모두
fellows.
잃고 또다시
Again, I'm returned to the land of my
그때와
failure.
같은 모습을
The voice continued to murmur, but it had devolved into nothing but a low growl, a quiet, incoherent rumbling. I can't help but feel a bit of sympathy for his suffocatingly painful past. But that's why we had to face him, to free him from this distortion. Guys, we're putting an end to this right here, right now.
이 이후는
Yes, it
없겠다는
appears we have
느낌.
no choice. Angdu's grown far too agitated properly to function this battle. It's all up to us now. Don't worry, we got this. If it's anything we learned here.
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Alright, I need some slower here. Oh yeah, everyone needs to copy something. Favored, yeah, this should be perfectly sufficient. Let's remove that. Yeah, let's remove that dodge while still getting a nice gluttony chain going. Ooh, that was really unlucky on my part. Yes, Queen Slay. Oh dang, he slayed too well. Weird, I thought Dawn had won that one. At least Hong Lu's got my back.
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Oh dear, no one can dodge here. Alright, let's do it this way. Resentment. should be able to flash the one that's attacking her directly.
이쪽으로.
There we go. There we are. Guess I'll grab us my drink while this is going.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
재밌네요.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
Something seems to
何
have
か変
changed
化
with
が
the sinners. Found a... Oh right, I can't counter that. Yeah, I can't undo a counter, so we're just gonna have to eat it, I suppose.
살을 내어주지만
아직 생수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
재밌네요.
Easy. There we go. Damage time. Wow, is this really the best we could do? Let's at least try and get some resonances here, can we? Ooh. Yeah, this is the best we
운이
can do,
따라준다면
unfortunately.
좋겠네요. 물 넘고 꺾고 제철.
Darn. Good work there. I can tell you made a hard blow.
ペンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Let's seize this opportunity for victory, everyone. An A-res with
운이
gluttony. Perfect.
따라준다면 좋겠네요.
Paralyzer. Let's not get paralyzed then, shall we? Ow. It hurts, but it's not a huge amount of damage, doesn't look like.
아직
Prepare to collect.
대상 탐험. 징수 진행 불가.
There we go. That wasn't too bad at all. Ah, the dungeon. After the grueling battle, as we finally managed to drag bamboo-hatted Kim to his knees, like a mirage, the fathoms of ego began to fall apart. Monolith had already left the fathoms of ego and was back at the center of the office. Just as the original office had begun to resemble the one we walked into, the radio I carried began to buzz again. Can you hear me? If you do, give me a tick-tock. Tick-tock.
힘든 싸움이 끝난
Very
지
funny,
얼마나
Dante.
됐다고.
You know we just
잘도
barely
그런
survived a
농담이
deadly
나오니.
encounter, right? Honestly, I don't think we had any possibility of losing that, short of me actively trying to lose it. Well, she asked me to. Perfect, we don't have much time left. Since it's the looks like the monolith completely stabilized, let me teach you how to lock it down. Don't take too long or the distortion's gonna turn into an abnormality proper. Follow my instructions to a T. Don't lag. It's all about precision and speed. She seems awfully cheerful for how, you know, dire the situation is. I followed the radio's instructions and reached out with my palms. Okay, some light came out of it when I reached with the fingers. The voice coming from the radio was pretty nonchalant, but it almost sounded like she could see exactly what I was looking at. Right, straight down from there. You're good. Now move left. Take it slow now. I couldn't help but wonder if I was doing this right, but I still followed her instructions and drew a trail of light with my hand over the monolith. Ah, Mentor! The shimmering black tendrils began to withdraw from bamboo-headed Kim's body. Maybe the distortion's withdrawing as well. Good work, Detective. The level is stabilizing. I can't seem to stop calling you Detective. Seems to be old habits die hard, you know? In that case, I get the sense this character's from a previous game. Sounds like she's reporting to someone else on the other side of this communicator. Good work, bus dudes. LCA will be there in a minute, so just sit there tight. Limbus Company after party. Huh? LCA not that rude after team lady from earlier? Anyways, thanks for the assist, everyone. Distortion Task Force Ezra. Over and out. The radio shut off before any of us had a chance to say anything again, and not 5 seconds later. My, they're really piling in. LCA, the Special Operations Unit. Orders. LCA, reticent deploy. Commencing secured item retrieval. Right there, that item's custody target T-26, confirmed and secured. Well, looks like our job here is done. I didn't even have to say anything, not that they could hear me anyways, before the uniformed troops marched in and started attaching various tools to the monolith. Yeah, we need to stabilize that thing so it doesn't create another bamboo-headed Kim situation. That's too dangerous. Trouble. It's unconfirmed. Requesting location. Boy, what are you blathering about? Rewording. Where is the distorted individual? I'm aware of Precinct. He sits next to the monolith. Wait, where has he gone? The individual named Angu grabbed him behind the sofa. Approximate time of event 3 minutes ago. Didn't I ask you to tell us if you noticed something important going on in the background? I will make an immediate report should an identical incident occur. That's when I noticed the LCD were growing visibly uneasy. Alert. Abnormal reaction detected from entity in the proximity. And when agent ran over and kicked the sofa. Miss Angdu! There was Angdu, her arms wrapped tightly around bamboo-headed Kim, her hand holding a blade that dug deep within her mentor's flesh. I know not your painful past. I cannot possibly know in detail what you've gone through. But that cannot just be your just reason for cutting down your own fellows. Miss Angdu, that man was not himself. If the blade has consumed my mentor, turned into a fiend, then I will end it myself. It has to be me. Not at all. It's all excuses, that's all it is. If Mentor didn't bring in some odd invitation to us, if he hadn't told us to positively escort to our home. I hear you, the voice is going clearer. Mutation, distortion of subject entity confirmed. Suspicion, phase 1 of the monolith reactivation process may have been engaged. We can't just let her be, she's gonna distort. Merceau, knock her out. Dang, Merceau is really reliable. Stabilized. Distortion nullified by subject's loss of consciousness. Yeah, that was some quick thinking from Dante. And I mentioned it during at the end of Canto 5, but it does feel like Dante's taken a much more proactive role as being team manager like that. It's kind of nice to see. Stab wound confirmed on subject. Wound not critical. Will not pose challenge to retrieval and recovery. I carried out the task as you have ordered. Oh, thank you. What just happened? Was that caused by the monolith's influence as well? That is a very plausible explanation. The monolith was plausibly sealed, but its lingering influence seemed to have seeped into her. Yeah, I guess since she was the only one here who's not a sinner, and thus potentially not protected by my golden bow. Then again, we don't know if the sinners are actually protected and they just weren't in a position to feel the same temptation from the monolith since we're not part of the same faction. Oh, the levels on bonkers over there just now. The radio began buzzing. Requesting radio, I will receive LCD's message. Okay, acknowledge, please speak. Oh, you're LCA, aren't you? I'm Ezra. Nice to acknowledge. Commencing sit rep. You know what? You're not the only one who's had to cut people off. I already got your sit rep, okay? I don't need it. There are 2 people there, right? Just bring them both over here. Negative. Exact orders are to retrieve. The retrieval targets are to be. Come on, loosen up, huh? Concern. The monolith alone will be difficult subject to contain. That's okay. Our very own detective, LCD team leader, said she'll take care of it. Besides, the monolith detective and I have successfully retrieved that before. And considering the 2 of them are both returnees from the library, consider the 2 of them have been pulled to the edge of distortion. They'll definitely help us with our records, don't you think? Understood. However, what the hell? We kidnapping them with some dodgy human experiments or something? Okay, I don't know if there's been any scary rumors or kidnappings in T-Corp, but what we're doing here is unrelated, right? I'd appreciate if you didn't compare us to the likes of those backstreet rumors. Sure, you guys can leave them there, but if we don't take them in, they'll distort and get killed, and who knows? The Kirakumo clan or even the Thumb could catch wind of this and pick them up instead. Oh, I suppose you're right. Anyways, make sure to bring them in, both of them, okay? Acknowledged. Retrieving now. The call dropped. The agents swarmed around the pair, bound them, and disappeared out the door. All was done in fluid practice motion. I don't know when it happened, but they've already retrieved the monolith when the agent picked up the call. Right, so mission completed, right? I guess so. Warning, recommendation for manager. Immediate extraction from the scene. Imminent arrival of the Thumb is highly likely. So, after the middle is the Thumb, huh? But I wouldn't give to see the look on their stuck-up faces. All I think is tell us to get out of here before the Thumb catches us red-handed. Correction, Limbus Company is already on a crash course against the Thumb the moment we commence this mission. Oh, that makes sense. It'll only be a matter of time before they put the pieces together and realize we're involved with what happened. Are you sure we can handle not only the middle but also the Thumb? Irrelevant. A foe is a friend and a friend is a foe for Limbus Company. Delayed. Extracting scene first. With that cryptic message, he quickly withdrew. He knows something, but won't tell us what it is. At least that's the impression I got from the way he spoke. I came to meet so many departments and so the company in such quick succession. LCA, LCD, LCCA. An old question arose once again, something I'd forgotten as we kept ourselves busy with the missions we kept up so far. I really don't know much about this very company I'm working for. And there's this mysterious Herman, and the equally puzzling Damien. Yeah. All we know from here is that Herman seems to be the closest thing we have to a main villain in the story so far, as she's stood in our way the whole time. And Damien is quite possibly the closest to an ally since he's helped us, but whatever he's tied to, it seems our past self is the one who made deals with him, so we don't know if that's good or bad. If apparently we were a bigwig of some kind, given this universe, we're no different from Alfonso, which is kind of awful, but we can worry about that later. Our past self can worry about our past self. Right now, we have our current self we need to worry about. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, I don't really know anything. Maybe what I know amounts to nothing more than a pinch of knowledge available to the powers that be. I thought we were pretty deep in our journey, but I'm starting to feel that in the far future, if I were to look back at the records of this journey, we wouldn't even have 10 pages in the book. I began walking back the bus with the sinners, my head further mired in confusion. We really ran into a lot of people in such a short period of time, huh? Yeah, that Intervallo, while definitely meant to set up for Heathcliff's chapter, was also very important in terms of telling us about the company we're working for. Because it was clear from the start that our bus company is just one tiny bit of a larger group, but as discovered here, we didn't even have a clear, this is our mission statement. I mean, even for as evil K-Corp is, they are, technically speaking, dedicated to the concept of healing and finding ways to restore people. But we didn't seem to have anything like that until recently. Just what is Limbus really? Well, I'm happy to know we got more about the workings, of this company. Once we returned to the bus, the sinners each began chatting away about what just happened. I wonder what's going to happen to Angdu or Bamboo-Headed Kim. That does not appear to be information we are privy to. Though we all work under the same company, all the LCD shared with us was the name of our contact, Ezra. Then is Limbus Company truly kidnapping people for human experiments? You don't just start experimenting on humans like that. That's not something that happens. Remember what the LCD woman said? Rumors are just that, rumors. True, if we were experimenting on it, this would have been something that had been going on for a while. Or something specific would be prompting it. This is something you need to set up for, you know? It's not something you just do, okay, I feel... Yeah, companies can't just go, oh, you know what we haven't done before? Human experiments, that could be fun. No, they usually do that with a very specific reason for doing what they're doing. So either, it could be we've already been doing it and that's why they're not worried, or it could be something else entirely. Gregor furrowed his brow as though some unpleasant memories of his past began flooding in. He dug into his pockets for a cigarette. There's the LCD, but LCA seems really out of place, even when compared to other departments. It's like they're from a completely different company. As we made our way back to the bus, I slowly began to organize my thoughts and everything that happened. I did know it wasn't the most productive thing for me to do, though. Faust, you're not going to answer any of these questions, are you? I
LCB
apologize. At the
부서의
present
내용을
moment, it's
언급하는
difficult for me to
것은
disclose any information
지금으로선
that does not
힘들겠습니다.
concern the Limbus bus department. Yeah, like I said, at this point I'm convinced that Faust is specifically paid to be as vague as humanly possible. As vague and cryptic.
관리자나
It's like impatience is a
수감자나
prerequisite for boarding this
조급함이
bus.
없으면
Manager
아무래도
or
이
sinner.
버스에 탑승할
Okay, yeah, I'm
자격이
pretty much convinced Virgilus
나오는
can
것만
hear us. He's
같군.
just pretending he doesn't for some reason. Or we're just that easy to read, I guess. I mean, I guess we did just talk to Faust, and Faust responding to us does make it clear, the way Faust responded did make it clear what question we just asked her. Virgilus sighed as he muttered, "He must have seen me burying my clock head in my palms. Your journey will inevitably
당신의
lead
여정
to the
속에는
answers to all of your
반드시
questions.
의문에 대한 해답이 있습니다. 단테, 어차피
Just
따라가다
follow the
보면
path and it shall
마주할
all be
것을
revealed.
빨리
You have no reason to
들춰낼 필요가
rush."
있습니까?
I guess that's what's concerning me, just how much is going to be completely changed once we learn everything. Because usually when that's hidden, it's for a reason that, a good reason, and the good reason is usually bad for us.
그리고
Besides, his gaze fixed for a brief moment slightly above my head. I wonder if he's looking at my friend.
아닙니다.
It's nothing. Perhaps your impatience is
어쩌면
rubbing off
나도
on me.
점점 조급함이라는
I suppose
것에
I shall
물들어가는
find out
걸지도.
along the way as well.
따라가다 보면 알게 될 것을.
Yeah, what does Virgilus take this job for? What contract is he under? I mentioned a while ago as I started to realize that he could be under a contract just like the rest of us are, but in that case, for what purpose did he do that? Virgilus scoffed, muttered something incomprehensible to himself, and then turned away. It was clear he had no intention of continuing this exchange.
출발하지.
Let's go.
가론.
기다렸어.
Been waiting for the vroom vroom time, driving to the famous heights of T Corp. So, the bus took off once again, sometimes bustling, sometimes dead silent.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더
My only
가까워진
regret was
것이야.
not getting the ninja Sinclair before the event ended, before the rebellion won, before the Arknights won. I probably should have joined a bit earlier, but then again, I was a bit hesitant, if we're completely honest. And yeah, because I had to get paid lunacy to buy the announcer, it was just conveniently enough that I had to buy several smaller packs rather than just buying the next step up, because if you're unaware, it's business strategy to make it so that the thing that people most want is just slightly more than a certain pack type, so that either they buy multiple smaller packs, which most won't, or upgrade to the larger pack, which is what they're typically hoping for. Won't say it's good or bad, it's just what they do, unfortunately. Maybe I should just say it's good, but that's business. The companies themselves would tell you that, yep, it's business. Wuthering Heights. As long as we're not going to Wuthering Waves, I am perfectly on board with this.
돌아와, 히스.
Come back, Heath,
보랏빛 꽃만이
to
유일한
the manor where the
아름다움으로
last
남아있는
vestiges
그
of beauty
자체로
remain, in its violet flowers.
폭풍으로 뚫린
To the
균열
manor
사이로
where its storm-broken
모든
breach
온기가
was siphoned
빠져나갔던
all
그
that was
저택으로.
once has siphoned all that was once warm. Oh yeah, and I did look it up. But yeah, apparently, if I were to miss an event, with the exception of the Arknights event for obvious reason, any freebie IDs or egos are put into the dispenser afterwards to obtain at your leisure, and that's honestly quite nice. It's that way you can, even if you missed it, you can get them back later. It just takes a bit more work than if you were present when it went on. I say that's a good way to handle it.
너에게 삶을
To the
내어준
manor that
곳이
gave you not only life,
모멸감과
but also
무너짐을
scorn and
안겨주었던
desolation.
그 난로불
To
가운데가
the manor
아닌
where your place was
차가운
frozen,
모퉁이 어기만
the
있는
frozen corner that
자리였던
couldn't be
그
further
저택으로.
from the hearth,
황야에서 돌아와.
returned from the moors. Guess they're in a place where it's getting cold.
이제
It's time for
집으로 올
you
시간이야.
to come home. So this is what T-Corp's nest looks like. We had surprisingly little trouble making it past the nest's borders. I guess my concerns were unfounded.
뭐 다행히도 이번
Well,
둥지
somehow we made
복심사는
it through
별일
this
없이
nest
넘어왔네요.
checkpoint without any trouble. We actually didn't get ourselves killed again. Ahem, 'tis nothing forsooth.
정도야 뭐.
Such wild compliments aren't necessary, says
에이,
I.
칭찬은 굳이 안 해도 괜찮다고 하지 않았어.
아무도 하지
Oh, but
않았는데.
we didn't say anything.
다 컸어.
Ah, she's
이제.
grown so much. Everyone seems to be awfully relaxed for having just entered a different nest. I guess everyone's gotten used to this by now. Humdrum routine. I guess they'd be words to describe the general sentiment among the sinners. Except for one, that is. We're headed to a place called Wuthering Heights next. For I could tell Heathcliff's glum impression that his mind was weighed down by all kinds of complicated concerns.
어,
yeah.
그렇지.
I thought that his eyes were staring at the moving scenery past the windows, his mind affixed on something his eyes couldn't see, something that lays beyond the building walls.
워더링 하이츠라.
Wuthering Heights,
무지하게
the manor
강한
that must have been
바람이
built on
불었던
that one
집이었나
windy
보죠?
hill, huh?
어? 그
Yeah, bloody
저택은 바람이
Wuthering,
지랄
like its
맞게 불었어.
namesake.
아늑한 구석은
Not a single
하나도 찾을 수
corner of
없는
that place
곳이었지.
gave any comfort. Heathcliff's voice carried an unusually dark tone. The other sinners in the bus noticed this and began chatting him up.
고향에 당도한
A return to one's homeland
마음이
must bring
참
forth quite the
복잡하겠어.
tangled mess of emotions.
고향이라 뭐
Homeland? Oh well.
태어난 곳이 아니라 자라온 곳이긴 한데
I wasn't born here, I was raised here. I suppose that could still count
그것도
as my
고향이라면
homeland,
고향이겠지.
in a way.
근데
But it doesn't conjure in me
보통
the same
고향 하면
feeling that a
떠오르는
homeland is
감정은
supposed to, you know? That is to say...
머릿속에선
You have no idea how many times I imagined it, played out in my head, returning to that bloody manor, smashing every little thing in that place to bits until there's nothing left.
모든 걸 부숴서
Okay, so you'll smash everything
그
to
다음엔
bits.
뭘 하려고
Okay,
했는데요?
so you'll smash everything to bits, and then what?
저를 보고도
Did you really
깨달은
learn
게
nothing
없는
from
거예요?
watching what I went through at the lake?
있어.
Oh, well, I did learn something.
일단 내가
I never, if I ever lose the plot and push myself to the brink of no return, I trust one of you louts will pull me right out of it.
끄집어내줄 거라는 거.
Probably. Are you
뭐,
giving us permission
두들겨
to
패서라도
beat the sense back
꺼내달라고.
into you?
두들겨 패서라도.
Yeah, that's what it takes.
어디까지
Interesting.
허용되지?
How far are we allowed to go with bodily harm?
신체
Amputation,
절단과
nerve
신경
mutilation?
조직 손상.
머리 같은
Maybe we
데를
can at least smack his
세게
head really
쥐어박는
hard.
아니 이 새끼들.
Alright, cheeky
나한테
bastards.
쌓인 걸
So
풀라는
this isn't an
의미가
invitation to use me
아니라고.
as your
지금
emotional
진지하게.
punching bag. I'm not in the mood.
그래도 지금의
Still, I think I can.
히스클리프시라면
Your
잘
present
해내실 것
self
같다는
can do
생각이
this,
들어요.
Heathcliff.
뭔 소리야?
What do you mean present
지금의
self?
히스클리프 씨는
Heathcliff, your present self is
가난하고
deprived.
남은 게
You're
아무것도
poor and you don't
없잖아요.
have anything left.
뭐?
What, poor?
이제는 아예
Right, now you're
대놓고
skipping past
시비
pleasantries and
걸기로
going straight to personal
작정했냐?
insults, are ya?
아니
No, I
오해가
think you took
있으신
my
것
words the wrong
같아요.
way. Honglu is far from the most talkative sinner, but when he does, he usually is something insightful. Though he never says in a way that's immediate obvious. His words are very prone to misunderstandings. Yeah, you can tell he doesn't have too much social skills.
그러니
In a way, we're all
예전과는 많은 게
deprived,
달라졌을
and that we can
거예요.
change a lot of things. Maybe there are things that
어쩌면
we can
가진 게
only
아무것도 없을 때가
we can
되었어야
understand only when we're left
몰랐던
with
걸
nothing.
가난하여서
Doth that poverty explain our
구릿구릿한
current
색깔을
unsightly
계속
lack of
가지고 다녀야 하는
colorfulness? Don Quixote looked mournfully at everything around her than herself. She sounded like she was about to cry. Everything had been drained of color since we entered T-Corp through the back streets. It felt like even more of our colors were taken away
그
since
얘기 언제 하나 했어?
I was wondering when we'd bring that up. Maybe we'll get our
대체
colors
언제
back
가는
soon,
생각을
or so I
하는데
thought like
불과
10 hours
10시간
ago.
가도
Are we gonna be
원색이
colorless
되지
forever? We're
않잖아.
gonna be stuck in the gloomy
이대로
hue?
평생
Seriously,
칙칙하게만
nothing looks
살아야 하는
tasty in
거야.
the sepia hue.
이러면 식욕도
I'm starting to
떨어져.
lose even my
살아갈
will to
의지가 없어지게
live.
된다고. 고기를 먹어도
Everything's so sickly
고기가
brown
상한
hue.
걸로밖에
Guys,
안
even my meat
보인다고.
look rotten in this. Even meat looks downright rotten in this color. That's a bit of an
갑자기 너무
overreaction,
건너뛴 것
isn't
같잖아.
it?
그리고 저
Oh, what
사람들은
about those guys? They got color in
무슨
their
색깔이 보이고
clothes.
있잖아.
With an annoyed look, she gestured towards the people outside.
개개인분들께 해드린
A
답변을
sufficient amount of
합치면
payment must be made in
23
order to
번째
retrieve your
답변이긴
colors. It must be emphasized this
색깔을
question has been
돌려받으려면
repeatedly
그의
answered on
준하는
23
돈을
separate
지불해야 합니다.
occasions. Yeah, only the rich get a color in this nest. Although I get the sense that that was secondary, and the writers just thought, oh, it'd be really cool if this old-timey London area was old-timey sepia colored to fit the aesthetic.
저 정도로
I don't know,
색깔을
just call it a
돌려버린
hunch. I haven't actually looked it up to see if that's
코트에
true or
바지에
not. Oil of propaganda. Coat, trousers, ha. Bloke's not
새끼는
even that
별로 잘
loaded.
살지도
He's only
못하면서
trying to come off
허세만
as though he
있는
is.
놈이야.
Real tough spare, no
진짜
cash to get
부자들은
every color back, even their
안경테나
trivial
장신구까지
trinkets like the
색깔을
rims of their
되찾거든.
glasses.
히스클리프 씨도
Did you also
이곳에
have to
살고
live
있을
without color
동안은
when you lived here,
계속 색을
Heathcliff?
보지 못한 상태였나요?
아니,
No, the matter had
저택은
some
어느
color,
정도
yeah, though it was
예외였어.
far from vibrant.
그래도
동.
Agreed, this is the color of shit. Blood should have remained red.
그런데 저 자식 말이야.
That poor soul's
저렇게
gonna get himself
어설프게
jumped wandering
색깔을 가진
about.
채로
That
쏘다니면
look, that's just
괜히
enough color to invite the
뒤통수
bandits, but
얻어먹기
not
딱일
enough
텐데.
to keep them away. Heathcliff's predictions came true enough. Several thieves surrounded the bloke who's only trying to come off as though he's loaded and bashed him in the back of the head.
극악무도.
Why, a bunch of shameless villains they are, preying upon a weak civilian like hyenas. Are they what you'd call a gang? Tisk, the gangs
머리
of T
흐려졌군.
Corp.
저런 걸 갱단이라고 부를 수도 없고.
The gangs of T Corp have
시간을
certainly
못
seen better
채우는
days. I wouldn't even call them a
하루
gang.
인생들인
They're
거지.
just low lives running out of time.
내가 떠나올 때만 해도
Last time I was here, scum like
저런
them wouldn't
버러지
even
같은
dare infest
것들은
the streets
저렇게
so
버젓이
brazenly.
돌아다니지도.
There are gangs that aren't scummy? Of
당연하지.
course, the gang I was in would
내가
never
있었던
dogpile some poor
갱단은
unarmed
저런
bloke like
식으로
that.
만만.
Cat on wants to
쌩쌩
vroom
달리고
vroom,
싶어.
can't vroom vroom with a roadblock. Well, there isn't much point waiting for the situation to resolve itself. Vergilus finally spoke up after quietly listening to our discussion for a few minutes. Take care of them before Don Quixote begins making a fuss about it. Oh, enactment of justice, I thank thee. He's really starting to get in the hang of this, huh? There's no time.
정리 시간.
Easy enough. Actually, I should probably be bringing Heathcliff now that I think about it.
뭐야? 이놈 우리가 먼저
Oh,
집했어.
you gets this one's
너희도
ours.
시간이
Looks
부족해서
like you're running
놈들인가
low on
본데.
time. Tough luck. We only have 30 minutes left ourselves.
혹시
Boy, maybe they're one of the dead rabbits or something. 30 minutes. 30 minutes for what? Impossible. The old dead rabbits are vigilante ways are no more. All they do nowadays is stare at
퇴사가
funny
마스크
from
쓰고
behind those old
쾌한 눈으로
masks.
그냥 노려보기만 해.
뭐?
Masks? What are you? Bollocks, we don't got time for this. Let's kill him quick. They began rushing us with bloodshot eyes, not giving Heathcliff time to even finish his sentence. Yeah, I have the feeling we're gonna find out what running out of time truly means, because all I know about T-Corp is the stuff from Yi Sang's chapter, and also voice lines from T-Corp Don Quixote, which basically amounted to that they use time as a literal currency.
눈에 새겨주지.
Which I even believe I brought up as reminding me of a movie I can't remember the name of, but yeah, time was currency,
봤어요?
and and some lucky guy managed to be in the presence of a rich person who had so much time he was practically immortal, but then took his own life for reasons that I believe are explained later in the movie.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
And yeah, to the surprise of no one, the movie's lesson was to make good use of the time you have.
제쳐라.
Indeed, I suppose time is one of those resources they're not really making more of anymore. Unless T-Corp found a way to, but... Yeah, T-Corp does very much concern me, because the ability to control past, present, and future strikes me as extremely dangerous to have in the hands of a person.
바람 들어오는 대로
퇴거하시오.
빨바라. 깔끔하게 몰았군. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Scared T-Corp gangster. Urgent T-Corp gangster.
운이 따라준다면
Alright.
좋겠네요.
From what I've heard, there's not a single W Corp ID that's bad, including ones from launch, which is apparently like many games, live service games, the devs had no idea what they were doing when the game first started, and so the launch stuff ranges anywhere from absurdly overpowered to completely useless with basically no in between. Ooh, I don't think they're doing too good.
일기당치.
Yeah, time to finish the fight. Press their advantage and finish the fight.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 깔끔하게 몰았군. 마침내 굴레
Well, the
하나를
cycles is now
끊었어.
broken. Oh yeah.
두려움 없이
Easy
나아갈
fight.
수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
So it's book and sword means it's story and fight. If it's just a sword, it's a fight. If it's just a book, it's just purely lore.
은자를
Works for me.
풀어주시오.
Yeah, part of me does wonder if I should
네,
bring
그것만을
Heathcliff
바라고.
in here.
온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
사후
Yeah, let's do it
처리로구만.
this way.
징수하겠네.
I should not need command
no.
meltdown in this generic fight.
모자
Oh,
멋진데?
nice hat you got there.
어디서
Where'd you get it?
잘못했습니다.
Take everything, take as much time as you want. Here's my watch. So Heathcliff. Heathcliff was looming over the man and glowing threateningly. He certainly had the look of a villain from that particular angle.
야, 방금 건
Lost, I
그냥
was just
칭찬한
complimented for
거잖아.
shot fashion. The
이놈이
lots
유독 오버해서
overreacting.
반응하는 거.
저는
This is
이거
literally
빼고는
yeah, I don't
완전
get money
아무것도
from
없어요.
ransom if you were to
납치
kidnap
같은 거
me.
해봤자 돈 나올 거 납치는 안
Please
됩니다.
don't kidnap me. I got a
집에
family. They're all
기다리는
waiting for me to come
가족들이
home. The man inadvertently saved from the hands of thieves was shuddering and screaming, almost to an unnatural degree. And we're still not out of the dark alleyways for other thieves who might want to get the jump on us.
무슨 시끄러운
What the
소리가?
hell's that rocket, huh?
이것들 뭐야?
Overdue T-Corp
이렇게
gang.
시간이
Well, what do we have
굴러들어온다고?
here? I'm seeing loads of time rolling in right before
10분
us.
아니
10
5분이라도
minutes, so we'll
좋으니까
take 5 minutes. Hand it over.
제가
Why the hell's everyone here so obsessed with
이놈이고
time?
저놈이고.
아니면
If we won't get up willingly, we'll kill you all and
모조리
take that clock for
해치운 뒤에.
ourselves. Huh? Clock. Wait, me? Oh, right.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
헛!
징수할 내역이 남았으니
How about my gut
죽지는
feeling?
마시게.
My sources, how about my gut feeling, huh?
해보겠네.
I did not. I was hilarious finding out that was a real
얘는
thing.
처리했고.
On that note, yeah, it feels nice finally having a couple up-tie 4 peeps.
내가 눈에
It's not
새겨주지.
too many, but it should be enough to get me through this chapter, I think. I don't need a flawless team. Even just random bullshit go should do me well for a bit, I think. But I guess this does show just how much I push the Heisho units. I should definitely... I could consider Sinclair for it, but the middle team hasn't been doing too badly, especially since he gives himself shields when fighting. Although he does like being hit and then hitting back even harder, so it's a bit tricky to use him.
해보겠네.
The enemy is heavily wounded.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
너무 쉽군요.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
너무 쉽군요.
And he...
그쪽
Well, only if he gets killed to get the reuse. Whoops.
맘.
A shame there probably can't be any more Ting Tang Gang characters. Or mariachi ones, since those are from just small-time gangs. Then again, those were probably meant to be 2-star stuff, but looking it up, there hasn't actually been 2-star IDs in quite some time. Huh. I guess they couldn't figure out what to do with them, which I guess, to be fair, a lot of gachas have the problem. Or you...
쳐라.
Why, you'll attract even more of them
쓸데없이
to
네가
us.
비상장 안
Shut your
덮치면
gullible
사람
feet to the
먹는
meat
버스로
grinder
끌고
back
간
at our
다음에
rickety cannibal bus. Is that clear?
그럼 저를
You're not
납치하러
trying
온
to kidnap me?
사람들이 그래.
No, for the, look, I don't know how many times we've told you.
우리가
Of
없지
course not,
않소.
indeed. We're the
우리의
best
우연이
fix. She's trying to her not to
아니,
say it.
나그네들이었어.
The passers-by of justice. So Heathcliff here can be rather brutish in his manner of speech. That is all.
그렇군요.
Right, passers-by of justice.
그런데
So
왜
why
돈이
are
아니라
they asking us for
시간을
time and
달라고
not money? Maybe time's just another
사고팔 수
commodity to be
있는
sold and bought here.
T사 가이드북.
Gosh, is that me again? The T-Corp
여전히
pamphlet guide? Nobody really? Ishmael's eyes start to glaze over. Once again, she may have been the only sinner who bothered to read up on our destination. Hey, I read up on it. If only because of Dawn, but still.
T사
In T-Corp, known as the Time Track Corporation.
사에서는 시계를
Its citizenry use timepieces as part of personal identification.
이들이
They often
쥐고
trade in
있는 시계를
time
통하여
instead of physical
화폐
currency.
대신에
They're means of
시간을
transaction done
거래하기도
by timepieces.
대부분의 근로자는
Most laborers in
노동에
these
대한
lands are
보상을
rewarded
시간으로
for their efforts
지급받지.
with time. Thanks for the explanation. He's
이상실을
sighing. I'll let it
봐서
slide this time.
이번엔
So is this gonna be a problem? Otis is the only one of us who carries a watch.
아, 그
Oh,
시간이
you mean a
멈춰
broken
있는
wristwatch?
손목시계
I always thought that wearing a
말씀이죠?
stopwatch was a neat
패션용으로
fashion
착용하고
statement.
있는
It's not a fashion item, and it never was. How insolent of you to
그리고
assume.
아까
Right, I'm
말한
meaning to ask, what got you so
납치라는 건
freaked
무슨
up about a
뜻이었어?
kidnapping earlier? Oh, there's a pretty scary rumor of indiscriminate kidnappings going around these Oh, so that's why there was worried that Limbus might kidnap people. So there's been a lot of indiscriminate, huh? They care about abandoned streets. When I saw a dozen or so people running around together, I was scared you guys might be the infamous kidnapping syndicate or something.
구체적으로
We need
말해보자.
more details. Who,
육하원
what, when, where,
지역으로
why.
가면 더
Proceed. People have been going missing around here. This kind of became the last known location for a lot of missing people. Everyone becomes a shut-in during foggy days just because they don't want to get kidnapped. Look, it's even on the front page of the T-Times newspaper. Mysterious kidnapping fear sweeps district. Heck, not even a single body found. I can keep reading if you want. Merceau, Raja, and Don Quixote began enthusiastically reading the sensationalized titles and the attached articles in the newspapers he showed us. Yeah, you have to, unfortunately, after the clickbait title, you read the actual story and oh, it's only kind of, sort of possible to interpret it that way, but, well, whatever. Oh, I gotta check out that award-winning eatery. It's not even far from where we are. Ah, so the time retrieval fixers have said as such in these interviews. Are you guys even reading the same article? That's right, there's a lot less people around here than I remember. The street used to be packed with workers headed the factory jobs and inventors selling their useless trinkets. It's never been this, empty. The streets of T-Corp were thick as fog, bustling crowd from Heathcliff's memories, nowhere to be seen. Maybe the lack of color made the fog appear thicker. This reminds me of the kidnapping rumor we heard when they were working with the Blade lineage's case. Missing people, maybe they really were messed up kidnapping, having trafficking syndicate roping Sarah. I never heard of a syndicate starting this place back when I lived here, at least. It is a statistical possibility for a human trafficking syndicate to leave zero evidence behind. There's bound to be one or two they would let slip between their fingers. Especially if the syndicate is so prolific to the point of indirectly discouraging the public from leaving their homes. A body or two would invariably be found. If they really didn't leave bodies, maybe it's worse than your usual murders. Maybe it would be more dangerous the more we look into it. If it's not just another violent tragedy, then maybe there's more of this than we think. Maybe there's a powerful organization pulling strings. You know, that's a lot of conjecture just to make the fact no bodies have been found. Yeah, it could be the fact they're still alive in some fashion. I mean, we're dealing with the concept of time itself here. It could be that they're simply frozen in time somehow. I'm sorry. Guys, the night in the back streets. A single sweep from those sweepers leave nothing behind. Even every trash, including corpses, gets completely cleaned up. Right, they clean up even the corpses, yeah. Of course, it's kind of scary they clean up more than just the trash. Yeah, the idea of sweepers really freaked out Sinclair for a while. That's because Roger kept making funny noises and sweeper impressions at me every night. Yeah, our team, clearly. Yeah, I'm getting the sense our team here has about as much synergy and teamwork as my multiplayer streams with my buddies. Well, that's not fair. Sometimes we actually succeed. By accident or by intent. Pure story. Mysterious case of a missing person in a street shrouded in thick, heavy fog. It's almost as if we're in the middle of some urban, scary legend. Not that I'm scared, not at all. Don't force yourself to laugh, Sinclair. It's okay not. Hey, it's okay not to smile sometimes. I don't like this at all. We're scared so soon after entering the nest. Everyone seems to be on edge thanks to the unsettling story we heard. I know what to do. Heathcliff, that invitation. Could you read it out loud for us again? It'd be a good idea to remind ourselves of the mission. Besides, I could use a refresher. Just an invitation, there's nothing special about it. The neatly folded invitation he produced from his pockets betrayed his attempt to appear aloof. It was folded with such tender care it almost resembled a neat paper craft. So he cleared his throat. sometime
부디
later.
참석하시어
Please honor this
이
occasion with your
자리를
presence.
빛내주시면 경의를 담아.
With great respect, Nelly. Whoa, Nelly.
그리고
And
아이씨,
oh bollocks.
꼭
You have
와야
to be
해,
here,
있어.
Heath. I'll be waiting.
기다리고
Kathy.
있을게.
Damn, he's clapping. Woohoo. This was exactly what I had in mind when I asked him to read the letter. Oh, what are we? A powder crowd at some dive bar?
이런 분위기
Wasn't that what we were
아니었어?
going? That wasn't what we were going for.
내가
I knew
이럴
this
줄
would
알았지.
happen. I ain't even mad.
기분도 안 나네.
Yeah, yeah. With this group, you gotta expect a certain level of shenanigans at this point.
애초에
Besides,
기다린다고
I also
했을
love the
뿐이지.
music that's playing.
만나고 싶다고 한 것도.
Besides, all she said that she would wait. Dang, she never said she missed me or wanted to see me. Come on, bud, just look at the way she wrote it.
어디?
Let me see, let me see. Some sinners gather in a circle like they're doing literary analysis in the invitation letter. Maybe I was worrying too much. They're like school kids opening up their first love letters.
뭐야?
Wow, were you never
싱크로는
interested in
저런
those
거에
things,
관심
Sinclair?
없었어?
I was a good diligent student. The only things I ever cared about were my textbooks and school lectures.
시클레어군.
Sinclair, thy countenance appeareth to be turning rosy again. The last time I said it's genetics.
그럼
And what about you, Dante? Oh, never mind. Hey, what's with that oddly sorry look on your face?
필요는 없다.
The manager has no need for our sympathy. I'm certain that there are those who appreciate their unique appearance.
그런데
Is it not odd?
히스클리프 씨가 연애 편지를 받는
What, someone actually wrote Heathcliff a love letter? What, someone actually wrote Heathcliff a love letter?
아, 이상
Oh
씨.
my, you
그런
saying? That is such a
말은 좀
rude thing to
너무하네요.
say.
아니
No, I had no
그런
intention of
무례한 말을 한
relaying such a
것이 아니라
crass sentiment.
농담이에요.
Oh, just kidding, just saying, just kidding.
저도
Actually, I was thinking the
이상씨랑
same
피자
thing.
어딘가에
Since
있을
we're not looking for the
로보톤이
Lobotomy
지구가
Corp branch
아니라
of T-Corp, and
다
since we're
같이
heading to this
워더링
Wuthering Heights
하이츠라는
Manor
저택으로
instead,
향한다. 그곳으로
I
도달해야
suppose this is where we'll
황금
find the golden
가지를 얻을 수
bow.
있다는 소리.
정확하게
That was precisely what I had to, was intending to
이스마엘이야.
convey, Miss Ishmael.
찬물
Thank you
끼얹는
for bringing that up.
역할을
I was starting to
하는
get tired of
것도
being the bringer of
슬슬
unpleasant
입을
news.
우리가 워더링
Hopefully none of you are under the
하이츠로
impression you're
이유가
heading to Wuthering
설마
Heights
저
just
편지 한
Wuthering
장
Heights just
때문이라고
because of some invitation
생각한다면
Heathcliff received.
큰
Because
실망을
if you
느꼈을
are,
거다.
you'll be sorely disappointed.
그래서 이 문맥을
Right, so if we look at the
보면
context she wrote
결국
this
하려는
in,
말이
what she's really trying to say here is, no, bud, you gotta look at the tone she used here. Oh, sure, moving on. There's a report from the LCCB that a golden bow has been observed
워더링 하이츠
that
저택
narrowed it down to
어딘가.
its location somewhere within the Wuthering Heights manor. So the question is, why did they want it? These golden bows genuinely have power to them, but not everyone knows about them, and those who do don't necessarily care.
하지만
But there was
특유의
significant
보안
risk on account of the
시스템으로
manor's unique security system that
LCCB 팀이
prevented the before
잠입한
team from
것은
conducting their
위험하다는
on-site preliminary
황금까지
survey.
정확한 위치는
The exact location of the
파악이 되지
bow is yet
못했습니다.
to be identified.
특유의
Unique
보안
security
시스템?
measures. Not sure if I remember anything like that.
그렇다면 더더욱
Right, then that's even more.
네
That's
이상하다고밖에
alright, that's even more odd. No other way to put it. Indeed,
비록
though I
황금
remain
가지의
ignorant to the
값어치와
monetary
그
value
위상에
of the
대해
public perception
정확히
of its
알고 있는
worth,
것은 아니지만
I
평범한
do know that the
저택
golden
안에
bow is not an
그런
item
것이
so
놓여
easily
있을 리가
obtainable that it may
만무할
be
것 같소.
housed in a normal private manor.
황금 가지가
It can
처음부터
be shared
그곳에 위치해
that the
있었던
golden bow
것은
wasn't
아니었다.
always located
정도만
inside of that
말씀드리죠.
manor. So in other words, it's a place you'd want, at the very least, you want in a safety deposit box. Got it.
T사
I see. Then the
로보토미
golden
집
bow, its
어딘가에
previous location in an
있었던
unknown area within
황금 가지가
T-Corp's Lobotomy Corp branch has been
모종의
transferred to the
이유로
manor
저택으로 옮겨졌다는 것이구려.
for a reason we are yet unaware of.
캐서린이라는
Well, then this
인물이
Catherine
이번
person will be a
작전의
major part of this
핵심이겠군요.
operation then.
황금
To have a
가지를
golden
자기
bowl
저택 안에
herself in that manor.
소유 그리고
And she's going to be one
황금
confident woman
가지가
too,
아니더라도
confident enough to believe that Heathcliff would
히스클리프
come to a
씨가
manor just to see her
자신을 보러
face, even if
저택에
it
와줄
wasn't for the
거라고
golden
믿어
bowl.
의심치 않아.
None of this conversation seemed to register to Heathcliff, however.
혹시 주위에
Let me know
이발소나
if you see a
양품점이
barber shop or
보이면
boutique nearby. This is the
무슨
tour bus,
명소마다
Heathcliff. We will not make unnecessary stops like the ones you
관광버스로
suggest.
생각하고 있는 건
그냥 나를
Right, I
내려주고
get it.
먼저
Then why
가도 되잖아.
just leave me behind and go on ahead? I'll catch up.
두 눈
So
커다랗게
Heathcliff,
뜨고
I've been
계속
watching
보고
the
있는
shops
아까의
closely,
그
but I
소문
haven't noticed a
때문인지는
single
몰라도
open shop.
이 시간에
It could
길거리에
even be
열려
from
있는
the
가게가
rumors
보이지 않아요.
earlier, and the fog.
역시 저랑
Why don't you just leave
로저씨한테
it to us,
맡겨보시면
Rogena?
야 잠깐
The hell you wait, what? If we get an alternate costume Heathcliff's base ID out of this, I'll love it. Do. Incidentally, I did notice that buying those packs means I'm effectively never going to have an even number for, well, not even because obviously the 6 is an even number, but I'm not going to have a perfect like 9600 lunacy anymore unless I buy more packs. I'm going to be bothered by that until I forget in a little while. Then I won't care anymore until I look at it again. Colors. The bus emerged from the back streets into a rather quiet-looking village. The fog was still thick and everyone was still faded in there. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to fight Jack the Ripper. Alright, everyone, get your tools. There's a bunch of different interpretations of this character, and I have no idea which one the game's gonna go with. Even the occasional sightings of pedestrians had ceased. The very idea of color variation seemed like such an alien concept here. All I see are orange-hued lights coming through the windows of misty gray buildings. It was as though everyone decided to stay indoors for the day. I can't even tell where we are or how close we are from our destination anymore. Have you been here by any chance, he sang? He was the only other sinner who spent time in T-Corp's area, so I decided to ask if he recognized anything, but it was evidence from the scenery that the scenery was unfamiliar to him. Though I may have resided here for a time, most of my hours were spent earning a living and conducting my research when I could afford to do so. Thus, I have not ventured freely into the streets of T-Corp. I can't imagine doing any research in a place like this. That can't have been easy. It's quite manageable once one grows accustomed to the monochromatic sight. The presence of variance in color itself is a concept alien to those who were born and raised in these lands. And I had the shoulders of those that I could lean on, even if for a fleeting moment. It helps to have support when acclimating to a place as foreign as this. Yisang looks away at a place far from here. Memories of his past, most likely. Oh, do you ever hear anything about what T-Corp's singularity is? As all singularities are, its true nature, its mechanisms, the functions are all something of an enigma. And yet, Yisang paused and carefully began to speak. I'm aware it has aught to do with time, though I am unsure of its use. Well, I suppose this is all but meaningless conjecture. Only Miss Faust among us would be aware of the answers. Its singularity is one of the reasons T-Corp constantly drains its colors from its inhabitants. Wait, what's time got to do with color? If control of time is so imperative to T-Corp's operations, then they must also control the realm of light. As light inherently has much to do with the spectrum of colors, those two subjects will eventually overlap. This is as far as I could deduce regarding the concept of time that I am aware of, yet it must also be said that it takes time to reach Faust's specific knowledge regarding... You said among us. Indeed. Also, hello, Faust. Faust was among us for her maybe and perhaps, rarely ever gave us answers this detailed. Then now is good the time to ask her all my questions. Miss Faust, as we discussed the concept of time, indeed, it would be safe for us to move on from the subject of T-Corp at this time. Aww. There she goes again, teasing the stuff she's not going to tell us anyway. Hey, like I said, at this point, I'm convinced Faust is actually being paid to be vague and cryptic. And for this sort of thing. Well, I guess I should be glad she decided to tell us that much. I doubt she'll tell us any more, no matter how much we try to pry out of her. That's kind of sad. There are people who've never seen color their whole lives, all because of the singularity. Well, that's just how it goes, isn't it? Yeah, as a stranger, we'd be just another one of those poor, miserable people who've never seen color. That's the danger of trying to your very first bite of meat. You taste it once, you never unknow the flavor, and in the end, you start to wish you never tried it. Oh, it's very disappointing that even the sun loses its vibrancy here. Often I long to see the colors of the sky, especially the sky that looms over the shower of rain. Yeah, things like the color sky too. You long to see it only because you've seen its beauty. If you were born here, never escaped the borders during the last of your days that ever seen the blue sky, then I'd hardly call that death miserable. Calling even that miserable is nothing but sheltered arrogance. I guess that could also be true. The atmosphere of the bus suddenly became incredibly frosty. Hey, speaking of color, I got something to ask you. Have you guys ever heard of the colors game? Apparently, each type of personality has a corresponding color. Raja, who was the one to chill on the bus in the first place, also was the first to break the ice.
이상이 하늘색을 좋아하는
If he's song
거라면
enjoys the light blue color of the sky, so he must be a thinker and
고요하고
philosopher who
조용한
prefers the calm and
당신,
quiet.
생각에 빠져 잠기는 걸 좋아하는군요.
I guess that does sound about right, yeah. Ooh, how'd you come to
어떻게
know
하는
that?
것이오?
That's quite the remarkable
그거 참
talent you
기묘한
got
재주로군.
there. Ah, cock! I wish my favorite color to be rated Intervallo for a soup. I fancy the color red, nay yellow,
자,
red, nay.
차례를 기다려.
Now, wait your turn.
Faust.
Next door is Faust. Okay, the yellow, red, and difficult to decide. I'm guessing that means Dawn prefers warm colors, if I had to guess.
저는
잠깐.
Wait up, I know what you're gonna
무슨
say.
말할지 다
Faust does
알아.
not believe in such ideations,
파우스트는
something like
대체로
that,
그런
right?
그런 사람은 대체로
Which is exactly what
흰색을
people who like color
좋아하더라고.
white would say.
그치?
Am I right, aren't I?
자기
Like your hair is
머리색이랑도
white
똑같네.
too.
그저 말을
I will not
아끼겠습니다.
comment any further on this subject.
나?
Me, my favorite color?
뭘
What a stupid
그딴 걸
question. That's
물어봐.
not floss.
남자는
But like, he pauses. A great manner begins to emerge in our view. He could immediately tell this was the Wuthering Heights manor Heathcliff had mentioned. Black.
모든 물감을 다
That's the color you get when you
섞어버리면
dump an
나오는
entire
색깔인가?
paint in the bucket, ain't it?
그래서
And that's
제일
exactly why I
꿀맛
tolerate it.
색깔이지.
Keep throwing paint over paint, you get
덧칠은
black. It's
계속
simple.
해버려.
I can clearly hear that Heathcliff is muttering through gritted teeth. I have a feeling black wasn't always his favorite color. Given his very symbol is purple, I'm willing to guess he liked purple at one point. Do. The makeover. Alright, this is another Pierce story, so let me grab a sip of my drink before I dive in again. I do not know how long this chapter is, so we're just gonna play it by ear. Like Dante, we're gonna be flying by the seat of our pants. I've been trying to, and I am aware that after Ricardo, there's going to be some other fights on par with his difficulty going forward. As such, it should be, as such, I'm properly prepared. That's why I wanted to get Gregor to up tie 4, as well as any of the other big carries I have. Yisang and Gregor were first because I figure even if I get other genuinely powerful IDs of theirs, I'm going to be sticking with these for a while because they're very good. And are carrying me to victory. Do things change the moment Wuthering Heights appear on the horizon?
거울.
Mirror, I
거울
need a
있는
mirror.
사람
Anyone
없냐?
got a mirror? Anyone, come on?
왜
What has gotten
이러시는가?
into you, Heathcliff? This mirror isn't... One was Heathcliff, who suddenly became overcome with intense anxiety, and the other was the weather grew dark and tempestuous all of a sudden. Right, every detective story has to begin with, it was a dark and stormy night. It's the law or something. What a terrifying
원래
noise.
이렇게 날씨가
Was the
궂은
weather here always this
곳이었나요?
awful?
바람은
It was always
항상
this
거세게
windy, yeah,
몰아치긴
almost like a
했어.
constant
거의
tempest.
하지만 이런
Well, this thunder and
천둥.
lightning. Well, the weather in Wuthering Heights is always
Wuthering
awful,
Heights
thunder or not.
어느 쪽?
멀리서만 봐도
Oh, that's one massive manor
정말
that looks this big
크네요.
from this far away.
침침한 눈에 가라.
Can't see well. Not sure if this is the right place, but we are
도착.
here. Hello, Technics, welcome. You're just in time, we just started Canto 6.
번개가
Lighting goes boom,
번쩍.
eyes go ow. This manor looked as though it came straight out of a dark gothic tale full of mysteries. Ooh, we could play Castlevania in it. All we need is Dracula. Can't have Castlevania without Dracula. I say, eyeing Lords of Shadow with judgment. I was half expecting to hear a haunting cry echoing from windows. So we're just waiting for Virgilus to go off the bus then, right?
안 그런 적이 없지 않았나?
When hasn't that been the case, Manager Bud?
그래도
I mean, it's not like we're
지금까지는
digging into a
지구본화
Lobamico branch or
회사였잖아요.
entering one of the wings, right? It's just a
이번에는
manor. I
그냥
don't see what's
저택일
stopping him from
뿐이에요.
coming with us this time.
자,
Now,
내리지.
off the bus.
나와 카룬
Carol and I
이번에도
will wait
밖에서
outside until
기다리고
we're done with our
있겠다고.
mission. None of the sinners were hiding their dissatisfaction with Virgilus. Some of them were even standing with their arms crossed. How you doing? I'm doing fine. I finally got enough threads to up tie for my ninja Gregor, which is quite nice. So I've got the 2 Heisho units at up tie 4. I figure it was worthwhile investment because I'm not going to be getting, even if I got other IDs for them in the future, these are the ones I'm going to be using for the foreseeable future, so should be worth it. After that, I'm going to have to hold off and see, because ultimately my next pulling plans will depend entirely on what's being announced. Excited for the upcoming IDs? Yeah, I'm excited because I mentioned at the start of the stream, but I did look, after someone mentioned that Heathcliff hasn't gotten an ID in quite a while, I looked up and Yeah, he did not get one at all this year. But he's finally got one now, and W Corp ones, from what I can tell, they're all really good, so... And he's gonna be no exception. But, like I said, I'm gonna be mostly holding off and waiting to see what's gonna be on the Walpurgis night, because ultimately that'll decide which banner I pull. Because I wouldn't mind a really good Heathcliff ID, don't make no mistake. Mine's currently missing, anything good, honestly. I'm just using the best 2-star her I would have access to. Though, to be fair, it does synergize well with my team since it's a Rupture support, and I've got lots of Rupture from the Heisho characters, but... Yeah, if the Walpurgis is someone like Ishmael, especially if it synergizes well with the Scotty ID, I absolutely will be prioritizing that. Plus, there's a lot of neat ones listed as being from there. Like, Copen joked that I'll probably want Magical Girl Dawn, and, wow, yeah, Magical Girl Dawn is absolutely no joke. So I'll worry, but yeah. So I'm gonna worry about whether or not I want to pull for, Merceau and Heathcliff, based on whatever is on the Walpurgis night. Because if I can do the Walpurgis stuff, that's gonna be good. Yeah, he's apparently the core for the Blood Fiends team. That's pretty cool. I'm not as dedicated to that one as Heathcliff, because the Heathcliff one works independent of anyone else. He works well. He isn't the cornerstone of the W Corp team, but he does work extremely well on his own. So getting him would be beneficial for the same reason W Corp Ryoshu, who in my team. She's self-sufficient and works well even on her own. So even my random bullshit ghost setup right now works. But if I were to get Merceau, that might be a bit more tricky since he wants to be with other Blood Fiends, which I may or may not be able to get anytime soon. Which is why I'm making do with what I've got here for now and deciding what to get from the dispenser and stuff based entirely on the Walpurgis night situation. By the looks on your faces, clearly you collectively have something to say. Of course not. I would hardly ever dare to challenge the... Well, maybe not every sinner. We've gone through a lot of things, survived a lot of trials and tribulations, tribulations that could have easily been held with Virgil, had Virgil been there with us. Well, to be fair, he might have helped us against Ricardo if he had known about it, but since he was on the other side of the bus, he wouldn't have been able to make it in time. So, Virgilus, looks like Ishmael decided to step up as a representative. You introduced yourself as our guide, didn't you? What kind of guide tosses everyone at the start of the journey and goes off the road on the bus driver? What are you guys even doing anyway? I want to make clear I'm not being a hard ass for no good reason. I'm just asking you because I want to trust you. After all, we're technically all in the same boat. We're co-workers. I'd say the least you can do is at least tell us where we're headed. Virgilus held his silence. His brow was not as furrowed as they usually are, which is the only indicator to me he wasn't as offended to hear this as I thought he'd be. Just like you sinners have joined this company via your individual contracts, I also signed a contract with very specific clauses and conditions I must abide by. Oh, the company made thee a color most illustrious, signed a contract as well? I knew it. Haha. Yeah, well, some are disappointed if they can properly guess something before it shows up. I'm not quite like that. Though granted, I've also run into some stories where the twist was so out of field. It was technically built towards, but still so out there as a case of how could anyone could have possibly guessed that? And, well, sure, I'll never guess it no matter how hard I might have thought. It's not always a case of, oh, well, that makes sense, or, oh, how could I not think of that? Sometimes it's a case of, oh, come on, how is that supposed to make it? How was anyone supposed to guess that? But I guess that also comes with what you're supposed to, what you go in hoping for, I suppose. Since some would argue that that's good writing, since something that makes sense with the context but was impossible to possibly guess, so under any circumstances is reasonable. Of course I did. Why would I be babysitting you children on this bus otherwise? I'm not one to work for free. True, and I guess since he's a color rank fixer, he'd basically have his pick of the litter, so to speak. Which means he had to choose this one for a very specific reason. I don't want to bother detailing each and every clause of my contract with you, and nor should I. I am actually, I actually say that's perfectly fair. He does not need to produce his contract for us if he doesn't want. We don't need to know the details. We just need to know.
이스마엘,
But Ishmael, I quite
네가
like that
말한
you use the word
신뢰라는
trust in your
단어는
speech.
제법
So I
마음에
believe
든다.
that you at least deserve a
그러니
brief
간단하게만
explanation.
언급해두지. 나는
I am not supposed to
황금가지를
retrieve the golden
직접
bows myself,
회수해서도
and nor am I
직접적인
supposed to provide you with
도움을
direct
제공해서도 안
support.
된다.
The
오로지
contract
여기 있는
stipulates
관리자
that I must
그리고
leave
너희
everything to the
수감자들에게
manager and the sinners.
맡겨야만 하지.
Oh, why the hell did you sign a contract like that?
언제나
As always, it is
왜냐고
meaningless to ask me
묻는 것은
why.
의미가 없다.
Yeah, all that matter. Yeah, I think we got the information that matters most, honestly. It does confirm what I was theorizing last chapter, but it's good to hear directly. I think we got what we needed.
계약이란
Contracts are very rarely
당사자가
ever
아닌
fully
자들이
understood by those who are not
완전하게
part of
이해할
it.
수 없는 형태로
And there is that too, yeah.
이루어지지.
He very clearly had a personal reason for doing this, and to explain it might have to require going into his full backstory, or it might not even be a satisfying reason for, say, Gregor. Well, for Virgilus, it was very much worth his time.
다만
But
목적지에
what I can
도착해서
tell you that is,
너희들을
when I ask you
버스에서
sinners to leave this
내리라고
bus
말을
for a
할 때
mission,
그래도 마음을
I
어느
suppose in
정도
a
놓고
way,
보낼 수는
I
있게
say it with a lighter heart than I
되었다고는
used to.
말할 모든
I'm no longer
것을
concerned that in my desire to
얻어내겠다는
fulfill
욕심으로
conditions for every clause of my
무리하게
contract,
계약을
the manager
지키려다
might be
관리자가
irreversibly
돌이킬 수 없는
hurt.
지경으로 가게 되어
I'm no longer
다
concerned.
잃지는 않을까 하는
But the
고민.
manager might be irreversibly hurt. I would be left with nothing if such a thing were to happen. Did you just admit to trusting us more than he used to? Yeah.
단테,
Don't make him repeat something like that, Dante.
특히 누군가
Especially when
속마음을
somebody went
어렵게
through the trouble of
잘못
expressing their
표현했을
true
때는.
hidden feelings.
그리고
Besides,
잠깐만.
why?
이대로 내릴 수는
I'm not
없어.
going in there like this. Nope, I can't do this. Turn the bus around. Mephi doesn't do U-turns. Bollocks, I ain't going the matter in these
어떻게 다시
rickety
저쪽에 돌아?
rides. Unfortunately, that would require changing your sprites, buddy, and if they don't give us a new alternate costume for your default one, I'm not sure they're even they even have the ability to do that. Oh yeah, every single one of our elaborate plans to dress him up fell through. Hey, come on, you don't look that bad.
이런 꼬라지로 가면
If I go back
또다시
to
그 새끼들이
those
그
bastards will...
새끼들이 누군데요?
Now, those quote-unquote bastards, who are they?
눈깔 반해버려.
Bastards that always eye me up and down, trying to find every dust, single flaw, something to humiliate me, then gouge out their eyes. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Heathcliff, if they're eyeing you down for even the smallest flaw or the smallest thing to get you on, there is quite literally 0 point in trying to please them, because they're not going to be pleased. They're going to find a flaw whether you came in with the greatest and most dapper outfit possible or whether you came in with your office outfit. It's not going to make a difference. They'll still find something to give you hell over. Ooh, that'd be quite a clever solution.
원.
What are you even? Looks like Heathcliff is the only one who's actually taking this situation seriously. What the hell's wrong with the pair of you? What are you giggling
그럴
like
줄
that?
알고
Good thing we
우리가
came prepared
준비를
exactly for this
해왔죠.
occasion.
아무리
I just couldn't
생각해도
imagine Heath managing to pull
히스가
off this
혼자서
makeover on his
꽤
own.
전에
Roger and
로자님과
I
함께
did some
등지로
shopping on the back
돌아오기 전
streets before we
뒷골목에서
entered the
잠깐
nest.
쇼핑을 하다 왔다.
둥지 안에는
We were waiting to reveal
뒷골목보다
these in case
대단한 게
anything more
있을지도
impressive was at the
모르니
nest, but thanks to the
기다려봤는데
disappointing lack
뭐
of
살만한
anything
곳이
remotely
없으니까
interesting,
아쉬운 대로
well,
사두고
we'll just make do
왔어야지.
with what we picked up earlier.
뭐
Wait a bloody
설마
second, the two of you went in for your own?
전에
No,
둘이
no, you
어디
brought back with a
갔다 온
basket of
걸
cookies, wasn't it?
과자들은
Oh, those
눈속임이었어,
cookies were the
히스.
decoy cookies, Heath.
물론 그중
Though
몇 개는 내
some of them
일용할
didn't end up
양식으로
as
잘
part of my
써먹었지만
daily sustenance, of course.
비록 제가
While I
집에서
couldn't find the
썼던
particular brands
브랜드들까지
I used
찾지는
back home,
못했지만
there should be more than
이만해도
enough for a
어느
proper
정도의
fashion
멋부림은 낼 수 있을
makeover.
거예요.
베르, 훈훈한 분위기
Bird,
이어가게
come on,
이것만
can't we
눈좀
keep things nice and happy for once? Let's let him wear something else other than his uniform, just for today.
회사
Like,
유니폼을
no one
입고
wants to be their
오랜만에
old
애인을
flame all in
즐기려고
their
싶은
work
사람이
clothes,
어디
right?
있겠어.
그래도
Well, I doubt the
저
guy would love something
길잡이가
like that.
용서도
그러지.
Fine.
또
Wait, I
멋대로
would prefer it if we didn't have to encourage another rogue incident, like with the back door.
정말이야?
Seriously,
길잡이!
Floyd? Heathcliff trembled like he was about to give Virgilus a big hug.
자, 히스클리프 씨.
Now, Heathcliff, close
이제
your
모르는
eyes,
동안이라
relax, and let's take care of everything.
생각하면서
Pretend you're in a
편안하게
proverbial peach blossom
몸과 마음을
spring.
맡기세요.
It's gonna look awful and he's gonna hate it.
잠깐.
Wait,
머리
don't show
함부로
my hair like? Whoa, boy, ain't that bad.
히스클리프 씨는 지금 단장 중이랍니다.
Oh, shoot, Heathcliff's getting a makeover. You know, I've never seen the show Clone High, but the one thing I have seen is the song Makeover from there. I believe, don't ask anything about the show, I don't remember. I love that little picture. Yeah, I do too. You know, I just know that it was used in a few memes, so... Of course, that show is so old, it had itself a reboot that also already ended, so, if you want to look it up for yourself, be warned, it's a pretty old show now. Sometime later. Oh, dang, he does look dapper. That, I wouldn't have even recognized it as Heathcliff if it didn't have this name tag there. Well, I think you might have overdone a bit with the hair. Don't touch it, do you have any idea how long Honglu worked on that? Dang, Honglu wasn't kidding when he said he had some experience with, hair or stuff. Dang.
들고 있던 몽둥이는
Where does Bat
몇 년
go?
만에
It's a
재회인데
reunion of the century. We can't
몽둥이를
possibly let him
들고
say hello to his old
만날 수
flame with a big brutish club in his hand. Sir Heathcliff appear with a tad more merciful than usual. Perhaps he shall accept my request to implore him to purchase me a pint of ice cream.
사달라고 하면
그리고 시끄럽게 해도
I
때리지
mean, have you
않으실
seen
것
Honglu's
같아요.
hair? Counterpoint, we don't know that Honglu does his own hair. It could have been Rajia or someone from his family that did it. He no longer looks like he's on the verge of punching me when I make the smallest noises.
야, 부탁하건데.
Lad, please, don't bring up anything remotely like that in front of Catherine. Well, I'll be. Clothes really do make the man. Do let me know how this reunion goes. I'll be looking forward to hearing that tale. So continue referencing old stuff nobody but me could possibly remember. I remember a Jackie Chan movie called The Tuxedo, where a quote was, 90% of a presentation is the suit. The other 10% is up to you. Sure. So, Heathcliff, I've been meaning to ask this question a while. I want to know the answer, but I couldn't bring myself to ask. Why'd you leave Wuthering Heights? It's where the love of your life lives, isn't it? Heathcliff, who'd been busily moving about and preparing to leave the bus, suddenly comes to a
뭐든
halt.
괜찮았어.
I didn't mind it. The thrashing, starvings, abuse, them treat me like a servant, like I'm beneath them. I didn't mind them being treated like I'm nothing more than afterthought, like I'm some impure trash to be discarded. Oh dang, someone actually did recognize the movie. I genuinely didn't think anyone else would remember. Yeah, long story short, I used to really love Jackie Chan movies. I haven't seen any of them in quite some time, but yeah, that's how I remember movies like that. My Jackie Chan phase. But when I heard what Catherine said, I realized I no longer had any reason to remain in that manner. Heathcliff did not elaborate further. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't, but he couldn't bring himself to. I didn't dare ask him what he was about to say, so I simply nodded in response. See, honestly, we don't need the exact details. That alone just tells us all we need to know. Oh, looks like Carol's got something to say about your new fit. Carol has something to say, something big. Great, awesome, what do you think? Looks oily and greasy. Carol doesn't like greasy. Oh, this isn't how I thought it would go. Carol's words must have hit him hard. It took a bit of convincing for Heathcliff, who was severely discouraged to exit the bus. Some actual color there. Purple, I notice. Seen a decent bit of movies in older times, as well as some, as I like, Appleseed Ex Machina. Ultraviolet's a favorite too.
이거 불편하네.
Oh, this is uncomfortable. Boy, is it normal for these clothes to squeeze hard with every step I take?
비품이라는 건
That's what it
원래
means to
그런
maintain an air
것이랍니다.
of dignity. Once you get used to that feeling, you'll feel like you're
오히려
missing
다른 옷을
something
입을
once
때
you're dressed
허전해지곤
casually.
하죠.
So this must be the front gate of your
이게
former place of abode,
자네가
Heathcliff?
살던 곳에
The massive gate alone feels downright intimidating. That's one big front door. It is known that in certain regions of the city, the size of the front gate is the indicator of one's social standing. The magnitude of this front gate indicates the owner of this home is very affluent.
이런 곳에 살았으면서 홍루 씨를 부자라고
Boy,
그렇게 못
Heathcliff,
살게 굴었던 건가요?
You picked up on
Heathcliff.
Honglu for being a rich kid when you were raised in some huge mansion yourself?
저는 아무렇지도
Oh, I don't mind at
않답니다.
all.
나는
I'm feeling
갑자기
a bit betrayed,
배신감까지
actually.
느껴지는
Heathcliff, thou appearest quite
그대가
different today.
헛소리는
Keep your
집어치워.
stupid comments to yourselves. Yeah, it seems we got at least a couple here from wealthy families that ran away for one reason or another. somewhat were teasing him, others were genuinely surprised, but it didn't matter to Heathcliff. Everywhere he spat out was dripping with venomous spite.
부자는 내가 아니야.
I wasn't even remotely close to being rich. I was never once rich in this manner. I wasn't even allowed to be content.
풍요로웠던 적이
Not even to
없었어.
a moment. Need to look behind this Canto. Indeed.
그리고 이
And
저택도
this mod.
단
Yeah, I know. I
한순간도
believe I know
참을
of it. I
받아들이지.
just don't believe I've ever read it myself. Don't get me wrong. Some of these characters was like Don Quixote and Ishmael's books I absolutely have read, but this one I just knew of for now. Although ones like Yisang and Honglu I'd never heard of beforehand. I'm sorry. I am clearly not cultured enough. Need to fix that. This matter never accepted me.
뭐야 이건?
Whoa, what the hell?
낙뢰다.
A lightning strike. It seems to have
후방에
struck
있는
an
숲
area near the
근방에 떨어진
forest.
것으로 보인다.
That was so loud.
괜찮아요.
It's okay. I heard it's
사람이
extremely rare for
번개를
lightning to
맞을
actually
확률은
hit people.
굉장히 희박한.
가만
A
보면
momentary musing reveals that strike of Levin brings about a sensation that is not
불꽃놀이와도
unlike the
닮아 있는
joy of
것 같소.
fireworks.
텅 비어있던
It fills the
밤하늘을
dark and cold
순간의
void of the night
순간으로
sky
가득 채워주고
with its
사라지지
incandescent
않는가.
brilliance, even if for a short moment before fading to
그
oblivion.
대신 자기가 가진
Right, in
모든
exchange
걸
it loses everything it
내보내서
has, burning and leaving nothing but ash behind. Wow, Heathcliff was actually right on the, was right up there. Then again, Heathcliff has always felt like he's been someone with intelligence but no wisdom, if that makes any sense. Like, he doesn't seem to have street smarts, but he does actually know stuff.
놀이가 아니야.
What joy is there to be found? I can hear some forest critters fleeing, spooked by the thunderstrike.
저거 부시게!
Oh, behold, a tiny squirrel over yonder!
우와, 집
Whoa,
근처에
such nature
숲이라니.
so close to
자연
home.
친화적인 곳에 살고
I
계셨군요.
didn't know you used to live in such an
동물원을
eco-friendly
따로
place.
만들
I suppose I wouldn't have to
필요가
go through the trouble of building a private zoo if I lived in a place like this.
도시에서
To have a
정원이나 숲을
garden or a
가진다는
forest so
것은
near their home,
이러니
even if we ignore
저러니
everything else, that
엄청난
alone
재력가라는
indicates
것은
the
틀림없지.
owner is someone of unimaginable influence. Right, I
그런데
remember Sinclair's home was in the middle of a
집도
forest
그러긴
too.
다람쥐도 있고 뭐
Squirrels, sure.
몇몇
There were some other
짐승들도
animals roaming
심심찮게
about
볼 수 있어.
too.
아주 가끔
Sometimes when I
가다가
was so
기분이
miserable I could
걷잡을 수
hardly
없이
bear
안 좋아져서
be in that manner. I'd go to the
숲에
forest and not
계속
return
처박혀
for a
있을
long,
때도
long
있었는데.
time.
그럴 때마다 이
Ooh, and this tiny
다람쥐들이
forest
적잖은
friend, Sir
친구가
Squirrel. Must have been
되어주었겠어.
quite the joy companion for the little Sir Squirrel. Damn it, Zeus is an asshole apparently. The little squirrel that may have once been Heathcliff's tiny forest friend was immediately scorched to a pile of ash the moment it crossed the manor's front gate. That was a weird lightning strike.
저런
Did
식으로
it just
치나?
curve
휘어지기도 하고?
mid-air? Yeah. If it's specifically striking any... So, yeah, this lightning isn't natural. Someone is directly controlling it.
일반적인
The
상황에서
chance of such an
벌어질 때는
occurrence is
지극히 낮은
extraordinarily
확률이군요.
low. Might just be that I'm overreacting, but it looks as though the lightning was
뺏기지마.
curving itself to strike
아무리 봐도
exactly where the squirrel was standing.
내가 정확히 저 다람쥐를 향해 치는 것 같았거든.
이런 위험천만한 곳에서 용케 살아남으셨네요. 히스클리프 씨.
Whoa, Heathcliff, I have no idea you grew up in such a dangerous place. I'm impressed you even survived. No, blimey, I've not seen anything like it. Right, Heathcliff, ready to knock on the front gate?
문을
The front gate. He stared in front of the gate of the manor.
문을 두들기는
I've not knocked on this gate in a
거의
good many
한
years.
번은
I once had,
아무도 열어주지
had to wait out
않고
here for hours because they refused to let
몰래
me in.
저택에서 빠져나온
Everyone except for
캐서린이 문을
Catherine. She
열어줬어.
snuck out of the manor to open it for me,
피를 맞아가면서
walking through the heavy
그럼
rain.
지금도 마찬가지겠죠.
Well then, I'm sure it won't be different this time.
이 문을
So if I
두들기면
knock, Catherine will come and let me in. Oh. He takes a bit before knocking on the front door.
정말로 이렇게 될 줄은
Oh, nothing.
몰랐는데요.
That's not what I meant when I said won't be different this time. So fun, a lot of people called it the auto-aim incident. Dang, whoever controls the lightning is using a hack to cheat. We'll have to... we can try climbing the
담을
fence. I
넘어갈까요?
think we can clear that height as long as
높이를
we're okay with
보호하니까
breaking our
발목
ankles.
접질-
아니
No. Heathcliff was a whole bundle of anxiety before he knocked on the front gate, but perhaps this perceived slight reverted him to his angry self.
여기는 내가
I was
초대받은
invited to the
저택이야.
manor. This invitation would be meaningless if I
담을
left over the
넘어간다면
fence.
캐서린!
Catherine, I'm back.
한 번
They've
무시당했는데
ignored
다시
you once.
소리친다고.
Continuing to shout won't.
캐서린!
Despite his efforts, not a soul stirred in front of the front gate. None of us really believed anyone would come out to greet him. But
캐서
the the front gate began to creak open as though someone was answering his pleas.
고민 보람이 있었죠?
The makeover was worth it. It actually has color now. Whoa, Nelly. Yes, I'm not going to stop doing that joke. Get used to it. The heavy rain and tempest only grew harsher the closer we got to the manor.
대문을 넘었는데도
Though we made it past the front gate,
사람은
not a soul
헛되게도
doth
보이지
appear. The bubbling excitement of the sinners when they disembarked the bus all but disappeared. Silent air of apprehension surrounded them as they gingerly took their hesitant steps towards the manor.
캐시, 잘 지냈어?
Cathy, have you been well? No, Catherine, it's been a while, hasn't
Catherine,
it? No, this
오랜만이야.
hasn't. This isn't right either. In the midst of the aura of uneasiness, only Heathcliff seemed to be preoccupied by something else. The rest of the sinners were...
봤어?
Oh, did you catch that? A
새였다.
bird, a subspecies of sparrows to be exact.
창문을
Lightning
지났는데도
continues to strike aggressively,
이
even this
공격적인
far
장면이
past the front
계속되네.
gate.
조금만
It
가까이
would have been burnt to a
있었으면
crisp if it had struck you any
저희도
closer.
같은 신세였
Lightning continued to blast the earth as though it won't be satisfied until it's reduced every living thing on the grounds to a pile of
빨리
ashes.
걷자니 벼락
Is
맞을
it gonna
것
hit us if we
같고
walk faster?
천천히 걷자니
Or
또
maybe
벼락을
things are
맞을
moving
것
too
같고
slowly? Maybe we should speed up? I don't
이동
know.
속도와는
A
관련이
walk
없는
speed
것
seems
같아.
irrelevant. Instead, it's almost as
마치
if the lightning
벼락
has a will of
자체가
its own,
의지를 가지고
striking with intent.
목표를 맞추려는 것처럼
This brings back some unpleasant memories.
아,
Oh, maybe it's like this
어쩌면
house's defense
이 집의
system.
방어 시스템은 아닐까요?
Ah, so like the manners of Elden Ring. Alright, then we just have to climb our way to the top using the lattice in the back and kill the caster doing it. Easy.
방어.
Defense system. Do you mean to imply this may be part of the manor's security measures?
허가받지 않고
Maybe it only
이
targets things that
저택 안에
enter the
들어오는
ground
것
without
같지만
permission.
이것보다
I've seen
더
security measures that are
정교하고
more
확실한
precise
장치도
and more
많았거든요.
conclusive than this.
크기가 커다란
Larger manners do
저택일수록 더
often
효과적인
install more
보안
effective
장치들을
security
설치하곤
systems after
하니까요.
all. Oh, I think our family talked
저희
about installing a
집에서도
defense system at our home
보안
as well.
장치에 대한
It's one of those
이야기가
topics that
저녁
kept
식사
coming up at dinner.
이야기거리로 올라오.
Oh, that would
말이 안
make
되는 건
sense now that I'll
아니네요.
ever understand the thought process behind
그렇다고
these
이런
systems.
사고방식이
LCCB
Perhaps the
팀이
security
접근하지
measures that
못했다던
prevented the before
보안
team from
체계란
approaching the
것이.
manor maybe.
네.
Yeah,
하지만
but we have the
저희는
invitation with
초대장이
us, so I think
있잖아요.
we'll be fine.
안심하고
Is that really all this is? Is this one of the security measures that every rich family supposedly has?
하지만 조금 신기하긴
This is
하네요.
pretty interesting though. I heard the
날씨를
technology to
조정하는
change the weather
시스템은
itself is really,
비효율적일
really
정도로
expensive, to the point
어마어마한
of being
금액이
inefficient.
들어간다고 해서
So expensive, I've
직접
not
본
seen it
적은
myself.
없었거든요.
Yeah, and remember, Hong Lu's family is disgustingly rich, going by what we've heard in the past. So if his cartoonishly rich family can't afford it, then that says something there. I remained silent because I didn't want to concern the sinners with something I wasn't sure about, but the closer we got, the more confident I became something was off. This is extremely abnormal weather. This isn't the work of some security system. It absolutely has something to do with the golden bow. But this golden bow feels different from the others we've encountered. It's a bit more chaotic. Huh? These flowers. They've got color. Sinclair was right. The manor's garden was littered with flowers, and they are the only things of color in this dreary sight. I wonder what these flowers are
혹시
called.
말이야.
Huh, guess you could turn to
돈을
color even
지불한다면
flowers if you cough up enough
꽃을
cash.
색을 되찾게 할 수. 그렇습니다.
Indeed.
그렇다는 것은
Then the proprietor of this
이
manor
지방의
must have
인물은
held a particular
꽃을
love for these
무척이나 사랑했던
flowers.
것이겠구려. 곧
To return
시들어버릴
colors to
꽃이가
such
사려올
transient things as
정도라니.
flowers.
혹은
Or perhaps it may simply be they are
어마어마한
preposterously
갑부이거나.
affluent. Heathcliff quickly gazed at the violet flowers as Yi-sang mused out loud.
틀렸어.
You're wrong.
꽃을 묻히는
There was no particular
사람이
love for
없으나
these flowers. There was no room, no warmth to spare for mere flowers. Heathcliff appeared so doleful, I felt as though he had built a tall, opaque wall between himself and the world. I could not bring himself to ask any further on the details. He did not tell us the name of the flowers.
어서
Oh
오세요.
my, oh my, please come this way. Someone hurriedly runs to the front door, swinging
날씨가
loud.
참 말썽이죠.
What awful weather,
하긴
T-Corp.
T사는
Well, T-Corp
워더리
is the
나이츠는
Wuthering Heights
화창한
Manor.
적이
Is
드물지만요.
rarely ever sunny, but this is quite the storm.
오랜 말이야.
Long time no see,
네,
Nelly.
네.
세상에
My word,
히스클리프?
Heathcliff, is that you? It really
정말-
is you. Yeah.
네가 그렇게
You haven't
떠난
the
후에
slightest
어떻게
idea how worried I
살았는지
was since you
정말.
left. Have you been eating well? You've not been bullied by a
밥은
rough
제대로
crowd,
먹고
have you?
다니는지.
Bullied by a what?
우리가
We've
그동안
wanted to hear from you in
소식을
so
얼마나
long.
궁금해. 자,
Do come in now,
들어와.
come in. This Nelly regarded us with a curious look, though she didn't seem to quite understand what we were supposed to be.
설마
If I might be so
여러분은
bold as to presume, Would you be our dear Heathcliff's
우리
friends?
히스클리프의
Ahem. Yeah,
신부.
friends, are we?
친구의
The
범위를
answer to that question
어디까지로 인식하고
hinges
있을지
on the range of affinity one would have as delineation that separates friends from acquaintances. Yeah, I was expecting something that extremely specific from Rousseau.
그럼
Of course we're friends, precious
죽을 뻔한
friendships,
모험을
wars
몇
and
번이나
fires,
겪은 소중한
multiple
친구들이지.
fires, and actually, as well as multiple times we were all corpses, but who's keeping track?
히스클리프의
Or do you
소중한
Heathcliff's
친구들이
precious friends were about to
곧 있으면 비에
freeze to
쫄딱
their
맞아서
deaths in
얼어
the rain,
죽을지도
woman.
모르겠다.
귀한 분들이
My, what honorable
오셨네요.
guests I
아이고,
welcome today. I must
얼른
be all over the
들어오세요,
place to
얼른.
leave you all
저쪽은
stand in the rain.
따뜻할
Come in
거예요.
now, come in. It's a tad warmer in here than it is outside. The interiors of Wuthering Heights was rather dark, and yet,
정말
oh, this
소태관에는
manor doth have color.
색이
Its hue appeared a tad faded from its original vibrancy, but there was color in the manor.
말했잖아. 저택에서는 색이
Boy,
보였다고.
what I tell ya, I could see color in this manor.
이것도 뭐
Well, it's bright
돈을
bought
내서
by
가져온
money.
거지만.
It's all bought by money anyway.
저택에 걸린
Believe it
이
or not, there's something
랜턴들이
about these
있으면
lanterns hanging
색을
about the
돌려받을
manor
수
that brings
있다던가.
back the colors. Oh, so it's the lanterns themselves that are bringing the color back.
본래의 색을
The
밝혀주는
lanterns that return
랜턴이구려.
objects' original saturation.
꽤 값진 기구일
These are
텐데.
quite the expensive luxuries, are they not?
그래도 완전한 색을
Still doesn't bring
돌려받지
all the
못해.
colors back though, so things will still remain a little gloomy. So it sounds like the impression I'm getting is that T-Corp's device sucks out all the color by default, and getting it back isn't just a matter of, okay, we'll disable it for this area. It's we have to bring something to counteract whatever their machine is that's doing it. So where's
그런데-
Catherine?
히스클리프,
Heathcliff, please tell me about the
지금까지
life you've
어떻게 지낸 거야?
lived since you left us.
잠은 어디서
Where have you been
자고?
staying? Have you been eating
밥은
well?
잘 먹고
My,
다닌 거
have you
맞아?
lost weight? Oh,
그래도 너무 늦지
I'm glad your
않아서
delay wasn't too
다행이야.
substantial. We've all been
다들
waiting
널
for your
기다리고
arrival.
있었거든.
Ah, we've arrived on a very special night. Oh crap, maybe I shouldn't do that. They might this game has had so many references, they might actually make a Rocky Horror reference if I go all the way through with it.
다들?
Alright,
그러고 보니
but the moment we start
옷차림이
doing
못 본
time
사이에
warp,
달라지고 아주
singing about
멀끔한
time
신사가
warps.
됐네?
Oh no, we are gonna
친구들과
get time warps, aren't we? It's a manor with a place all about time. Damn it. Alright, let's get ready to... They're gonna... Planet Transylvania's gonna send stuff against us. And since I made a Castlevania reference earlier, I guess Dracula's also from Transylvania in some continuities, so we might have to fight him too. The fine dress clothes, the hair, my, you've grown to the right proper gentleman, haven't you? Quite the popular lad you are. What a posse of friends and all. Oh, did I?
그럼
But of
멀리서
course, I would
보면
not
하나도 못
recognize you from a
알아보겠다.
distance. Nellie was talking so fast, Heathcliff wasn't spared a second to get a single word in. Nellie, was it?
정확히 어떤 사이지?
What is your precise relation to Heathcliff?
우린
As a
그의
precious friend,
소중한
colleague, and
친구이자
comrade in arms, I can't
동료이며
help but be curious as to
전우들이다.
how well you know each other.
어떤
Otis, who was conspicuously scanning the interiors of the manor, suddenly asked Nellie the most transparently suspicious question I'd ever heard.
아, 나는 말이지.
Oh, I'm Heathcliff's. How should I put this?
고모라고 해야 하나?
Nanny, I suppose.
고모요?
Nanny?
그
Oh, like you wipe Heathcliff's
흘리고
snot,
있으면
change baby
닦아주고
clothes? Am I thinking of the right
옷
kind of nanny?
밥을 먹기 거부할
And
때는
when the baby's
밥을
fussy about
떠먹여주기도
food, the
하고요.
nannies spoon feed it to them.
아이 넬리!
What nanny?
식으로 소개하지
Oh,
마.
and Nelly, quit teasing them like that.
고모라고
like that.
하기에는
You weren't exactly my
좀
nanny, and you know
달라.
that.
우린 어렸을
We've
때부터
known each other since we were
서로를
both
알고
young.
지냈어. 그리고
Oh, were
난
they milk
넬리를
siblings?
하인처럼 부리거나
I did not treat her like a
고모처럼
servant or
따르진
follow her around like she was my nanny. Mind you,
그리고 지금은
now the chief
어머니
butler of the
치프
house.
버틀러라고.
You must see the other
내 말
butlers moving
한마디에
around like
분위기가
soldiers.
바짝 뜨는 버틀러들이
Moving about like
얼마나
soldiers
많은데.
when I give a word.
뭐
Well, you were
네가
the best at
제일
your
일을
job.
빠릿하게 잘한다나.
Nelly, I'm getting quite
슬슬
impatient, so I've got to ask. He must have wanted so badly to ask where Catherine was.
연애는
When's the banquet
언제?
starting? Instead, he hid his true question behind a mask of aloofness. But Nelly's expression became somewhat odd upon hearing his query.
연회는
The banquet?
어이,
Oh,
그
when's the
막내네
witness
새끼
witless
오긴
brigand
하는 거야.
coming? Is he
뭐
on his
사람을
way?
불러
Can't just
모아놓고
leave
사라지면
gathering dust in
어쩌자는
here.
거지?
If I have any second thoughts longer next to
언제까지
these
꼴
mugs,
보기
I'm gonna
싫은
lose it.
얼굴들.
Seems like it's already started. There's a furious voice echoing
Nelly.
halls. Nelly, wait, I just recognize that
아이,
voice.
참.
Don't
안
rush, he
그래도 막
just arrived,
왔어요.
mind you.
히스클리프,
Let's
들어가자.
join the others, Heathcliff. Like I
모두가
said,
널
we've been
기다리고
waiting
있다고.
for your arrival. Well, Heathcliff bit his lips and followed Nelly.
파티를 하는 듯한
This doesn't feel at
분위기는
all like the
확실히
manor's about to
아닌
throw
것
a party.
네.
Yeah, that cruise ship party, this
아무리
manor.
감추려고
You
해도
can't
말이죠.
hide a rising sense of dread from places
공간에서부터
like
나오는
these, no matter how
음침한
hard you
분위기는
try. Was this all a
숨길
trick
수가
to kill
없더라고요.
him? Oh boy, then they're gonna be very disappointed once I find out he has functionally immortality now.
평소에도
This manor does not appear to have been a place where liveliness is an expected element.
청소를 급하게 했지만
I see signs of
오로지
rush
손님 맞이를 위한
being
용도일
conducted immediately before the guests
곳곳에
arrive. Several
균열이
cracks
있고
and areas in need of
보수가
repair have been
필요한
identified as
부분이
well.
보인다. 또한
Also, I was scant expecting a rushes party, yet this is quite the depressing presentation. I followed Dawn to the hall. She appeared terribly disappointed. Honestly, I can't blame her. A warm reception. Oh boy, we got a fight coming. Time for another sip.
부르신다면 언제든.
Yeah, we might as well include our Wuthering Heights butler with this fight, although I imagine they probably want Heathcliff in there, so you know what, let's do it this way.
처리로구만.
It does suck losing a genuinely good Hong Lu, but again, we gotta be thematically appropriate.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
Two people sat by a dying hearth, surrounded by their respective posse. It's quite apparent from the way they sat opposite one another that their friendship was far from amicable. At one end was a group in mysterious masks, surrounded by a jumpy-looking man who looked like he was a little nudge away from hollering foul insults at everyone. On the other was a group of people dressed in uniform. Sinclair told me they were wearing the same outfit most manor employees wear to each other. One of them stood out. He was the only one among them in a black suit. He appeared somewhat uncomfortable. It seems as though he was in a great deal of pain merely by being there. And between the two groups were fixers. I recognized their outfits. Forsooth, they must be fixers from the Office Association. It is rare to get a single fight of a single fixer. They require a momentous occasion to grace us with their presence. Shh. We'll have time to ask for autographs later, alright? I had to coax Don Quixote, who was practically quivering from immediately running them for signatures, because we had unintentionally become the center of attention in the right room. The very center of a very negative attention. Josephine! By gum, that vagabond has returned! The bloody shame of Wuthering Heights! Same old Josephine, eh? Look at him, struggling around like he owns the place, as if our mistress would have witnessed this travesty. Gosh, Josephine, that's quite enough. Don't mind her, Heathcliff. This blessed land of Wuthering Heights reduced to an asylum for vagrants and drifters. If the mistress had been here to witness this traffic, deplorable state of affairs. There was an old woman in the room muttering his choice of words at us while standing with eyes full of hatred. Earnshaw family, Hindley. The witness brigade returns, and quite late at that. A day, show your face. Hindley, please. Exercise restraint. Edgar family, Linton. So I'd assume that's Linton Edgar? Heathcliff. I hardly did expect your return. You have yet to let Catherine go still? It was clear the two had been acquainted with Heathcliff a while, but the nature of that acquaintance was more long-standing hatred stemming from a deep history of contention they shared. One of the two was hardly hiding his hatred, allowing it to fully seize control of his words and actions, but the other's hatred sunk deep into his heart, boiling and writhing underneath. I wasn't expecting a grand welcome upon my return, but I ain't here to see your ugly mugs. It's like you said, my base nature is just incapable of change. Heathcliff shoots back with just as much vitriol, as though they were always used to this kind of scum and scorn humiliation. The man in the black suit turns away as though it would degrade him to even entertain this with an answer, but the man they called Hindley. You unscrupulous shite, you bloody animal. Not a thing lesser than a savage beast. Jumped from his seat, turned facing his face turning bright red in anger. By the looks of it, you found yourself a band of vagrants and vagabonds like you, huh? Crawling back to see if anything's worth pilfering from this place? You lot, beat his ass, teach him a lesson, break a bone or two. No orders from boss. Hindley's lackey. Shut it, I'm your boss's boss. I hired him and the rest of you. I don't expect these boneheaded fools to give you much trouble anyway. Head of bone. What on earth is this fellow speaking of? He's just expressing his explicit desire to get his ass beat. Well, since he asked for it. Well, Ishmael's right. He did ask nicely, so let's give him the ass beating. He is so
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんと
hefty,
ご
Dead
一緒
Rabbit's
できて本当
henchman.
に嬉しいです
Slow Dead Rabbit's henchman. Oh man, a bunny that's slow.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Man, the halt.
소매는 단정하지 않군요.
자,
Our enemies seem to be under the weather. We should take
잘
advantage of this.
생각해보라고.
물넘고
제 차례.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
이런 예상 못했나봐.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
You're just a skill.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
ホクターのように優れた式ですね
맘.
効果的な攻撃でした
물넘고
제 차례.
얘는 처리했고
The passives are almost active, right? What does Heathcliff require again? No, it's already active. Yeah, targets that deal super effective damage gain additional inflicting of rupture, which is quite nice, since rupture is true damage.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
맘.
이런 예상 못했나봐.
If the fight is if the fight is unavoidable.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
깔끔하게 물었군.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니
그래 얘는 처리했고
좋아.
Oh, whoops.
이제 살을 발라
Good. Now
뼈다구.
separate the bones from your flesh and personally introduce you to your own skull. Oi, lads. A casual yet powerful voice booms across the hall, immediately breaking the tension within the room. I was gone just 1 minute to get some water. What the hell happened here? This is one big feckin' manor, right? I would have been faster to get a bucket of water from the well myself. Boss, we have a guest. So that's our boss. Yes, executive manager. It's immediately obvious the way he walks in, the way he carries himself, that he's someone quite experienced in combat.
마침
Well,
잘
Tom,
왔다.
your lackeys are lacking. How can they pose a... How can they let this group of no-name
이런
hooligans knock them on their
시정잡들 같은
asses?
놈들.
Go on, show them the pain. Looks like I've got to give my men some proper demonstration. So the boss confidently rose towards Heathcliff and then gave him a playful smack on the back of his head. Oi, lad, ain't the first thing you do crawling back to the neighborhood to give a quick hello to your dear old boss? Where'd you leave your manners? Huh? You lot, wipe the stifled, duplified look off your face and bow before him. Come on, hurry, show some bloody respect.
뭐야?
What? No, it can't be. The man that walked past in the aftermath of the brawl and the heavy tension that filled the manor was like he was out on a stroll. He just walked in the middle of it all, put his arm around Heathcliff's shoulder. It's the kind of friendly gesture that someone can only do if he's known Heathcliff for a long, long time could do.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던
Catherine.
공원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이오.
Though we'll finally meet the woman of the hour.
매튜 형님?
boss, Matthew?
그래 임마.
Right on,
네가
you
조직을
right
얼마나
on, you
오랫동안
moppa. You've been gone for so
떠나
long. You people don't even recognize. He's the infamous Mad Coney.
미친
Mad Coney?
저놈이랑
You've known
옛날부터
that
아는
bacon for
사이였냐?
long? Why
왜
haven't you told
미리
me
얘기를 안
so?
했지?
그거야 뭐.
Well, I hardly imagine you'd be interested in hearing my stories about every little friend I made back when we were just another gang rolling in the sweaty, muddy streets.
형님은 왜 이놈이랑
Boss, why are you working with this
아니,
blight?
그것보다
No.
그럼 이 가면
That mask, those rabbit ears.
데드레비츠?
Wait, you're still with the dead rabbits?
거래가 좀.
Yeah, we've changed a tad, eh?
한쪽
Remember,
어깨에
lad, back in the day, all we
대충
needed to
좋아.
crack some Adams
그래서
family
마침
heads was some
맥주
tabard
한잔만
scarf around the arm and bottles of beer in the tab. We even named one of the beers after you, didn't we? The pub we used to sell that beer closed a few shop a few weeks ago. Ain't got much business around with such dreadful rumor keeping everyone home nowadays.
뭐?
What?
늑대 몰락 펍이 망했다고?
Bloody hell. Oh, I suppose I'm leaving it all out of the loop, huh?
뭐
Well, allow
소개를
me to introduce
해주자면
the gaffer.
이쪽은
He was the
옛날에
boss of the
내가
old
몸담았던
syndicate I
조직의
used to
보스.
run with.
야.
Ah, the old friends of yours joined some posh proper company after running out on us all out of nowhere, did ya?
뭐 어쩌다 보니
Well, things just kind of worked out that way.
부하들도 많이 생겼네.
All them lads and lasses are lackeys. Blimey, got a walking timepiece with you too. Ooh, you daft bastard, you certainly moved up in the world, haven't you?
뭐?
Lackeys? Ishmael glared at Heathcliff with looks like a kill, but she held her silence and merely shook her head in disbelief. She probably decided it was not worth the trouble.
그런데 왜
So,
이런 가면을
what's up with
쓰고
all the
다니게 된
masks,
거야?
boss?
왜?
What, is it all? Trends change with time, lad. A time for scarves with rabbit embroidery is long. The times for scarves with the rabbit embroidery is long past.
티났단 거지.
So they decided to become a rabbit gang with actual bunny ear headbands and then moved on to actual masks. And yes, that was a reference to OG Dragon Ball. Oh, is that
그런
so?
거야?
Oh, it looks a bit.
아니,
Of course not. Who do you think we are? We're the dead rabbits ain't a bookish rabble that follows the coattails of some naff trend.
허접한 조직은 아니잖아.
You've not really once returned to the place since you left, have you?
이 저택을
No, when I left this manor, and eventually
그리고
the dead rabbits.
데드레비츠까지 적어도
I made a promise to myself that I'd not
다시는
return.
어설픈
Not even a step
발걸음조차
closer until I
하지
made something
않겠다고
myself. Not until I could
결심했다.
return as a successful man.
하긴.
Well, you've always hated this place, even when you were one of us.
괜찮냐?
I've got news for you, Heathcliff. We're no longer the same lowly back streets gang you're familiar with. I suppose we've also moved up in the world. Someone from the ring who'd been keeping their eyes on us plucked us right off the streets into their fold. We're bigger now. We're one of the up-and-coming syndicates.
약재?
The ring?
손가락 좀
One of
하나?
the fingers? Yeah. I first learned of the ring from the IDs that are from there. Dante's Notes does give you a brief overview of them if you have an ID for them, but it doesn't go any amount of detail. It basically just goes, okay, so I asked some IDs from this faction, and then gives you a brief rundown. They're obviously not going to share any group secrets or anything, but of course they're probably fine glazing what they're for and what they do best. But yeah, the ring. One of the 5 fingers. One's at least equal to the middle that we had just run into last chapter.
약재 중에서도
Must be the
야수파
fall.
출신인가?
This is the ring then. They're the only ones who would
이런
outfit their
시시껄렁한
underdogs with these
동물
cheap,
가면을
tacky
씌우는
animal masks.
그놈들뿐.
그럼
Oh,
형님이
then you're, yeah, little shit. I'm top boss of the dead rabbits now.
형님
Boss.
우리가 마시던
Remember what
맥주가
you always
3병이
used to say
넘어갈
when we
때마다
filled each other up with
중얼거리던
more
말이
than 3
있었어
bottles of beer?
기억나?
썩어가는 밀로 만든
Well, we drank some
싹을
lousy beer made
느꼈어,
halfway through
그러니까.
rotten wheat. What we drank were some lousy beer made with halfway rotten wheat, Heathcliff.
기억나는 건
All that I remember the
아무리
next
깨질 것
morn was a
같은
pounding
두통과
headache and the light
감기
feeling of our
그만이었지.
emptied pockets.
형님 밑에
You
있는
used to tell me it
놈들은
hurt like hell every
그
time one of
누가
your own
됐던
men
간에
came back to us hurt.
아무리
Even the
갓들어온
recruits.
신참내기였다 하더라도
Alrighty, have a good rest then.
어디서 얻어맞고 오면
Like they're not just any
자신이
underling,
맞은
but an
것처럼
extension of you.
아프고 난 형님이 언젠가
I knew you'd make a big
정말
one day,
잘 될 거라고
boss.
생각했어
Well, I suppose the drunk me knew how to wax poetic.
말을 곧잘 짓거리고.
역시 매추
I knew
형님이
it was you, man.
왔구나
You, the mask,
가면을
threw
쓰고
me off
있어서
for a moment,
그런지
boss.
다른 사람이
Ah, what a sorry sight this is. I sincerely apologize to you two sweethearts for crushing your tearful reunion. But the point is, while you were wandering the streets, washing away the best years of your life on the road, Matt's made him something of himself, which is why I hired him as my bodyguard. You hear me?
내 경호인이긴 이놈같이
Not like you and your married band of no-name second-rate hooligans. I could think of more than a few sinners would have gotten angry enough to brandish their weapons at such an insult. But they all seem to remember the corresponding such insults with violence only begot pointless turmoil, so instead they began sighing heavily in an attempt to vent some of their pent-up anger.
힌들리,
Finally, you seem to be
아직도
so
나를
mistaken. This isn't the same winter you
마구치고
thrashed me, treated me like an indentured servant, and abused me like a hound.
물론
I won't deny I spent my
옛날엔
days and nights
힘들게
imagining tearing that foul
이놈의
tongue
그
of yours
더러운
from
말을
your
내뱉는
gob,
하지만
but... He glanced briefly in
나
her
같은
direction.
놈도
Even a poor sod like myself
어딘가에
found a place to
속해서
belong, went
여기저기
on adventures,
돌아다니고
places you couldn't even
다른
imagine,
놈들
learned a thing or
보면서
two from them.
배워가기. 지금은 그냥
So I just feel bad for you,
불쌍해.
mate. Wait, what?
네 놈은
Because you
하나도
really
안
haven't
되는
changed
것
one
같아서.
bit.
그리고 너
Besides,
도라지가 그게
the hell's that
뭐냐?
rag you're wearing? You look more like a
길거리를
drifting
떠돌다가
vagabond than I
기어들어온
do.
거.
Wait, you inside fool?
아까부터
That man's
욕지거리만
been saying some
퍼붓고
pretty
있긴
nasty stuff
하지만
about us.
저 뭐라고
Oh, but he
하고
doesn't even
싶은
look like someone that's worth
마음조차도
arguing with.
야,
I made you
너
even check yourself in the
일주일
mirror
동안
the
거울
last
한
week.
번이라도 보긴 차마 눈
I
뜨고는
can't
못
bear
봐줄
looking you so down the
정도인데
dumps, Hindley.
힘들리.
Of course, we had no way of knowing what Hindley looked like in the past, but we could pretty easily tell he was far from the most stable person in the room. You bastard!
핸들리 씨.
Now, Mr. Hindley, why don't you seat yourself on the sofa and calm down? Be more considerate. Your boys stand in the corner watching the whole thing go down, huh? They don't even get these comfy-looking leather sofas. Humbly growled for a moment before slumping down on the sofa. And that simple action was stumbling and pathetic. I see what happened. He let the alcohol consume him, not the other way around. Fell into a big nasty barrel with no way out.
배에서 몇 번 본
I've
적
seen the same
있어요.
look on some failures. Failing to pull themselves out of that habit would lead them straight to the
그냥
merciless
호수에
maws of the
빠지는
lake.
거죠.
Not even a trace of them would be left.
뭐?
Well, this man's still my client. Mr. Harley hired me for some job, which is why I'm here at the Wuthering Heights.
다?
Joel?
애초에 이
Catherine's hosting
자리는
this bouquet
해설인이 주최한 연회잖아.
banquet, isn't she?
그런데
What kind of job could
무슨
possibly
부탁을
need the
할게
dead
있다는
rabbit's help
건데?
here? What? Ha! A
연.
banquet?
시간이
Well, I suppose there is one thing that doesn't change time. The witless, useless idiot brain of yours, you absolute dullard.
힌들리,
Hindley,
제발
please let's cease this at once. I
내
implore you. I do
저택에서
not wish to see my
그런
manor stuffed
지저분한
with such
말이나
foul
듣고 싶-
obscenities.
이 저택이
This is not your home, Linda.
내
It's mine.
저택이
It's my
달린
manor.
네가
You're the
가짜는
one who
농락으로
sullied this newly
훔쳐간 내
Wuthering Heights.
저택.
My birthright
우리
bestowed
아버지가
upon me
내게
by my father
물려주신
by taking it by means of
고귀하고 명망 높은
trickery.
이 워더링 하이츠를 네놈의 그
Was your own family
에드가라는
mine too
잘난
small for you,
가문에서
Linda Edgar?
내어주신
Your oh so
저택만으로는
noble Edgar family?
에드가 가문?
Edgar family?
소리 지르고
The time
때를
for
써서
whining, crying, and
물건을
throwing a
뺏어간
tantrum to
나이는
get to what you want is long
지났네.
past.
금방이라도
Bold
숨이
words was on
넘어갈 것
milk
같아.
soft was about to choke
새끼
himself to death on
어딨어?
air.
힌들리 씨,
Please
물러나십시오.
maintain your distance, Mr. Hindley.
대만도
I've
못한
seen more
충성심을
more
가진
loyal
놈들.
than your lot. I was your master only a few
전까지
years ago.
너희들이
Have you cast aside your
받들던
memories that as well when you did your loyalty?
그만하세요, 힌들리님.
Cease this at once, Master
힌들리
Hindley.
언덕
The
쪽에
butlers were all
남아있는
left
버틀러들은
Hindley
이제
are shall
없다는 거
behind, as you
아시잖아요.
are well aware yourself.
자, 너희들도
And you two butlers, we
이
do not want to make
자리에서
further
더
trouble
이상
here.
소란을 일으키고 싶은 건
Understood, Chief Butler
알겠습니다.
Nellie.
네.
A discreet butler. After a brief silence, Heathcliff finally brought up the question he'd been stewing it for so long.
캐서린은 어디 있는 거야?
Nellie, where's Catherine?
알잖아.
You must
캐서린은
know that Catherine never did like these
시끄러운 걸
commotions. So many
못
guests
견뎌
making
있어.
so much noise
이렇게
in her
많은
home. She
손님이
won't be
자기 집
pleased. I
그랬지.
suppose she never did.
나 아까부터
I've been keeping my own volume in
캐서린의
check because I
기분을
don't want to
상하게 하고
offend her,
싶지
but it's getting
않아서
harder and harder to keep
계속
it down.
목소리를
The look was unfathomable, immeasurable grief in both Linton and Nellie. Hindley was absent-mindedly mumbling foul language at the ceiling, and Heathcliff probably sensed from this dark and ominous silence something was wrong. It was setting in for us as well. After we'd been through this journey, the kind of silence was too familiar.
캐서린은 대체 왜 안
Where's
나오고 있는
Catherine?
건데?
Where's this dour?
표정은
What's this
왜들 다
dour look in
극단이야?
everyone?
미안, 히스클리프.
I'm terribly sorry, Heathcliff.
나는
미안하다는
Why are
말을
you sorry? The hell are
왜
you sorry
하냐고?
about?
히스클리프,
Heathcliff.
나는 이
I may have the
분위기의
correct
배경이
assumption,
되는
and
사실을
have a
유추할
correct
수
assumption
있다.
as what the silence indicates.
그러므로
So I have no other choice
통상적인
but to tell you it's
표현으로서
common courtesy to do so, as I'm
너에게
sorry.
지금
아니
What the
알아듣게
fuck?
얘기해봐,
Just normal
좀.
for once. I hardly know how to tell you
너에게
this, but
캐서린 아가씨는
Miss Catherine
여기
isn't
없어.
here anymore. Ah, crap. We have a Silent Hill 2 situation here. He got a letter coming from someone who is... Darn, he got a letter from his estranged wife, who's been estranged from him because she was dead for years.
여기 없다는 게 어떤?
What do you mean she's not?
캐서린.
Catherine is dead. The butlers. No combat yet, but I imagine once it all breaks out, hell will break loose. Lyndon looked up at Heathcliff. His eyes were bloodshot.
자네 말대로
As you said earlier, none of us are here to
얼굴
see each
보는
other's
것도
ugly mugs.
불쾌하기만 했던
What other
네가
reason would we possibly
이곳에
have to
왜 다 모여
convene like
있다고
this?
생각하는 건가?
That
미친
can't be
소리를.
real. What kind of insane?
자,
OD Association Director. Now, fixers of the OFI Association have remained silent throughout the entire commotion until they spoke up.
약속한 시간이
The
다
promised hour
되었습니다.
has come.
고인
Mr.
개서린님의
Hindley
혈연이
Earnshaw, blood relative of the
고인
deceased.
캐서린의
Mr. Linton
남편이었던
Edgar, spouse of the
린튼 에드가
deceased.
씨.
So that's why he inherited it. It's because he married into money. And
마지막으로
Master Heathcliff, an individual
유언에서
mentioned by name
언급되었던
within the will.
히스클리프 씨. 이렇게
Now that we
모두가
have
한
all
자리에
three relevant
모였으니
parties are present,
집행을
we as the
시작할
executors of the
조건이
deceased will may
충족되었습니다.
begin the ceremony.
이제 의뢰자 캐서린님의
First order of
유언
business is
집행을
execution of Miss Catherine's
시작하도록
will.
하겠습니다.
Alright, but if anyone gets a boot to the head, I'm out of here.
우리는
Thus commences the solemn
캐서린님의
occasion of Miss Catherine's funeral
엄숙한
rites. And yes, that
고인의
was a Monty
바람대로
Python reference. Thank you very much.
캐서린님이 소유한
As per the
저택에서
deceased wishes, or
유언장을
at least I think it was
낭독
Monty Python. Actually, hold on. Let's see here. No, it actually wasn't Monty Python. It's from a radio show, Frantic Times. Interesting. Yeah, but the Frantics. It's by the Frantics. Interesting. Huh, glad I looked that up. Thus commences the solemn occasion of Miss funeral. As per the deceased wishes, this shall be read out loud at Miss Catherine's manor and attends to all those present. Then...
잠깐만.
No.
너
You stop, shut up for a second. He's fully all rights, and...
누가
What about our spouse? The man they called Linton rose from his feet as read here. After you abandoned into this place with nary a word to her, Catherine immediately turned to me. Then we married. Every waking hour we spent together were filled with happiness and joy. We were happy to the very last day, to our last breath.
개소리하지 마.
Show your goal before one step
갑자기
from this matter. I heard her
폐소리를
voice. I
날
felt her
소리를
presence.
들었어.
What are you bloody hell are you talking about? This must be some ploy. Those bastards. They must have. This can't. Heathcliff paused for a moment, struggling to find words. This can't be how it ends. Dang, this is pretty anticlimactic. I don't believe a single thing come out of your mouth until I see her body with my own eyes. Where is she? Bring her now. What a repulsive sight. At least you could have done to show some proper respect for the dead, but I suppose the bare minimum is too much to expect from someone like you.
히스클리프,
I understand how you feel,
네
Heathcliff,
기분은
so please,
알겠으니까
calm yourself and take a seat. Get your hands off me. You can't just decide when she's dead. I won't accept this. Don't still see her.
경고합니다.
Warning, should this interruption of the
지속적인
will reading
유언
continue,
집행
we may have to
방해가
resort to
이어질
force to ensure the
무력을
full
사용해서라도
execution of this will.
유언 집행을
I'm willing to
진행할
bet there's going to
수밖에
be a
없습니다.
particular emphasis on execution. Shut up, shit, no shite, shut your mouth! Heathcliff was gasping. The sheer moments of emotion overwhelmed him. Looked as though he was about to lunge at anyone who dared get close. I could hardly tell whether it was sorrow or wrath. Hi, Heathcliff, why don't you look in the mirror? What a pathetic mess you become.
역시
Doesn't matter the posh garb plebs you wrap yourselves in. They're filled with low birth seeps right through the fabric of the slightest provocation.
그리고
You'll eventually see your corpse, all right. It's all part of the funeral process, so don't be in such a hurry. I can't wait to see how well she's resting after what she's done to me.
힌들리님,
Miss Hindley, Mr. Heathcliff,
Heathcliff.
we order you both of you immediately return to your seats.
두 분 다
This is
지금
your final
당장
warning.
자리를
Man, dress
우리가
car, we
어쩌면
must on
좋겠는가?
fix the
왜
OFI, may even execute those
계약
involved. Should there be a breach of
필요에 따라
contract?
처우까지 할 수 있는 사람들. 본인은
I ill wish to see Heathcliff executed, nor do I wish to battle honorable fixers of OFI.
것도 싫소.
Wow, for once, Dawn is being the voice of reason here. I agree with Dawn. There's no need for us to get involved in unnecessary conflict, but I don't think Heathcliff's gonna listen to us. I don't know if there's anyone who can even talk Heathcliff down now that he's agitated.
오늘은
You have
여기까지입니다.
refused to comply. We had no choice but to watch as they struck with their weapons. You felt knees and painful.
말씀하시오.
Do speak,
그 이상.
not you. Speak
그럼에도
still, your intentions are
말씀하시오.
notwithstanding. You stop, all of you.
너희
Something's wrong
그대로.
about this whole thing. Would you
이
you'd
자를
like to
대신에
speak to this
할 말이
individual?
있으십니까?
라고 말할
What was she
뻔했지만
gonna say, but she decided to remain
그냥
silent in
가만히
favor of
있는 게
not getting in
좋을 거라고
trouble.
마음을 바꿨어.
Right? Where are you going,
요슈.
Ryushu? I understand you're seeing our fellow sinner get smacked around like that's aggravating, but once you get involved, peace will simply no longer be an option. Didn't know you cared so much about Heathcliff, Ryushu.
말.
She flicked her cigarette indifferently as though she was no longer interested. No comment. You bastards! Fine, let's crack some skulls. He stumbled to feet with his club, glaring at everyone.
최초
I see you're
대응만으로
refusing to comply
협조하지
despite our initial
않으시는 건
attempts.
1분 내로
Should you
무기를
refuse to let go of your
내려놓지
weapon within
않을
the next
경우
minute, we'll have no choice but to escalate to our next
다음
steps.
절차를 설치하고
I couldn't care less about your steps.
놔버리고
Give me Catherine, or none of us are leaving the matter alive. You lot me, we're all going to Heathcliff!
아무라 시계를
Shut
가리!
it, cockhead!
지금
This ain't the
회사가
time to bring up
규칙이고 알
shit like
거냐?
company rules. Stay out of my way.
전
I don't have anything to say. If someone
아무
important to me
말도
died, I'd be
못했어.
blind and deaf and all reason
그치,
too.
히스.
Hey Heath, I
지금
understand how
엄청
angry you must be,
화나고
but you
닥쳐!
can't shut your trap, all of you. Don't you dare touch me unless you want your faces carved in too.
히스클리프,
It's
한숨
nap
자고
time,
일어나.
Heathcliff.
방금
Did she just knock out
맨손으로
cold with her bare
히스클리프를
hands?
눕혀다가
It
꿀밤
wasn't
한
even a punch,
방으로?
it's just a light tap.
호흡은 정상적이다.
His breathing is stable. It appears she gave a nerve in the back of his head a precise focused strike, which led to loss of consciousness.
전혀 군더더기 없는
What a
동작이었어요.
flawless execution of the move. I can certainly
익숙한
say that I've seen
움직임이라고
something like that
해야겠죠?
before. Reminds me of families. Sir Heathcliff was defeated with a single strike.
이 정도의 기술을
Every
가지고
self-respecting
있어야
butler
진정한
must be
버틀러라고 할
equipped
수
with one such
있죠.
move. What choice do we
아이가 안
have
잔다고
to get when a
20시간
child
동안
fusses for 20
고집부리면
hours instead of going for
누군가는
sleep?
재워야 하지 않겠어요?
Wait, you mean you physically knock out the child? Huh. Well, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. This is a very old-timey London sort of thing. Forsooth, I can say with confidence I can confidently slaughter my Greenlands upon tucking myself in bed. For truth,
자인은 아니더라도
though it was not by his own volition,
무기를
we have confirmed he's
놓았고
no longer in possession of a weapon, and thus subdued.
잠시 진정 시간을
We'll allow for a
10분
10-minute
정도
recess
가진
to let
뒤
things calm down while we proceed as planned.
저
Excuse me, Lady Nelly?
넬리님이라니
Lady Nelly, no need for
편하게 넬리라고
Connor, fix the
린튼이라는
contractors that
분이
Mr. Linton
데려오신
Etta brought.
저
They once worked in this manner, right?
맞아요.
Yes, indeed. Some butlers from
캐서린
Earnshaw's, like
아가씨를
myself,
따라서
followed
저랑
Miss
같이
Catherine and
따라온
Master
얼쇼가
Linton's.
버틀러들이 몇
Of course, most of
명이죠.
Master Linton's butlers are
물론
from his own
린튼님이
Edgar
부리는
family.
그럼 린튼
So
씨가
if he gives the order
명령만
to attack us,
내리면
Lady
그게
Nelly,
무슨 말도
oh,
안
pish
되는.
posh, ridiculous.
저는
I was a
캐서린님의
butler in
직속
direct service of Miss
버틀러였어요.
Catherine.
린튼도련님이
Young Master
아무리 제
Linton completely
바짓가랑이를
begged, but I
붙잡고
won't
애걸
always be taking his
붙더라도
side.
저희 근데
Oh, so
버틀러가
what exactly
정확히
are the butlers?
버틀러?
Butlers, for I'm of course well acquainted with the matter. They are
집구석이나
house dogs on a tight leash groveling before their masters.
누구보다
The
믿음직스럽고
most trustworthy and
충직한
loyal people I've ever
분들이랄까요?
known, I'd say. Fixers bound to specific families. Nice, gotcha. Some great help you good fellas are.
알아들었어.
Well, I'm glad that I'm not the only one out of the loop for once.
그래도 버틀러에 대해
At
곧바로
least some of you
아시는
know what we
분도
butlers
있네요.
are. It is a rare
조금은
occasion, so
생소한
not many people.
개념이라 버틀러조차
It is a rare
자체를 모르는
occupation,
분들도
so not many
많거든요.
people know that we exist. It
돈
doesn't
좀
sound like
있는
most
집에서
normal
났을
folk would have a
테니
reason to
보통 나에게
know anything
힘들겠지.
about them,
아니면
unless they're in a
돈 좀
position
있는
where they
집에
have no choice but to work in the
고용되어야만
rich folks'
하는
homes.
뭐 우리 중에
Well, one of us
해결사를
is
좀
quite a passionate fan of fixers.
그렇군요.
Quite.
우리
I'm very pleased to know our
히스클리프가 참
Heathcliff has made some very
청정한
intelligent
친구들을
friends.
넬리군.
Lady Nelly,
내
I promise that
버스로 다시
once I return the
돌아간다면
bus, I shall have my hands on the butler figurine I've given up on acquiring.
버틀러 피규어를 구해.
In my hands, I shall salt how
제일
proud and
앞에
post on display
세워드리다.
shelf. Don Quixote's eyes were practically exploding with joy that fixer obsession positively acknowledged, accepted for once.
버틀러들은 말이요.
Allow me to explain.
일반
Butlers are fixers
해결사들과는
indeed,
조금
yet they are
다른
rather distinct from
해결사들이요.
most fixers thou hast encountered so far.
보통
A fixer is often those who accept contracts as part of an association or office. Alas, there is a distinction when it comes to butlers. Butlers join families or manage to serve them and only them on long-term contracts. Forsooth, like any other fixers, butlers may be hired by a single person to serve them and only them as well.
가사와 전투,
On that, do note that our service is not
돌봄까지
limited to
다양한 분야를
combat. We also
겸한
conduct
점도요.
household management and care as well.
갖가지
It
소양을
must also be
필요로
mentioned
하는
the proficiency in many
아주
fields is a
힘들고
necessity to be a
드문
respected
해결사
butler.
직종이랍니다.
This is no easy occupation, mind you.
그런데
Yet from what I've learned, to hire a butler is to pay an inordinate amount in salary.
맞아요.
Indeed, while butlers are
고생은 많이
always
하지만
oh so busy,
고용기간
we are
긴
promised
때마다
expensive compensation
어마어마한
every
보수와
contract
함께
extension,
연금과
with
같은
stable
안정적인
bonuses such as
보수까지
pensions.
보장받으니까요. 명망 높은
Many famous association
해결사분들은
fixers also
협회에서
retire to
은퇴를
serve as
하고
butlers as
버틀러로
well.
전향하시는 저는 캐서린
I was
아가씨
once a
가문의
butler in service of Miss
버틀러였고
Catherine's family, who was transferred to
린튼
Mr. Linton's
도련님과
family to join the ranks when she married him.
아주
Still, after a
평화로운
rather
합의를
peaceful and
통해
mutual debate,
제가
we came to the
버틀러들의
conclusion I would be
대장격인
assuming position of
시프
chief
버틀러가
butler,
되었답니다.
leader in that particular household.
그렇구만.
Gotcha, totally peaceful. I'm
말만
sure
들어도
it was
정말-
one really peaceful transfer of power. Quite fascinating to imagine that even Sir Heathcliff may have had been a tiny barn. How was he in youth? He was quite the special child. I do not
제가
believe
치프
that it would become
버틀러까지 될
chief
수
butler had it not been
있었던
for
데 큰
him.
이유를 차지하던
Oh, what a lovely boy he was. Lovely, quite. It's still possible to pass a check even without the prerequisites. Yeah, it's just harder, I've noticed. Are you okay, Heathcliff? It's that classic Nella technique, huh? Her secret technique is send for us hurdle into dreamlands. Been a while.
정말 미안해,
I'm terribly
히스클리프.
sorry, Heathcliff. I was hoping to avoid
오랜만에
using the
만난
sleepy smack on you and not have a reunion like this.
정말
Is it true,
이건
Nella?
해설이니
Is Catherine really gone? Yes.
그리고
Miss
네 이름이
Catherine wrote your
적혀
name
있었어.
into her will. Her will, eh?
요원.
We should at least give her a listen to why she mentioned
들어봐.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff sat down wordlessly.
그런데 이
So, what's this
저택이
matter, Miss Catherine?
원래는
Well, it used to be
힐리들이 있는
Master
것이었죠.
Hidley's once, then...
개소리.
Catherine, that shrew, she stabbed me in the back.
힐리.
Why don't you elaborate on that injustice,
이놈
Lyndon?
더
Share the tale about
자세하게
Catherine and
이야기를
Lyndon
들려주소.
Edgar stabbed me in the back, how the pair of you destroyed me.
정당한 방식.
There is no injustice. It was done in a perfectly
법적으로
legal
아무
manner. Bring the
문제도
case to G-Corp courts if you wish. It will
당장
change
T사
nothing.
법원으로
An Ophi Association fixer carrying a piece of paper stepped in between Hindley and Lyndon as the two men growled at each
진정
other.
시간이 끝남에 따라
The allotted recess has
재산
expired.
상속위원장
We will
집행을
now process the inheritance
계속하겠습니다.
bequeathment will reading.
이것은
This is the will of the
고인
deceased.
해설인
It's
씨의
been verified via
유언장입니다.
multiple tests and screenings, and
위조가
no
없다는
counterfeiting or
것은
tampering
여러
of a
번의
similar nature has
절차를 통해
occurred.
검증되었습니다.
저 사람들이
If
위조를
they're verifying
검증한다면
if they're verifying whether it's counterfeit or not, who verifies if they're not straight up lying about it?
통
Good question.
업계 관행이라는
Maybe it's
것일까요?
just standard
그리고
industry
캐서린
practice.
씨께서는
Miss
재산
Catherine
분배에
has
대해
requested this
선포되기
letter
전
be read to
이
an audience of
편지를
the three attendees.
모두의 앞에서
Before the
낭독하라
bequeathment of personal
하셨습니다.
property commences,
지금부터
I'll now read the full
그
contents of
유언장의
her will.
드디어
At
모두가
last, you're all
한자리에
gathered
모두
here.
이번만큼은
My only wish is that my words be met with respect and without hostility among you.
사람은 없었으면 좋겠어.
I hope that none of you become incensed during this
이건
occasion. It's my
한
one and only
번뿐인 내
funeral after all.
그리고 지금의
I'm at
나는
peace. There's no
전혀
pain or suffering where I
고통스럽거나
am.
괴롭지도 않아.
Well, unless there's a soul corp that uses souls as actual fuel, in which case there might be.
그러니 내 죽음을
Please don't
안타깝게
consider my death a
생각하는
tragic
나는
one,
나만의
because
천국에
by the time you're
이르렀을
hearing this, I must have
거니까.
reached my own heaven.
하지만 그렇다고
That's
해서
not to say that you mustn't let
슬퍼하지
your
말라는
sorrow
건
into your
아니야.
hearts.
눈물은 마음껏
Weep if you
흘려.
will,
그래야 나의
so
진심으로
that I may feel your
사랑한다는
grief
마음을
and know that you
느껴줄
truly
테니까.
love me.
Wuthering
Wuthering Heights, an old and desolate
난
manor.
이곳을 많이
I've always been
무서워했어.
afraid of this place. Fear and nightmares would
매일
consume
같이
me every
악몽을
night.
꾸고 겁에 질려 했지만 이제야
But now I stand before her at the end of my life, and I've
죽음에
come to accept this
이르러서야
manor for what it
이
is.
저택을 있는 그대로 이제 이
This
저택을
manor, which I will
나의
leave to my
남편,
husband Lyndon.
나를 계속
Keep this manor and
기억하며
remember me
이
by its
저택을
presence. What the?
그리고
My brother Hindley, my one and
하나뿐인 내
only
오빠.
brother. Right, I knew it'd be in there somewhere. His legs began to shake nervously, as did
빚이
his
매우
voice.
많은 상황이라고
I heard you are mired in quite a heavy debt,
매일같이 술과
and
도박을
that you've been
일삼고
spending most of your
있다는
days
것.
drinking and gambling.
그래서 나는
So I, give me something,
엠파에
anything,
있는 어비스
signed you
트라우마
up for the Abyss Trauma Correctional Facility at M Corp.
이 말을 듣고
If you
일주일
don't
내에
visit within 1
방문을
week of
해서
the attending this
서류를
will reading,
그쪽에서 오빠를
they'll come to
찾으러
take you
직접
in.
방문할 거야.
Wait, what?
오빠의 마음이
I truly
건강해질
hope
수
your heart will
있기를
be healed,
진심으로
dear
빌게.
brother.
말도 안
No,
돼.
that's nonsense. How am I supposed to get to M Corp in a week?
물론
Of
오빠를
course, I've
위해
already prepared a
엠대로 가는
warp
워프
train
열차
ticket for you,
이용권도
so don't worry about the travel fees.
준비해뒀으니
개소리
That's
집어쳐.
a load of shite. Should another instance of this
만일
execution
이번에는
occur, we'll take
경고
forceful
없이
action without warning. How dare you, plebs!
그리고
And you, Heathcliff,
집으로 온 걸
welcome
환영해.
home. Kathy,
이
once
저택에
the seventh lightning strike
7번의 벼락이 치고
falls
난
upon
후
this manor, strike of lightning falls upon this manor,
그 후엔
my golden bow shall be yours. Huh? The mere mention of the golden bow suddenly intensified the sensation I felt earlier. I definitely sensed a golden bow was located somewhere within this manor. But I already figured it had to be here. I've known ever since we stepped foot in the manor. Yet I couldn't quite pinpoint its exact location because
내가 소유한 그
I'll
황금
leave my
가지를
golden bow to you,
너에게
Heathcliff.
줄게.
황금 가지를
It was her personal property? Not even her
저택이나
estates or
가문도
families,
아닌
just her?
벼락?
Seventh strike of lightning.
일곱
What does that
번?
even mean? It's not a
뭐라는
golden
거야?
bow. What the
대체
boy does that
무슨
mean? What? There's more than one here.
괜찮으신가요?
There's more than one here. Now that is quite the revelation. There's a second golden bow in this manor. No, this isn't what I... Come back, Kathy,
내 말에
please.
한
Hear my
번만
voice
들어줘,
once.
개씨.
정말이야
I'm
내일이
serious, oh
정말
Nelly, this was
유령을
haunted. I saw a
봤다니까? 또
ghost.
그런다.
Again with this
유령
Miss
나오면
Kathy.
제가
What'd I
두들
say? I
겹쳐서
told you
빨래대에
we'd thrash that evil
널어놓을 거라고
ghost and
했잖아요,
hang them off the
개새가.
rack.
유령 같은 건 없어.
Ghosts aren't real. Such a
맨날
big
거짓말만
liar.
한다니까 쟤는.
Oh, Hindley when he was younger. Yeah, he definitely looked better when before he fell to his alcohol and gang stuff. That's for sure.
거짓말
I'm not lying.
미안하다
I'm
얘들아.
sorry, children.
Mom.
What have you been waiting? Have you been waiting long?
내
Dad, where's my violin?
맞는
What about my
렌치도.
X-Corp all-purpose wrench?
바이올린도
I'm sorry, I did not have room for the violin or the
남은
wrench.
손?
Wait, what's that? Dirty
그
rag?
날씨에서
I found this child dying alone on the
죽어가고
streets.
있었단다.
He is without a parents or
부모도
home.
집도 없던
The
모양이야.
boy would surely have died in weather like this.
그래서
So, I
너는
won't
우리
gross
집에-
dirty kid living here.
맞아.
Yeah, well, my violin,
바이올린
throw
들고.
that thing out. What you gawking at?
바이올린 내놔.
Violin, I want my
바이올린.
violin.
아빠
Papa, why was he all alone in the streets?
이 아이에게는
Because there wasn't anyone to take care of him, the poor child.
길골목에는
There are other children
그런
like him in the
아이들이
back streets. No
간혹
parents or
보이지.
relatives look after them.
부모도
No
없고
homes to shelter
친척도
them.
없고.
그럼
Then what does he have
얘한테는
now?
이제부턴
Oh, Kathy, now he's got
우리와
us, and this place to be his home. I don't want that ugly thing. Oh, so you're saying you don't want to have him, right?
거구나. 바람이 불고 있나
Wind's
봐.
howling. I can hear something
저쪽에
wailing. It's
또
cry
울음소리가
going through the
들려.
manor halls.
그렇네요.
I hear it too,
창문은
miss. Close the
닫으세요,
windows.
아가씨.
There's a nip
꽤
outside.
기억나세요?
Do you remember still, as a
아가씨가
child, you were
어렸을
terribly afraid of the
때
howling
바람쥐
winds?
유령이 보인다 그러지
And that you were
않나?
seeing ghosts?
지금도
Nelly, I
난
do see them
보이는
still.
거야. 아가씨,
Miss, you've gone far too
히스클리프가
weak ever
저택을
since
떠난 후로
Heathcliff departed
아가씨는
the
너무
manor. That's why you're seeing things.
괜찮아, 넬리.
That is all right, Nelly.
이젠
I
유령이
no longer fear the
무섭다. 모든
ghosts, because all
두려움은
that fear stems from ignorance of its
무지
origin.
히스클리프는
Where do you suppose he is, that
어디 있는
Heathcliff?
아가씨, 이제
Miss,
그에게
he doesn't
남은
have anything
것이라고.
left. I'm everything he has. Good amount of dialogue here. Let me grab some of my drink then. Ah, there we are.
어떻게 된 거야?
What just happened?
잠깐
Everything
동안
went dark for a
엄청-
sec.
거락의 영향으로
I think the lightning caused
잠깐
a
정전이 된 것
brief
같아요.
power outage. Power's back
그리고
on now,
방금
though.
보였던 그
Then we
장면이
just saw
캐서린
were
씨의
Catherine's memories,
기억이죠?
right? I think so.
이전과 같은
In the past,
환경까지의
such occurrences have been
영향으로 볼 수
attributed to
있습니다.
influence of the golden bow.
그리고 잠깐만.
Hold on, this
아까
is the
걸어왔던
corridor we walked through earlier, isn't it? This isn't where we were before the power outage. I don't see Hindley or Linden anywhere either. What just happened?
하지만
Oh, but we weren't like
우리는
taking a
한
step or
발짝도
anything.
움직이지
Didn't take a
않았잖아.
step or anything, did we? I don't believe any of our
발걸음을
fellows have moved.
그렇다면
If we were all
움직인 건
standing still,
우리가
I guess this
아니라
means the house itself moved. What the?
아는
Know
거
anything about this,
없어요.
Nelly?
저도
I haven't the slightest idea.
어떻게든 이 저택에 온
I've been
것도
away from this
정말
manor for many years
오랜만이거든요.
myself. I seldom had a reason to
캐서린
return ever
아가씨가
since Miss
린튼님과
Catherine married
결혼해서
Mr.
여길
Linden and left
떠난
this place to live with him.
저도
그 고인이 된
Catherine the deceased.
캐서린이라는
Didn't
분이
someone mention that she purchased this
워더링
manor,
하이츠
Wuthering
저택을
Heights?
샀다고. 네.
Yes, indeed, but she did
하지만
not immediately
사기만
move
하고
here after the purchase.
워더.
Oh, now that you mention it, I see some
지금
changes have
보니-
been made to the manor since I was gone. She's probably referring to the numerous exposed cables, holes, and cracks
제가
painted
치프
over.
버틀러였을 때 이런 꼴을
Had I been
봤다면
chief butler of this
분명
manor, I would not
길길이
have let the
날뛰면서
solveness
집 관리도
slide.
하지만
But
저택을
maybe
개조하려고
she's
한
trying to make
걸까요?
modifications to this manor somehow.
보통 부자들은
Is it normal for rich
저택을 사서
folks to
입맛에
just buy
맞게
a whole
개조하는
manor and
경우가
modify it to the
흔해.
liking? I mean, maybe. I mean, people buy houses to modify them all the time. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor.
머리
I'd say it's kinda
스타일을
like changing your
바꾸는 정도의
hairstyle once in a while.
느낌일까요? 계속 같은 머리로만
Maintain the same
있으면
for too long gets boring, you
지겨워지니까요.
know.
아하.
So that's how a
돈 많은
casual flawed
사람들에게는
house
그
remodeling
정도의
looks like for rich folks, I
느낌이구나,
see.
이게. 히스클리프,
Heathcliff,
너한테
I hardly know what to
뭐라고
tell you. I don't know
위로해야
what words could
할지도
possibly comfort you now.
캐서린 아가씨의
But what you
죽음을
said about Miss
믿지
Catherine's death,
않는다고
I didn't believe she's truly dead.
그 말을 듣고 나도 다시
I gave the idea
생각을
some
어느
thought.
정도는
I agree to an extent. Wait, what? Heathcliff's pupils dilated. Even I haven't seen Miss Catherine's body.
아가씨가
I
돌아가셨다는
was so
린튼
beside myself when
주인님의
Master
말을
Lindman
듣고
told me about it that I didn't
너무
even
경황이
care
없는
to
나머지
verify with my own
제대로 확인해 볼
eyes.
생각도 못했으니까.
네가 하려는
Oh
말은
wait, so what you're trying to
그러니까
say here is what I think it is?
그런
Catherine
거야?
might still be alive?
표시가
Or she's a ghost
죽은 게
haunting
아닐
her
수도
own
있다니.
mansion? I mean, we've seen weirder things, right?
혹시나 하는 거야.
Nothing but suspicions at this point.
그리고
Besides, you know how Miss Catherine can
캐서린
be
아가씨 고집이라면
stubborn as a
누구에게도
mule,
지지
sometimes doing
않고.
things so unexpected, they're just
난
frightening.
사실 이
Honestly, I've been
장례식도
wondering if this whole funerals
어쩌면
business was anything but
아가씨의
an
끔찍한
elaborate
장난일 수도
jest from
있겠다는
Miss.
생각. 그래도 확실한
What
건
is certain, however, is the will is
유언장은
undeniably in
틀림없이
her own
아가씨의
handwriting.
필체한테 그리고 린튼
And Master Linden, he
주인님은
never was stopped.
캐서린 아가씨가
Once
돌아가신
stopped making
이후에도
modifications to the
이
manor,
저택의 개조를
even after
멈추지
Miss
않았어.
Catherine passed. That bastard Linden
새끼가
made
이
these
짓거리를
modifications to the
했다고?
manor? Yes, I haven't gotten a good look at this
가까이에서
place,
본
nor did I
적도
ask him of his
의도를
motives,
물어본
but
적도 적어도
it's quite evident
이곳에서
something's
무슨
about to
일이
transpire
일어나거나
here, isn't it?
혹은
Or something already
일어났다는
has
건 분명하지
happened.
않을까?
Bollocks, I don't understand any of this.
유언장에 적힌
What do you think the
벼락이
lightning in her will's
의미하는
talking
말
about?
그대로
Maybe she
벼락이
meant it
여러 번
literally.
치는 걸
7
의미하는 건
lightning
아닐까요?
strikes.
언제?
Are you
어떤
suggesting
날씨에
that she
우리가
knew that
찾아올지
we would arrive under this weather on the
선량한
day of her
예언가라도
funeral?
되지 않나.
Unless she moonlight as a
그런
renowned
걸
prophet, I don't
조건으로
see that
잡을 순
happening.
없을 거다.
Unless, of course, the lightning is somehow under her control.
아무도
Who
모르지.
knows? I don't even understand what Miss Catherine's trying to do here with that will. Right, we can't even know the will of the dead.
아니면
Perhaps there is a
캐서린
clue to be
아가씨의
found in
방
her room?
아가씨는
She
결혼하신
did visit
후에도
Wuthering Heights from
종종
time to
워더링
time, even
하이츠를
after her marriage to
방문했을까요?
Mr. Linton.
너도 기억나지,
Don't you remember
스클리프?
Heathcliff, Miss Catherine? Yeah, she liked
수수께끼는
riddles.
반면에 너는 머리 쓰는 걸
Not
싫어해서
like you, preferred a
일단은 다
more
부숴보려고
direct
했고.
approach, which typically involves smashing everything to pieces. Well, I guess I can't deny that's a way to solve a problem.
나중에
Right.
무지 혼났어.
Gotten me in plenty of
의도도
trouble for trying to brute force problems without trying to think about the intent. A faint smile appeared at Heathcliff's face as he tried to recall him fond memory.
지금은
Don't know if I've gotten any better at it since, but a heavy, somber expression has returned. I guess our next goal now, the next order of things, is to find where that room is. Probably gonna get into a number of fights here, which is interesting because this seems to be set up to be a slower chapter. With yeah, there's been way more story this time around, but I imagine we'll be back to the fight soon enough. All of it works for me, honestly.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
바닥 곳곳에
Ah, I spy blood
피가
everywhere on the floor.
낭자하고 좋은 일이
I doubt
벌어졌던
anything
건
went nice down
아니겠네.
here.
분명히.
That's for sure.
좋은
And I doubt there's
사람은
anyone nice down here either.
물러나.
Look, get back your dogs. Have you done anything for him?
손송이
Speak
털어놓으시죠.
plainly, Andy. What have you done to the matter?
진짜.
Hell's that a normal sauce you are? Nelly, get these brutes off me.
너희들
What are you all
이곳에서
doing
뭘 하고
here?
있는 거야?
My, if it isn't
이거
Nelly, the
넬리
vagabond
아닌가?
child and his gang of uninvited guests.
우리한테 하는
Is she talking
얘기야?
about us? We were literally invited. What the hell are you talking about?
조세핀,
Josephine, something
저택이
terribly wrong with the
이상해지고 있는
manners.
것
Anything
같아.
you know about this?
워더링
Wuthering
하이츠는
Heights has
언제나
always been like this.
그래왔지.
More importantly, how dare you bring this louts to
그리고
this place? The
감히처럼
mistress
몹쓸
would have
것들을
you whipped
이곳에
had you been here to
데려오다니.
witness this
우린 아무것도 몰라.
We're in the dark as
불이
much as
나갔다가
you are.
들어오니까
Everyone's displaced from
이미
the lights
사람들이
flickered.
눈앞에서
Besides,
사라졌단
what
말이야.
is this noise?
모르나?
How are you unaware? The
지금
dead rabbit
저택
louts and the butlers are
곳곳에서
battling out all corners of the manor, ripping,
개들이
tearing,
미친
biting.
놈들이 교전
Oh, what I
중이지.
wouldn't have given is
물고
have them kill each other until they're all lay dead.
교전?
They're fighting, but
하지만-
why?
왜?
벼락이
After the
치고
lightning struck, the lights flickered.
개들의
The
미친
dead rabbit
놈들이
suddenly
갑자기
charged us.
힘들게.
Hindley, that fool, must be scheming to take over the manor.
무슨
What the
이
blazes?
워더링 하이츠가
Do you fail to
아니,
heal the voice of
말씀하시는
Wuthering
게
Heights, the voice of the mistress?
애들 내비친
What the bloody
놈들이
hell does out of
그러는
control
거랑
rabbits have to
나랑
do with
무슨
me? I haven't
상관이야?
even given them any orders.
넬리,
Nelly, is there something you can do to
당신
de-escalate this?
만드신
We'd rather not get involved with something like this.
조세핀이랑 저
Josephine, those
버틀러들은
butlers, did
한때
they serve
힘든
Hindley
일을
once?
워더링
The
하이츠
services
직접
are to Wuthering
버틀러예요.
Heights and Wuthering Heights only.
이들은
Strictly
엄연히
speaking,
말하면
Josephine and her butlers are
저와는
bound
다른
to
계약으로 이루어진
contract different
버틀러들이죠.
from mine.
가문의 특정
I'm
사람과
contracted with a
계약한
very
저와는
specific person with
다르게
the family, while they're
이들은
contracted to the manor and
저택과
the
토지
estate
자체에
itself.
귀속된 버틀러여서
아니 뭐
But what
부잣집
happens when the manor
해결사로
has no
일해서 돈
owner?
벌겠다는 건
Wow, okay, I
알겠는데
would get wanting to work with a rich
그렇게
family,
복잡하게
but such a
묶여있으면
complicated
집이나
contract worth
땅이
it for
묶인
butlers bound to a
해결사들은
manor and
무슨
its
덕이 있는
land?
건데?
그것은
That depends on the
계약 초
terms of their
특정 기간이나
contracts.
조건이
Once they've
만족될
completed their
때까지
duties, which may be over a set
버틀러로서의
period of
근무를
time
마치면
or over specific conditions mentioned in the contracts,
해결사의
they may be
급수를
able to
올릴 수
raise their
있거나
fixer grades or gain
토지와
rights to
관련된
certain
가치
valuable
있는 것을
assets tied to the land
양도받을
itself.
권리를 얻고
그게 참
Therein lies
아이러니한데
the irony. Butlers bound to manors and
저들처럼
estates
저택과
often
땅에
inherit
묶인
their parents'
버틀러는
careers and
집안 대대로
contracts.
버틀러 일을
Sometimes it
물려받기도
continues
해요.
for generations
그건 맛 최초엔 어떤
until the
계약으로
initial contract is,
시작했는지조차 모를
is
정도죠.
completely forgotten.
어?
Huh?
그쯤이면
What if
계약은
they
다
forget what the contract was
까먹었겠다.
even about? Still, the
그래도
contract
계약은
isn't
계속
voided because the people
유효하니까요.
stop remembering it. Break
이걸
it,
어기면
and it can invite the
영문동물을
taboo
금지해서 금기
hunters
사냥꾼을
from
보내거나
unexpected nests or
아까 본
fixtures from
웨이크
Ophi.
협회에서
The
찾아올지도 모르는
fixtures from the
거고요.
Ophi Association. We had the pleasures of meeting earlier. So, wait, so even if nobody remembers what the contract is having it broken gets immediate death.
그리고 조세핀
And
저자는
Josephine is obsessed with
옛날부터
following long
돌아가신
dead
마님
mistress's
말고는
orders and won't
누구도
listen to
따라
anything else.
하는걸.
You know me well, Nelly.
그러니
Well enough to get out of
이렇게
my way when
웃으면서
I'm
막
being
우리
courteous.
워더링
Don't
하이츠를
get in my way of
가로치려는
punishing this rat and dare to
가짜는
scheme, take
수작질을
over Wuthering
하는
Heights from us.
기색기분께.
그래
Sure thing. We'll
우린
just go.
그냥
Okay,
아무것도
let's
없던
pretend we didn't
것처럼
see anything.
문을
I'm locking the
잠가버릴
door now,
거다,
Heathcliff. You
히스클리.
don't deserve to come indoors.
너 같은 게
Do you really think a
우리
thing like you deserve to sit
가족들이랑
next to our
같이
family
식탁에
and dine alongside us?
앉았더니 얌전히
Stay put in the barn. I'll see you wandering the living rooms.
만약
I see you
거실에
wandering the living
허락없이
rooms without my
내려왔다.
permission. I hear Hindley's voice echoing from Heathcliff's memories. This revenge may not be so difficult after all. We just had to pretend we don't see anything, leave Hindley behind, and have Josephine and her butlers take care of him for us. Even if he does put up a fight, there's no telling how long he can hold out against them without backup. I can feel the cliffs turning slightly to my direction. I'm sure he's thinking the same thing as I am.
시계대가리
No, cockface, I can't just leave him to die. You won't? I
캐시는
won't, because Kathy wouldn't have wanted me to
내가
abandon the
힘들게
sod to
찾아주고
die by their
거두고
hands. Not like this. Hostile Wuthering White's banner. Trained butler.
너냐?
Dang, we're starting to run into enemies that actually have a decent amount of coins now. I'm sure they have their reasons. We cannot stop here.
열어젖히고 하나 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
해보겠네.
Well, red stagger means they're gonna take a lot of damage, so time to take full advantage.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
벌써 끝나가는군. 벌써 끝나가는군.
일기당천. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
소명이 단정하지 않군요. 마음.
그래, 얘는 처리했고
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
벌써 끝나가는군.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
We have the upper hand, so now it's time to press the advantage and win.
짓밟아라. 넘고 산 넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라. 마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는
The
아씨가
corridor
뛰던
2.
홍원이 한 걸음 더
This
가까워진
one's pure
것이야.
combat, so I don't have to worry about any story.
맞이하죠.
I'm excited. Inside the limits.
너냐?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 하나 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 넌 예상 못했나봐.
I don't think they're doing too good.
쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
気を与えました。
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
Kind of needed the cut in, also use the artwork you had them set to. Like I had Dawn set to her Uptie 1 artwork since I like that dapper suit. Though don't get me wrong, she looks great in that armor too.
敵は深手を負っています。
해보겠네.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
물 넘고 꺾고 제철
ドクターの能力優れたようですね。
단정하지 않군요.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
Something seems to have changed with the sinners. Serpent on max attack 3, gain 3 poise, turn end 2 poise and 2 the next turn. On base attack, rupture, gain 5 poise. Yeah, I've got a decent amount of poise, dang.
해보겠네.
Yeah, bring up to 4 was a genuinely good upgrade there.
짓밟아라.
Oh dang. My own butler's losing. Granted, she'll probably have an easier time winning if I were to up-tie for her, but I'm debating whether I want to actually do that yet. As mentioned, it's always a choice whether I want to focus on my current team or start raising other ones. Like, I don't have a good Merceau ID yet. I raised the Heathcliff one pretty much entirely so I'd have a good one for this purposes of this area. He's not forced until the dungeon at the end if it's anything like the previous Cantos, but I'd still rather have him on the team, you know? Interloper rejection.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
You should be able to take them all down.
해보겠네.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
Josephine. As Mistress commands. Ups, down. Yeah, she focuses on sinking and bind. Not even a speck of dust. This should be able to beat them easily.
이런 예상 사망. 수진행 누가?
Now I have my own butler with me.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Echoes the madness.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
죄송합니다. 오티스는 많이 제게 주어진 일을
깔끔하게 물었군.
Well, I guess that's what she gets for going after someone with no evidence.
이번 죽음과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna be climbing the manor. The corridor 3.
정리 시간이다.
Understood, mistress. I shall do as you
그러죠,
command.
분부대로 하겠습니다. 우린 여기서
We'll not waste any more time
시간을
here.
더
Let's go
끌지
and clear the dead
않고
rabbit's
다음에
rattle.
다시
For the
만나게
rest of you in the
되면
bin, should our paths
너희도
cross again? Hindley didn't even show his gratitude. I could handle my own. I didn't need to beat up some insane old hag in her pawns. Maybe we should have just left him behind.
그리고
And that boss yours,
네가
you don't even remember his name
형님이라고
properly, do you?
꼴사납게 따르는 너.
So much for your loyalty. Rage slowly turns Heathcliff's face and draws a deep crease between the brows.
무슨 개만도 못한
What dodgy nonsense you're
헛소리야.
blathering about?
그놈 이름은
Goes by Matt,
매트야.
not Matthew, whatever you decide to call him.
뭐?
Wait, have you finally gone mad? I've known the
정신
guy for
나갔냐?
years. You think I
내가
got his
몇 년
name
동안
wrong?
그리고
Besides, that same old hag has still some of her wits about. Because I do
눈치는
intend to take
빠르더군.
this matter back no matter what. And I almost had it. If
다
only I hadn't gotten that confounded card in that round.
그 카드만
Oh,
나오지
he lost in a card game. Yeah, okay, so basically he failed to pull the wife he was after, and now he's trying to blame everyone else for his failure. No, the game must have been rigged. That's the only way that makes sense. Nothing else explains how she could have had the funds so ready to purchase it the moment it was up for sale at the auction.
네가 도박으로 잃은
Was
이
not on a
저축을
gamble, and Catherine brought it back? Yes, that girl was always insane, and Josephine. Mark my words, Wuthering Heights shall be mine again. Matt's made a deal with me. He promised to help me retrieve this manor as long as I let him and the dead rabbits into them.
잠깐,
Wuthering Heights.
어디로 가는 거예요,
Master Hindley,
흔들리니?
wait, where are you going?
이놈들과
You didn't seriously expect me to be cozy with you a lot after that, did you? I'll find Matt, and I'll do everything I can to make this place mine. And don't be so quick to assume you've changed, Heathcliff. You haven't, you can't.
넉마차로
Nothing but a
어울리는
ragged sack, don't forget that.
성질머리.
Wow, what an asshole.
히스클리프군.
Sir Heathcliff, I'm quite unsure
이런
how much of my
말이
words will reach thine ears given thy fury, but ha. The sinners attempted to cheer him up, who would normally be seething in anger upon hearing that, but this was different. It wasn't anger.
예전에는
Back then,
매일
whenever I had
말을
some kind of
짓밟는데
contemptuous
안달이
shite from that
나면 마치
bastard,
저놈
it
말대로
felt as though every word he spat
나는
rang
밑바닥
true,
인생에
that I really was
쓸모없는
just
인간이
useless
된 것
low
같았어.
life who deserved nothing but the rags.
매일
I spent
저놈에게
days and nights coming up
안갚을
with the kinds of
방법만
ways to exact my revenge on him, but now it's... Bloody hell, I can't even put in words.
변하지 못한 건 저놈이에요.
He's the only one who couldn't change, not you. Look at him, clinging desperately to his past like it's the only thing he's got. Right? All he's been caring about is stuff that he could have had, that he should have had, but he's not planned anything except basically trying to return things the way they were. He has no plans upon going forward. I mean, hell, even if he... I'd be willing to put down I'd be willing to bet money myself, since we're in a gambling mood, that even if he got the manor, he wouldn't even know what to do with it. He'd probably even just try to kick the rabbits out shortly after, just to try and restore it to the way it was before, the quote-unquote glory was before.
그냥
He's just like an immature
자라지
kid who
못한
never grew past
10살짜리
10.
어린애 같아요.
Sadly, he seems like one of those people who really did peak in high school.
캐서린이라는 자의 방은
Where's Catherine's
어느
room? We
정도의
would do well to be on
위치에
our
있지?
guard in this manner. We must always be
교전
wary of our
중인
surroundings in the
저택을
field of
마음
battle.
놓고 지나다
여기서
It should
오른쪽으로
be
꺾으면
once we
될
turn right
거예요.
here. Odd, I don't recall the corridor being this long.
어머나, 저기
Heavens, there! Dead rabbits in the corridor.
아까랑은 조금
Is it just
달라
me or looking
보이는데.
different from the
기분
earlier?
탓이라고 누가 말해줄
I'll take
사람?
it's just you as the answer, by the way.
그러고 보니
That reminds me, I've heard tales from
거리에서
the streets about
종종
the
저런
strange
식으로
wandering dead
돌아다니는
rabbits.
데드레비치들에 대한 소문을 들은 적이
Are the dead
있어요.
rabbits actual literal rabbits that have died and are now coming back to be human fighters?
혹시라도
Word on the streets is
저런
we should steer
붉은
clear of the ones with red eyes, like the ones they
마주치지 않는
have.
편이 여러.
Rabbits strange dead rabbits henchmen.
너희들
Excuse me, are you looking for someone?
참고로
For your information, that
우리
Linton
중에
fellow
그
ain't here. The
린튼이라는
butlers
사람은
aren't
없어?
here
응?
either. They all went that way,
워더링
past the
하이츠에
hallway.
버틀러.
Clearly got no beef with us, right?
볼일.
Looks like they got plenty of beef with us.
우리의 말이 들리긴 하는 건가?
Huh, you wouldn't think rabbits would be much for beef.
원하는 게 있다면 명확하게
Can they
응답해.
hear what we're
협상의
saying? If
여지가
you have
있다면.
demands, state them. If there's room for negotiation. They look a bit, no, they look out of it,
좀
don't they?
아쉽기도 하군요.
What a shame. I, Otis, would love to have
오티스의
demonstrated my
협상술을
excellent negotiation
관리자님께
skills to the
보여드릴
executive
기회가 매번
manager.
이렇게
Yeah, it'd be nice to get out of a situation without killing for once, but I guess that's why we're here. Anyone else would have just died and then that'd be it.
本当に嬉しいです
물론고 꺾고 제철 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데
소문이 단정하지 않군요.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね 敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです
Sharp Dead Rabbit's henchman. Fierce.
너냐?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be fighting every single person who was in that room before the end of this. Possibly even including the Alt Association groups. We still have to have another, at least one other Ricardo fight. My understanding is that after Ricardo, every chapter is going to have at least one more of those fights each time, which honestly was a bit more motivation for me to finally up tie 4 for on Gregor.
일기당천
There we go. Coin's broken.
물론고
I do like the clashing system a lot, although that by extension that does mean the game kind of revolves around it. I think that's one of the big reasons She Association Faust was considered so kind of mid. She has the charge up thing is genuinely fun, but even if they were to buff it to make it even further, to make it even stronger, that means taking turns not attacking, and that means not clashing something. Sure, there's defensive skills and ways you can mitigate problems caused by attacks that are not defeated or not clashed, but at the same time, it's also a problem that unless you're against a specific clashable enemy or an enemy who always has a defensive skill, it's not quite as easy to deal with. Here we are. Oh, this poor bastard. Look at him. He's all alone. Forget win rate. We're going damage. Yeah, even at his lowest roll, it was impossible for him to lose that. That's how overwhelming we are. Even if we lose the rolls, they get torn apart. Victory.
훌륭한 전시회였어.
Quite the exhibition. Perhaps I should thank them for being
이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
The Dead Rabbits.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
다들 들었죠?
You all heard that too, right?
목숨이
The noise
끊어질
every time we
때마다
killed one
들렸던
of them.
소리가
The noise
있었어요.
behind their masks.
거울
The sound of
소리.
mirrors.
그건
They made a sound
거울이
not unlike a
깨지는 소리
shattering
같았어.
mirror. Can't we just take off their mask and see if that's actually a mirror person behind there? Wait. Ishmael approached the corpse. Exactly. Wait, something's wrong. We should unmask the rest of them to get a picture of what's going on here. Things became even more puzzling once they were all unmasked.
생긴 것만으로
I don't want
사람을
to judge a book
판단하는
by
건
its cover, but hardly do they appear to be members of violent backstreet syndicate.
근육 상태만
I can
봐도
tell from their build none of them were even
조직
part of
생활을
ever
해온
part of a
자들보다는
syndicate. They look like
인간인
civilians.
분명
But they
공격은
attacked us
저들이
first,
먼저 한
right? I mean, we were
거였어요.
just
저희는 그저
eyes up, more dead rabbits, red eyes, all of them. Heed my words, whatever's thy. So they're being mind controlled to act as dead rabbits. That might be why they have the masks in general, so that the members could be so that anyone could be a member.
이 상황을
I
따질
don't think
때는
this is the
아닌
best time to be
듯하네요.
attempting a diplomatic approach. Yeah, even if it's through some compulsion, we have no choice but to defend ourselves. We don't want to die again and again.
내가 눈에 새겨주게.
Perhaps, oh, maybe this is where the kidnapped citizens are. Their bodies never showed up because they've been forcibly conscripted into the dead rabbits.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
헛!
サンタさんの側線とても効果的でした。
Yeah, you ain't breaking through, buddy.
해보겠네. 아직 전설레역이 남았으니 숙제는 볼게.
No, thanks me. If the law is able to punish them for breaking contract, even if it's been forgotten, doesn't that mean there should be a record of the contract somewhere?
私たち
Even if
が
it's forgotten, it should be there.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Seems weird. Then again, we'll probably learn more about it as the chapter goes along. Especially since we're not through with them all.
물 넘고
I'm pretty sure that we're probably going to end up fighting Nelly at some point, if only because I've gotten used to this game. Most characters just show up unless it's an Intervallo. We always fight them eventually, or they die horribly.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Well, I guess she could end up dying at some point.
벌써 끝났다는 거. 내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Interesting. The rabbits change so much because the tech's been making them fight, perhaps.
멀어졌지고.
It wouldn't be the first time I've seen masks controlling people. Well, I suppose. Splitting headache. It's not gonna be splitting until the axe is in your head.
제거하시죠. 헛! 맘.
効果的な攻撃でした。
마침내 굴레 하나를
Easy
끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는.
We're gonna learn the truth about them soon, I
사건을
imagine.
끝내러 가볼까?
Probably at Dead Rabbits 3, though. It's usually 1, 2, and 3, so... Heathcliff was digging through the deceased pockets. What are you looking for, Heathcliff? They don't have them. The timepieces you sang mentioned earlier? Yeah, everyone born and raised in
시사에서
T-Corp
태어나고
carries a
자란 자들은
watch. They have
무조건
to.
시계를 가지고 있어야 해.
Right, the Kurakuma clan officer we fought was looking for a timepiece as well.
내가
It's like a
어떤
form of personal
사람인지에 대한
identification,
신원을
something you
알려주는
carry around to show
도구니까.
others you are who you are. I abandoned my watch when I left
시계
T-Corp, but I see, they don't even have pocket watch chains with them.
시계만 있다면
If they did carry a watch, then we'd be able to at least learn where they were coming from.
의도적으로 이
Someone
사람들의
earlier doesn't
신분을
want people to find out who they are, or they're simply not from
여기
around
출신이
here,
아니라든가.
right?
복장은
I've witnessed
T사에서
such a
자주
garb
보던
commonly worn
양식이요.
around the T-Corp territory.
분명
I've no
이곳
doubts they
출신은
must be
맞을 터.
locals.
의문점이 한두
There are
개가
many
아니지만
unanswered questions, but best save that discussion for later. Here it is.
오늘처럼 방까지
No,
오는 길이 험난한 적이
that was
없었네.
quite the journey. Shall we enter?
말해줘, 넬리.
Nelly, tell me.
내가-
After I left without a word, how did Catherine fare?
물론
Of course, I already know she lived happily ever
결국
after with that Saul
링튼
Linden, but are you sure you want to know? Damn it, I do, but also I don't.
지금 내
I must look
표정.
pathetic. If she's here, she would have mocked me mercilessly. I would have brought you a mirror so you could see that priceless look on your
내가
face.
전부 치워버려서
If I hadn't
지금은
removed them all from the
남아있지 않아.
premises. I'm not interested in your stupid jests. But has Catherine ever talked about me once since she left? No. Of course, she's a witless brigand, a scoundrel. It didn't matter to Catherine whether I wouldn't be so sure,
내
Heathcliff.
말은 그런
That's
뜻이
not what I
아니야. 네가
meant.
떠난
When you
후
left,
캐서린
she began
아가씨는
withering away. She
아주
skulked in her room for
천천히
days,
죽어가기
refusing to eat or
시작했어.
speak.
그러다가 소리
She
지르고
suddenly grow
울고
lacrimal,
혼잣말을 하고
lacrimose, scream, cry,
린튼
whisper
주인님이
things,
와서
Master Linden would try and
달래줘도
coax her, but it hardly helped matters.
정말
She was so ill that I was
장의사를
worried we
미리
might
불러야 하는
start
건가
making
싶을
arrangements
정도로
about a mortician in
아가씨는
advance.
정말이야?
Really? She was in that much pain? He asked incredulously. Yes, it pained us to even
보고
watch her
있는
suffer, and
모두가
then one day
보는데
she... Nellie. Linden's left a
린튼이
flower
베개
on my
위에 꽃이
pillow.
황금
Oh, it's golden. I didn't know the spring had come to Wuthering Heights already. I
몰랐는데
suppose the snow had all but thawed,
워더링
too.
하이츠에 이제 봄이 왔군. 와,
Is
정말
that not so romantic of
낭만적인데요.
him, miss?
그렇게
I suppose it would
보일지도.
appear that way. You must have paid quite a fortune for
하지만
this. But if
린튼이
Linden truly
정말
cared
날
and
위해
truly wished to
꽃을
return a color to
해주고
a flower for my
싶었다면 이
sake,
꽃은
then he should have brought me a violet
보랏빛이
flower.
드는 꽃이었어야 해. 그러니까
So he did not bring this flower for my
이건
sake. It was for
나를 위한 게
his
아니야.
satisfaction.
린튼 그
Ah, I
스스로를
see.
위한
So he
거야.
brought his favorite flower to her instead of hers. A small but very noteworthy, important thing.
아가씨,
Are you okay, miss?
무슨 말을 하는 거야?
Whatever do you mean? I never
오늘만큼
felt better than I do
상태가 나와
today.
함께 바깥에
Walk with me,
산책을
won't you?
가주지
I'd like to see
않을래?
which flowers weathered the wintry
어떤 꽃들이
cold and
겨울을
bloomed.
이겨내고 피어냈는지.
아가씨는 그 후로
After
정말
that day, Miss
기운을
Catherine truly
차리셨어.
appeared convalescent.
캐서린
We
아가씨가
were happy
다시
to see that
활기를
she was
되찾게
being
되어서
herself
모두가
again, but
기뻐했지만 지금
now that I think
생각해보면
about it, it was a tad strange.
뭔가
She suffered for
이상했던
months
것
upon
같긴
months
해.
from fever. How could anyone
몇
suddenly
달을
recover from that
괴로워하던
for a single
사람이
night's repose?
힌들리 씨로부터 이 워더링 하이츠를
And
사버리고
that was also when she purchased Wuthering Heights from Mr. Hindley Airshop
이곳에서
and started
본격적으로
making
집을
sweeping
개조하기 시작한
modifications of this
것도
place.
모두 나는
I thought
두
the two of them
분이서
had
다시
intended to
워더링
return to
하이츠로
Wuthering
돌아가서
Heights.
사시려나 보다 싶었어.
So I asked them what exactly they planned to
궁금해서
do with it,
계속
but they never gave me a straight
물어봤지만
answer. I'm just as
나도
in the
알고
dark as
싶다
you are. I have not the
했으니까.
slightest clue as to what she was
아가씨.
thinking.
현재는
Oh, and what about my letters?
편지를
I
보낸
sent
적이
her letters.
있었어.
I haven't been able to since I joined this
이곳에
company, but when I was part of the gang,
봉투에 내
I wrote her
이름을
letters,
써놓진
though I didn't sign
않았지만
them.
그냥
I just wanted to let her know I was doing fine.
글쎄,
Well, I don't recall her
편지가
opening a
지금
letter.
아무도 꺾을 수가
Seriously,
없을
once she
거야.
had her mind set on something, no one could convince her otherwise. No one.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Prepare for battle, everyone.
일기당천.
インバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
일기당천. 하나 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
このように誕生日だ。
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。ですが私たちは止まれません。
내가 눈에
Lots of blue
새겨줄
in this set. Mm,
敵は深手を負っています。
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 헛! 맘
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
제거하시죠.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
効果的な攻撃でした。
헛!
ah, Sin was effective.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
敵は深手を負っています。
너냐?
벌써 끝나간.
Excellent.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたい
Ooh,
で
I
す。
don't think they're doing too good. Wow, 4 staggers.
너냐?
하나 넘고 물 넘고
ドクターのように
Pretty awesome
優れ
stuff.
た武器ですね。
즉시 제거하시죠. 즉시 제거하시죠.
그래, 얘는 처리했고
아직 징수할 내역이는 이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행
エリートオ
불가.
ペレーターの身の腕前です。
Hope time to everyone gang up on the last survivor.
생각해보라고. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고, 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가
The
그리던
diary.
영혼이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날
정리 시간이다.
너희 뭐 하고
You,
있는
what are
거야?
you doing? The room, now without its master, was turned upside down, and the center of the mess were butlers, awkwardly standing frozen mid-movement as though they'd been caught red-handed.
린튼 주인님의
For cleaning the
요청으로
room as per
방을
Mr.
청소
Linton's
중이었습니다.
orders.
누가 봐도
You lot
뒤지고
were
있는
clearly
중이었잖아.
ransacking the room.
혹시
Chief Butler Navi,
데드레비치
have you seen any of the
놈들이나
dead rabbits
워더링
or
하이츠
other hype
버틀러들을
butlers on
보지
your way here?
못하셨으면 아무래도
We have good
힘들리
reason to believe the butlers
그놈과
are scheming with
작당해서
that villain
린튼
Hindley to
주인님을
harm Master
해치려는 것
Linden.
같습니다. 데드레비치는
The dead rabbits ain't the
아무
type
이유
of gang to
없이
kill
우리
people for no
죽이려고
reason. Yeah, but they did try to kill us for no reason.
나도 알아.
I know, damn it, the boss can't be doing
분명
all this for
형님께서
nothing. He must
뭔가
have a good
이유가 있었을
explanation for
거야.
this.
캐서린의
Can you
방에서
tell us why the
무슨
dodgy
작당을
shit you were
꾸미고
up to in
있었다.
Canto's
방을
room? We told you we
청소
were
중이었다고
cleaning the
아니면
room.
데드레비츠
Or have you
그
sided
저급한
yourself with those
놈들과
low
역시
lives, the dead
한패가 된
rabbits?
건가?
누가 곱게
Like
자란
Master like
샌님
Butler,
린튼
I'm just
밑에
as
있는
stupid as
놈들
soft as
아니랄까봐
Linden himself.
말기.
말이 지나치고
Now that was uncalled for.
아니
No, this dodgy shit you're trying to pull
지나치다
is
못해
cause for. You crossed the line. I'm the only one here who can tell you what to do with this room, not that Paul Schweinka. Okay, now he's killing people for no reason.
敵が来ます。
Swift
皆さん、
Butler.
戦
Swift
闘の
Edgar
準備を。
family butler. Veteran butler.
그쪽으로.
Yeah, note that these are Edgar butlers and not Wuthering butlers. Oh dang, they even have the glowing glasses. That's a neat effect. Nice little animation there. There we are. Incoming. Prepare for battle, everyone. Seems they deal quite a bit of envy damage. Mobilization.
예상 못했나 봐. 하나 넘고 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
Good work you did there. Keep it rolling, will you? Swifty Edgar family butler.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Even the maids are called butlers, which I guess makes sense. I've also run into some universes where even butlers are called maids.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
엘리트 오페레이터の身の腕前です。
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 헛!
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 자,
It's weird.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 줄게.
너냐?
헛!
바람 불어오는 맘 제발 봐라. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
제거하시죠.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Critical. Not satisfying. Unfortunately, it seems one got away. I knew we were gonna fight all of them, including fighting the brother and the husband eventually. That's enough, Heathcliff.
살려는
We
놔야
can't
해요.
kill her, otherwise we know.
그래야 왜
Otherwise
무엇을
we
찾고
won't know what they're
있었는지
looking
정도.
for or why.
말해, 납득이
Speak.
되지
I'm gonna
않으면
take your utensils and cut your
니놈들의
fingers off
그
one by one with each
씹기와
dodgy
손가락을
answer you
하나씩
give
잘라줄
me.
거니까 얼마나
You
잘
must know how sharp your own
썰릴지.
blades are.
말해줄래?
Please cooperate, won't you? I don't want to have to use
너희까지
this
내 손으로 꼼밤을
leapy
먹이고
smack
싶진
on my own
않거든.
comrades. The diary.
캐서린
Master
주인님의
Lemon told us we
방에서
must find the diary in Miss Catherine's
일기장을
room.
찾아야 저택이
But she must have hidden her
개조되면서
diary in here somewhere as they were making modifications to the manor.
일기
그래.
So why do you think he's looking for the diary? Master Linden told us that it was to find a
너희
way.
계속 그렇게
Please do keep
두루뭉술하게만
up your
말할래?
mysterious attitude.
내가 어떤
If you answers
방법으로
like that, I'll
치프 버틀러
personally
자리를
demonstrate
꿰찼는지
how I became the
제안해줄까?
chief butler. It's
정말입니다.
the truth. He did not tell us what this
어떤
way
것과
is. I've told you all I know.
모른다고만
That's
할
it,
거면
Lucifer.
됐어, 히스클리프.
That's enough, Heathcliff. I believe she's telling the truth.
모른다는
All of you
말이지.
leave us now.
그리고 더 이상 눈에
Please do
띄지
stay out of my sight.
저희
But
내부
Nelly, according to what our
정보에
intelligence
도시
we can gather,
질병법
the
조직에
dead rabbits
해당하던
syndicates
데드
of an
레비츠는
urban plague
이미
classification
한참 전에
have
티사
long been
뒷골목에서
obliterated from the
괴멸이 된
T-Corp back
상태였습니다.
streets.
뭐?
Wait, what?
오랫동안
They have been
활동하지
inactive for a
않은
very, very long time.
이른바
In other words, they have
토벌된
already been
조직이라는
vanquished.
것입니다.
Other gangs have not seen the
다른
dead rabbits in the back
경단들도
streets for a while either.
뒷골목에서 신원을
We have
알 수
no way of
없는
verifying their
자들입니다.
identities, so please be careful.
부디 조심하십시오.
Ah, that explains the masks, because otherwise people will be able to identify it. It's so that Matthew guy's been taking control of people to rebuild the black rabbits, the dead rabbits, and that's what. No, we saw a generic one. I was gonna say that's why we never see them talk or anything, but no, we saw a generic one talking to what's his face, the brother at the start. All right, so it's not that they're emotionless husks, mindless husks being controlled.
힌들리 씨가
Who in the
대체
blazes did Mr.
누구를
Hindley let in this
입원해
manner? The diary, a diary, huh? I'm not sure what to expect
잡기만
from it.
한다면
If we do find it, at
이
least be a
상황을
clue as to what kind
타개할
of situation we
단서
bumped into.
일기장
A small
따위에
container, a place to
조그만
hide
물건을
things such as
숨길만
a diary
하고
would
싶다면
be these bookshelf drawers.
예묘사들이 최선을
But here's
다해서
the butlers
뒤집어
have combed the
봤나
room already.
나
I
이런
have
거
once
본
beheld
적
such a
있어.
sight. Forsooth, is often the case a hidden button exists somewhere. We'll have to scour this room from corner to magnifying glass, much larger than even Gregor's.
아, 이건
These are glasses from my myopia.
베개 속은
There
온갖
are a thousand
새들의
feathers
깃털로
of so many
가득하지.
birds in this
다른
pillow.
부자들은
Other
희귀한 새
people
깃털을
of
수집해서
means like to collect
넣어놓는다곤
rare bird
하지만
feathers and stuff in the pillows, but I don't like that.
왜인지
Do you know why?
날아가는 새들은
Because birds are meant to fly, not to
죽이지
be
말아야
killed.
하니까.
맞아.
Yes, birds do not belong in their
새들은 세상을
cages.
벗어나서
They are
하늘을
born to
날도록
soar the
태어난 존재니까.
skies.
그래서 나는 이
So I'm going to empty
깃털들을
this
전부
pillow of
빼낼
their
거야.
feathers.
대신 그 빈
Instead, I'll
속엔
fill it with my
내
secrets
언제든지
that
내
I'll
머리
always have it at
밑에서
arm's
파고 있을
reach.
히스클리프 씨.
Heathcliff, why are you
왜
tying that
갑자기
pillow
베개-
open? This is where
죄송합니다.
Kathy would have
일기장에
a
나왔고
diary hidden within the
베개
pillow.
속에서
Ah, they couldn't. Interesting. Remember, Lyndon was her husband for years, and he claims they were close. Yet he didn't know them. He didn't know her well enough that she would hide something in her pillow. It's stained by
커다란
ink.
얼룩이 번져 있네요.
Even the cover too.
휴지부터.
왜 이런
I
얼룩들이
wonder why
배어있는
anyone would do
거지?
this to their own diary. When I
아주
would hold my pen
오랫동안
against paper
무슨
for a
글을
long
써야 할지
time,
몰라서
because I'm not sure what to write. The
잉크에
ink would start to
생긴
pool and
웅덩이가
spread,
번지고
leaving stains like
이런
these.
일반적인 잉크의 성질과는
These
다르게
ink stains
보입니다.
appear to have been made from non-standard special
한
ink. A
페이지에
pool that's been
번져
stained
있는
this page left no marks on the
다른
subsequent
페이지에는
page.
어떤 영imo
Oh, so it didn't bleed through.
의도적으로
Perhaps these stains were made on
글자를 가리기
purpose
위한
to hide the
장치라는
words
생각도
underneath
듭니다.
them.
린튼이라는 자가 길을 쓰고 찾으려는 게 이
If that Linden
일기장에
guy's trying so
맞다면
hard to find this diary,
중요한
then I'm
정보가
willing to bet it's
담겨
something
있는 물건은
important. Most of these pages are stained. True, most of them are stained, and their contents are difficult to read. I would have liked to read them, even if just a little bit. That's when the pages began to flip wildly until it came to stop with a page with actually legible words. It couldn't have been the wind. There's no open windows. XXXX. Oh, I have to click to.
히스클리프. 그 애가
Heathcliff left me without a word. A terrible thunderstorm rages outside. Will he cease to pain my heart and return home like he once the rains pass, like Nellie said? Fine, don't come back. I don't want to see your face again ever, either. This manor and me, we're all you have. You don't have anything else. Will you truly abandon everything to you? Boy, this all feels extremely private. Should we really? Why don't we let Heathcliff on? No, this entry seems off. The guest paid me a visit, the first in a long time. Conversing with someone new really cleared my head. And I saw my shape in the mirror before me. And I know what to do now. The basement. We must descend there. Who do you think the we is? The basement?
넬리,
From what I remember, Nellie. I agree, Heathcliff.
여러분,
Everyone, it appears the next
다음
destination
장소는
is the basement of
지하실로
this
가야 할 것
manor.
같아.
왜 그렇게
What
추론하는
makes you say
거지?
that?
이 저택은
The old mistress who
오래전
passed
돌아가신
many years ago
마흔의
ordered us to seal the
지하실에
entrance to that
막아놓았었어요.
basement.
즉,
Which means the basement
저택의
was
개조와
unsealed
함께
when the
뚫어버린
modifications were
공간이라는
made to the manor.
왜
Well, why
지하실로
the basement?
캐시는 어두운 걸
Kathy hated the
싫어했어?
dark, enough to keep her room lit with
항상
several
방에는 랜턴을
lanterns.
여러 개 두고
덕분에 매일 장을
Indeed,
보러 갈
I
때마다
recall giving
랜턴들을
purchase to
한가득
an entire
사놓아야
set of
했죠.
lanterns whenever I left the manor to procure groceries.
확실히
That's
수상하긴 하고.
certainly suspicious.
지하실 위치.
Got any ideas as to what we
예상하는
might
곳이
find in the
있어,
basement?
넬리.
뭐
Well,
집집마다
it's usually by
거기서
the kitchen, isn't
거기죠.
it? Let's investigate that place
부엌부터-
first, shall we?
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
The diary too.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이.
정리 시간이다.
We had a rather spirited start to the investigation, but our journey to the kitchen is far from straightforward.
이상하네.
From what I recall, turning right here should have led us to the first
아니야.
floor. No, we should have found the kitchen ages ago. And Nellie, it makes absolutely no
네가 이
sense for you
집에서
all people to be
헤맨다는 것
lost
자체가
here.
말이야.
맞아.
Indeed, you could blindfold
난
me and I'd
눈을
still know where everything in the house
감고도 어디가 어떤
is.
방인지.
This
익숙하고
feels quite familiar. It's like the corridor.
뒷문의 복도를
Indeed,
보았을
it's like
때
the corridor of the back door. Yes, considering the
밖에서
exterior of the
보았던
manager and
저택의
comparing to its
외관으로
internal
미루어
map, the size and shape
논리적인
is far from
구조는
being even remotely
이미
possible.
한참 전에
Ah,
벗어났습니다.
crap. You mean to tell me this manor has actually been a TARDIS this entire time? You know, like from Doctor Who? What's on your mind, Heathcliff?
느낌이
This
비슷해.
feels familiar, like it's all just one big
옛날에
riddle Kathy used to give
수수께끼는
me.
내가 가끔
I'd
일찍
sometimes get the
정답을
right answer
맞출 때도
early, and every time I
있었는데
did, she kept making me answer more and more
그때마다
convoluted and
실수를
annoyed that I
내면서
actually managed to get it right.
지금도
This is what it felt like she's
일부러
crossed with
심술을
me,
낸 것
hiding the
같아.
basement, making us go in circles.
지하실을 찾을 수
일기장
Let
좀
me see
줘봐.
the diary. I want to see if this says
지하실
anything
여기
else in the
지금 세
basement.
번째 맴도는
It's
것
like the third
같거든.
time walk through this
슬슬
hallway,
정신
okay? I'm
나갈
starting to
것
lose my cool.
같아. 이제
The
정
picture frame again. I
들어버렸어.
recognize that from anywhere now.
일기장엔 뭐가 더
There wasn't
없던데?
anything else in the diary
잠깐만
last.
볼게 있어.
Let me have a
네가
look.
놓-
Maybe was that overreaction really necessary, Don
소리 지를
Quixote?
정도는
방금
What the heck was that? A window
유리창이
quite shattered,
깨졌다.
quite literally, out of
어떠한지.
nowhere.
아이고
Ah,
미안
my bad,
히스.
Heath. I dropped the diary. The noise got to me.
됐어.
Don't bother. I just need to dust it light.
이 페이지
Wait, this page wasn't here
그러게.
earlier. You're right. The
얼룩들로
page was on the
다
ink-stained
덮여있던-
ones, right?
지하실.
The basement.
우리는
We must descend
그곳으로
there.
언젠가 멀지
In
않는
the
날에
not so far, in
말이야.
a not so far future, I'd like to hang my
나는 내
portrait at the
초상화를
entrance to that
지하실의
basement.
입구에 걸어놓고 싶어. 가장 내가
A portrait of my most
아름답고
beautiful, most
활기찬
spirited, yet
지금
fleeting
이
present
가끔
self.
조세핀이 저택에
In those
안
rare days
보이는
when Josephine
날이면
wasn't haunting the
나는
area,
그곳을
that area of the
독차지하고
manor, I'd sit there for days with
그와
him by my
함께
side,
오랫동안
chatting our
찾아를
day
살고
away.
있지. 이 날을 기억해?
Do you remember those days?
수수께끼?
This is a riddle, ain't it? But who should this be?
수수께끼.
If it's her riddle, the only one who can solve that
지하실
speak.
입구
The answer's the basement by just
수다
chatting our
떨던
day away. Heathcliff closed his eyes as if to recall what happened and squinted them open.
식당의
The
벽난로
fireplace in the dining hall.
캐서린은
Catherine enjoyed chatting with me in the
그랬군요.
fireplace. Oh, I
정말
see.
소중했었나
Those moments
보네요.
must have been very precious
그
to her.
순간들이 잊혀지지
Precious
않게
enough to write them in her diary so
일기장에다
that she would
기록해
always
놓을
remember
정도로.
them.
또
You lot
너네들이냐?
again.
형님은
Where is he, the boss?
말이 통하지
Any
않는
further attempts to
상대인 게
communicate
분명하다.
seems futile.
더
They are
이상이다.
clearly...
아니야, 데드
No,
래빗.
the dead rabbit's safe. He stopped himself, scratched his head, sighed.
진짜
Doesn't matter what I got to say.
모르겠어.
Oh, no, none of this feels
죽었다고
real.
하는 캐시
They're saying Kathy's dead. The
변해버린
dead rabbits have
데드
changed. This
래빗이래.
bloody maze of a manor.
귀죽박 너냐?
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
그쪽으로.
Ooh, I don't think they're doing too good. Unfortunately, I cannot stop a counter. I can't offset a counter, which is a shame.
미쳐버리긴.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
벌써 끝나가나.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。
Splitting. Low morale, lose 2 HP. Eon self with every clash, gain offense level up at turn start.
내가 눈에
Yeah, they're
새겨주지.
falling apart.
効果的な攻撃でした。
미쳐버리긴.
It's an effective attack.
맘.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 바람 들어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
An enemy is fully wounded. Yeah, those
Yeah.
3 are about to go down hard.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
바람
생각해보라고.
들어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 마침내
Easy
굴레
enough.
하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니
Alright, let me get
언젠가
some of my
제외할 날
drink.
꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
Ah, welcome, Apollo. Oh, what a coincidence. I was just drinking, getting a sip of my drink, so I was in fact obtaining hydration. Welcome. Yeah, as you can see, we've been getting a decent ways in here. Dang, hard to believe we've come so far in such a short period of time. I say short, but it's been like 3.5 hours. Yeah, at this point I'm convinced that Kathy's either not dead. Good luck, thanks. I know there's a... yeah. Richard, I already know that every Canto from here on out has a Ricardo level difficulty fight, so I'm prepared. I'm preparing, that is. But yeah, I'm convinced at this point Kathy either isn't dead or she's a ghost that is controlling both the manor and the diary. Because her diary was hidden in a place that Heathcliff would know, but her husband did not. They just had him. All he could do was check her bookshelves, which Heathcliff immediately identified. Oh, head out for dinner? Alright then. And thanks for stopping by.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
There already was a group of people by the
린튼
fireplace.
주인님.
Master Linton.
결국
So you've arrived. This can't be a coincidence, can it? Suppose you're also trying to enter the basement?
린튼님.
Master Linden, what are you
대체
hiding in the
지하실에
basement?
무엇을 숨겨?
먼저 들어갔으면서
I see that they've gotten their hands on it
결국
first,
찾아야
despite the fact
할까?
you had the head start.
죄송합니다. 린튼
Our
주인님.
most profound apologies, Master Linden. Remember, Arcanite's collab ends 4 hours before the next weekly maintenance. Indeed, though I think I've already cleaned out everything from there. I mean, the shop's cleaned out, the stages are defeated. Though I guess it wouldn't be too bad to enjoy at least one last battle against the last knight. The last night. You're as bullshit as the day I left. This is the day I lost you in Arcanites. But also like in Arcanites, once you understand his gimmick, he's actually a really fun fight. It's just the first time you're usually going to be obliterated. Yeah, for anyone who still needs to figure it out, you basically just guard after he puts cold effect on you, and it goes away. If you hit him multiple times, you can accidentally you'll get frozen. Luckily, it seems, other than Slay the Ocean, he actually doesn't deal that much damage. It's that, I guess I should be saying his damage is manageable if he's not using Slay the Oceans. That's nice. Almost profound, or at least not when it's on normal mode. When it's on difficult mode, it feels a lot worse, but I guess that could also just be my units are not particularly built up. I am a far cry from the Canto 8, which is where it first came out, so yeah. I am looking forward to the next event too, though. It should be fun, and especially the Walpurgis night. Our profound apologies, Mr. Linton. Return that diary to me. Why must we? Isn't that unreasonable for a husband to request you return his loving wife's memento to his hands? Don't provoke me. Tell me why Catherine died. Like I said earlier, I won't believe a word from your gob until I see her body for myself. Even her claim that she married you. How desperate. Allow me to offer you an alternative. Hide in some corner of the manor, wait until the lightning strikes 7. Take the golden bow Catherine left you, leave, and never return to this place ever again. It's what you do best, Heathcliff, turning tail and hiding, shrouding your shameful, tear-soaked face from the world, fleeing from beatings, abandoning Catherine, because you were too busy running away from the gnawing hounds. Keep talking, young Master Edgar, and you'll find that I'm no longer the weak child you once knew. Well, I'm not so sure what's changed about you since then, Heathcliff. And these cheap, tacky letters you sent? All burned with the rest of the trash in the incinerator. Yeah, I think he wants the second golden bow. He's probably doesn't want to risk, struggling. Yeah. Ooh, lucky Faust. She absolutely had to win that clash, or things would have gotten very bad very quickly. It's possible he knows the second golden bow is here and he wants to get it from us because it wasn't there. But he knows trying to get both of them is too much while the IF Association fixers are here, because if he tried to take both, they'd try to get him for ruining the will. Failure to execute the will. Yeah. It's a fun thing when you have a few coins, so you can afford to lose one or two, but while the enemy only has one, so they can only afford to lose once. Shifty, fast. This will have to do. We need to give everyone a quick boost of sanity. We can't afford. Oh wait, I don't think Heathcliff can corrode. No, he can, because I don't have any unique ones equipped to him. He only has the default, and the default ones cannot corrode.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아요.
Representation emitter.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
敵は深手を負っています
천천히
Yeah, his sanity's dropping because of his broken heart.
이놈이 아니야?
Bereavement. At minus 59 higher SP, lose as 10. When hit, lose 2 and gain 1 offense level on the next turn. Yeah, less than 0 SP, gain 3 attack up. Okay, so it's like Ishmael's. So in other words, if I had any unique ones equipped to him, I was probably best not using them, simply so that he doesn't accidentally corrode.
바람 불어오는 대로.
Still, in exchange, he does get quite a bit of raw power to make up for it, so he has a better way of winning clashes despite never winning the coin tosses. Rat catching. No rat catching on my watch, it would seem.
너냐?
마음이 열어졌지.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았지. 쓰는 맛이게. 이런 대상 상황. 징수 진행 불가.
これが必要な戦いである
저기 잘 깔끔하게 물었군. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
바람 불어오는 대로. 빨바라.
이런
工作的な攻撃でした囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
Should be pretty easy with all these here. We've certainly got the advantage in both numbers and attacks, so we should be able to clean house here rather well.
단정하지 않군요.
Veteran. Command meltdown. This should be good, Sloth Res. Yeah, that should make things a little easier. Yeah, they're all running away. They're not dying, which means this is not the end. Oh dear. We lost someone.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
We lost Gregor. I should be able to afford this, however. Faust is still staggered. Dominating, favored. Should be fine in theory.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
휘청거리긴. 그래, 얘는
That's another one
처리했고.
down. Only one enemy left.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Not very effective. No matter. Attack power down. Oh, that made it easier to fight. I was hoping that would help, but I was mostly hoping that haste would be good for the next turn. Though it looks like he might not survive the next turn.
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
이 저택을 어떻게 한 거지?
What have you done to this manor? I did not tamper with the manor myself. I have not once been anywhere near the subject of workshops or engineering in my life. I am but a sheltered child of the esteemed Edgar family. How much capacity... How would I have the capacity to do the engineering modifications myself? All I have done is make a few investments in a separate organization that worked on the construction. They were introduced to me as a group that was once part of the syndicate known as The Ring.
약지?
The Ring? Didn't the dead Grabbits guys said they were being plucked by the Ring?
놈들을 데려와서
What the hell are you doing bringing those blighters here? I don't know. I never really cared much about the details of this matter and how it was modified. If my brother found out what I was doing, he would have tried to kill me. Oh, but I cared not.
황금 가지는 어떤 방법으로
How did
입수한
you even
건데요?
come across the golden bow? It's impossible for a private individual to acquire them. Indeed, but the Edgar family is a family of a vast means. When the eldest brother left, most family fortune became mine. I quite enjoyed the affluence. One could say it's the only thing in my possession that I liked, though I spent most of it procuring that golden bow. Linton was coughing harshly between a couple of words. It seemed as though he's pushing himself just to finish the sentence. It wasn't the battles that the battles had been grueling. It's me. He was somewhat of a frailer constitution. Edgar family? I believe I once espied the name of the Fixer's monthly magazines. Mayhaps. What I've got to say about a bloke that looks like he belongs. What have I got to say to a bloke that looks like he belongs in the infirmary? Just tell me what happened to Catherine. That's all I'm asking. Do you really think you even deserve to meddle in my family's affairs? To meddle in this business between me and my wife? Don't talk to me, like that to me, damn it. What are you trying to flaunt those words at me or something? We were married, de facto, de jure. I was her lawfully wedded husband. We lived under the same roof. We built a family together. Right, husband. I suppose you'll never know what it feels like to be called that, am I wrong? It's only expected at this point, is it not? Who in their right mind would leave everything behind, just some poor backstreets vagrant like you? I told you, stop provoking me. Ah. He fell silent for a moment. What Linton said hurt him so much that he could not even come to a rebuttal. Lyndon continued, so emboldened by his silence. You were the first to leave her, yes, but I assure you, it was certainly for the better. Because she would have left you first if you hadn't. Because she would have grown tired of you. Tired of me? Linton, you said that on purpose, didn't you? What do you mean? Just now, you provoked him. You said to anger him, so he'll attack you first. I never said anything to him. See, I was just talking to Hindley. Besides, let's be honest, look at him. His unconfessed rage, he's laughable, isn't he? Do you understand? Hindley will thrash that boy once you leave. Don't you understand? No? Quit your weeping. You have no idea how unhappy your tears make me. Linton tortures Heathcliff like that on purpose. Every time my brother speaks ill of Heathcliff, he giggles with him or mutters an agreement as if he wants Heathcliff to hear. And Heathcliff would always attack Linton because he was an impulsive child. Why can't the people I love also love one another? Linton, you love me, don't you? Of course, dear Catherine. Then how far are you willing to go for love? What does love mean for you? If you truly love me, then perhaps you could bring Heathcliff back? That diary, you can read it? Linton looked downright pathetic. He was gasping for air with every breath, trying to read the open diary. It was a wretched sight. The rapier in his hand clearly clattered pitifully to the floor. Yeah, as you can plainly see yourself. When I tried to read it, it was full of nothing but pages upon pages of ink stains. Why does it refuse me, but not... Catherine, this is your answer, then, is it? I'll no longer know if even I have the right to stand in your way. He closes his eyes and backs away. He activates a button in the fireplace, and it opens. Before us, a large staircase leading downstairs appears. He's watching us from a hollow, dejected look.
린트님.
Master Linton.
이 계단을
The
내려가면
staircase to the basement. Where the hell are you doing down there? All I can say is that I've been preparing to invite a new guest. Descend. Whatever appears before you, whatever transpires, it shall be all as Catherine willed.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이
The
나아갈
abyssal
수 있는
basements.
아씨가
I wondered what this was doing here. Now I see why.
한 걸음 더 가까워진
These are all
것이오.
basement into the basement.
그러니 언젠가 제외할 날
And some familiar enemies.
꿈에게도
Oh, this is a problem,
풀어주시오.
isn't it?
내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를
Yeah, I'm fine using these boxes.
쉼없이
We've
달리고
got a decent
있으니
supply of them, and I'm gonna be going a little bit longer.
시간이다.
Obviously, I'm not completing the chapter tonight. There's no possible way I can do that. The staircase descended for longer than we anticipated. We couldn't even guess how far we were from the bottom.
끝도 없네.
Is there even an end to these stairs? I wonder if the
이렇게까지
depth was really
깊게 만들어야
necessary.
할
These
이유가
servants must have had quite a hard time putting these stairs together.
하나하나
If they
만들어진
operate
게
under the
아닐
identical
수도 있어.
mechanisms of the corridor, then there's a chance they may not have been installed by hand. There's a dark look on Sinclair's face. It's a grim reminder of our experience in the basement of his mansion.
지하실도
This is exactly what the basement of my home felt like.
이런 분위기
Sinclair, what happened back then, it still haunts you, doesn't it?
아니라고는 할 수
Can't
없을
say I've
것
completely
같아요.
moved on from it. Yeah, that's the big thing. These chapters are giving a lot of explanations and conclusions. And some conclusions. They're still leaving a number of loose ends. Even Ishmael's left with Ahab surviving. Although, as much as Herman's trying to convince her to find a new purpose, what is Captain Ahab without a white whale?
하지만
But I'm moving
천천히
forward little by little. Yeah, I can see that. It's good. Sometimes I'm not sure if I'm just imagining that I'm getting better. Suddenly that familiar sensation tickles my head. It soon follows the noise as familiar. The unpleasant sound of something approaching, dragging itself across the floor. No, crawling. Something's crawling this way. It can't be an abnormality, could it? Not a place like this? No, this has got to be...
최종들이군요.
It's a Pekatula.
이것은 로보토미
However, this-
아니면 싱클레어의 저택처럼
However,
지부와
this does not
연결되어
appear to be a
있는 통로
place,
또한
to be a
아닌
Lobotomy
걸로
Corp branch, nor does it
판단된다.
appear to be connected to one, as Sinclair's mansion was.
맞습니다.
Correct. The L Corp
T
branch and T
지부는
Corp is a far
이곳과 한참
fair
멀리
distance away
떨어져
from this
있죠.
manor.
원인 없이
Causeless
결과만
effects. I fail to see
도출되는
why this is happening.
이런 현상이
언제나
As
그랬지만
always, even in seemingly
이해할 수 없는
inexplicable
상황에도
circumstances like this, the
반드시
law of
원인이 있어 왔습니다.
causality remain constant. There's always a cause to an effect. Understood.
뭐
Well,
원인은
I guess we'll find out the
지하실
cause at the end of the
끝까지 다다르면 알 수
stairwell.
있겠죠.
Yeah, it's obvious someone brought them here.
ペンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
물 넘고
꺾고 제쳐라.
Slammed.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。効果的な攻撃でした。
이쪽으로
이건 예상 못했나봐.
즉시 퇴거하시죠.
I could probably have at least two here. Yeah, two in each sounds good here. That guarantees the two will both die. Here. And the others will be sufficiently weakened.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
I guess the Pekatulas are basically the Goombas of this, the Goombas of this universe. And you know what? Yeah, let's do it this way. If that one's dodging, then it's wasting its turn.
얘는 처리했고.
Favored. Dominating. That should be fine, yeah.
일기당천.
That other one doesn't have too much HP, but I also don't want to risk it surviving, so I'll go ahead and do that.
맘.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Alrighty, let's see here. The water bomb.
너냐?
Ooh, gluttony A-res. Now that looks like fun.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Yeah, that damage was huge.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
이걸로 이번 죽음과 결별을 널 머지
The
않아.
abandoned basement 2.
마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같아. 만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
너냐?
마음 놓고
敵に
열어져
対して
치고.
大きな打撃を与えました。
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
Wow, you all really want to go against someone unopposed, which is great and all, but yeah, we don't need everyone targeting that one enemy. Let's make sure it's split up reasonably. Two might... What am I doing? No one's attacking that one. Yeah, that should be fine. I need to make sure as many of them die as possible is my goal.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
일기당천.
That should be fine, I think. An enemy is very heavily wounded. Oh, Pride A-res, not bad.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Yeah, the plant had to go through 3 coins versus her only having to go through 1. Yeah, I don't need this last one. Who's the other unopposed one? Let's see here. Yeah, that should be fine.
일기당천. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고. 깔끔하게 몰았군.
Very exciting. I guess while I'm here, I should mention next week's gonna be very back and forth for me, so I should be able to do my streaming with my friends on Monday like usual. But beyond that, I'll have to be careful because might be a bit more tricky, I think. Dominating. There we are. Oh, I don't need 3 there. So we'll put the second one over here. Now that should ensure at least 2 will die by next time, possibly the 3rd if we happen to get a little lucky. Depends how the attack rolls go. I guess in a way it's nice that it's probably good to be slowing down Lumbus a bit, if only because I need time to, you know, actually build up my sinners. The easy chapters are behind me now. Now I actually have to start trying, as we saw, because even during that random battle I couldn't... it was a bad idea for me to auto through it. Kill. Yeah, that one's not gonna survive the clash.
얘는 처리했고.
I haven't the faintest idea. I haven't the faintest idea behind whom might be behind this, but man, someone really doesn't want us to reach the basement. Finding more and more Picatula the closer we get to the entrance. Since we haven't come across any other entrances on our way home, the only place they could be coming from is the basement. What the heck could they keep in this basement? Don't rich families with big mansions usually keep basement for fancy, classy stuff like fermenting some good whiskey? Or a wine cellar? They also use them for storing treasures, have many fond memories of raiding their basements. Probably depends on the family, but if a rich family wanted to hide something that they are doing, it's a good way to do it in the basement. Are we gonna go in there and find a sacrificial altar? We're gonna go in there and find a sacrificial altar, aren't we? Can you check the diary again, Heath? Maybe something new appeared like it did earlier. It can't possibly be that easy. It's just a diary. You can ask these papers all you want, but is there something wrong with the diary, Heath? I felt an odd sensation. I dismissed it. I thought it was just chills, but I just felt it again. The diary, I ain't sure to put it. Point is the strange sensation. Same feeling earlier when the glass window shattered. Heathcliff, if I may. I know, I'm sounding like I've gone balmy, but... No, Heathcliff, it appears obvious the ink used to write the entries was not ordinary ink. There's a small chance your suspicions may be true. This is what I believe. What are you two even talking about? I recommend you open the diary yourself, Heathcliff. He opened it with a somber expression. Once again, the ink stains are transformed to a series of legible alphabets. I once had a dream of my own death. Or perhaps just an eternal slumber. If there's even a difference, I guess. I found myself in heaven upon waking. It was just as described in the books, surrounded by angels singing a song for me. But at that moment, I also understood that I belonged elsewhere. I cried and pleaded to send me back. One is furious they cast me out to the middle of violet flowers, the top of Wuthering Heights. Only then did I truly awaken this world, sobbing for joy. Now I reminisce upon that memory. I no longer believe it was a mere dream. It was just as real as the ghost from my youth that I've seen haunting this very manor. Yes, if we were in heaven, we shall be eternally miserable. Thus, we must embrace the encroaching sins and descend to the world beneath. Here it is again, that we. Most diaries are written in the first person. Do you know anything about this, Heathcliff? No, she never once mentioned this dream to me.
멈출 수도 있으나
Though it may be baseless
다가오는
conjecture,
죄를
but to say we must
받아들이고
embrace the encroaching
이
sins to
밑바닥으로
descend
계속해서
beneath.
하나에게 맞지.
Perhaps they mean the diary means to
이
instruct us to
죄종들을
face the
모두
Picatula and continue to
지하실로
descend into the
나아가라는
basement.
설마 개소리니?
You say that Catherine planned this? Though I remain uncertain if this was what Miss
이것이
Faust
파우스트 양이
implied
떠올리는
earlier, yet
히스클리프군.
Heathcliff, did it not appear to you the diary is somehow
그대가
answering
부르는
directly to your beckoning?
일기장.
Right, it's not just me who felt that then? Miss Catherine, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but she seems a bit... Yeah, she's quite the character. She can be a tad frightening as well from time to time. Nelly, Lyndon said something about my letters being burned in the incinerator, didn't he?
내 편지들을
You
다
think
가로챈
he's
게
really the prick who nicked all my letters before they reached Kathy? I wouldn't put such behavior beyond Master Linton, that's for sure.
이런 회수해야 할 시간보다 많이 징수해버렸네. 하지만 체납자가 생명을 다했으니 남은 시간을 T사 시간금고로 환수하는 게
Glass
옳은
pods.
일이라는 생각도 드는 징수하겠네.
Huh.
거창한
What
짓거리를
an
해놓고
ostentatious production.
다들
Is everyone seeing this?
유리관 속에
There's people in glass tubes. Their eyes are
사람들이
closed. No,
들어있어요.
some are open. Are they dead?
살았거나
Dead or
죽었거나
alive? It doesn't make
둘 다
sense either
말이 안
way.
돼.
I don't understand why there's something like this under the manor. The room was filled with rows upon rows of mysterious glass pods, each housing a completely still person inside. They are
각자
all
다른
dressed in different
복장을 하고
garbs.
있으며
I don't see any
나이,
recognizable
성별
age or
또한
gender
제각각.
patterns among them.
그리고 T사에서는
Recall that large-scale cases of
대대적인
missing
실종
persons
사건이
have been
벌어지고 있다 들었다.
sweeping across T Co-op recently.
그렇다면
Then,
저기
there, is that the golden bow
당신들이
you're
뺐던
searching for?
황금바지가
At the end of the basement was a woman lying in a coffin. Kathy! And Heathcliff was the only one who immediately recognized her. She appeared to be at peace, as though in a pleasant dream. Look,
보이나?
there are machines attached to her coffin. I see
아래를
two
향한
levers,
두 개가
both
보인다.
pointed down. Attached to the coffin was the golden bow, shimmering with the golden light we've been growing familiar with. Kathy, wait for me. The room, the glass pods of chaos, none of it seemed to register for Heathcliff. He began sprinting towards it like a madman. Don, who I was ready to see sprinting alongside Heathcliff, was aghast. There ought to have been some sort of misunderstanding. A misunderstanding?
T사에서
What misunderstanding?
실종되었다던
These people in pods are
사람들이
clearly the same people who were
명백하게
kidnapped
이곳
at T
지하실에
Co-op.
갇혀 있는데 무슨 오해가?
보시오.
Lo, at all those
기계
standing
근처에
flanking the
서서
machines.
어택에서 보았던
We've seen them
자들이지
before in the manor, have we
않은가?
not?
비협
Fixers of
그녀들.
Ophi Association. Honorable sirs and ladies.
본인은
Often I was told that I'm rather
세상
ignorant with
물정이
groups of the
어둡고
worlds going on in my surroundings, so
눈치 없다는
I
소리를
not wish not to
자주
carelessly assume.
들으니
Thus I must implore thee to answer us.
앞에 막고
All of you
있는
out of my way now.
이쪽으로는
This area
접근
is off limits.
금지.
Off limits.
지금 내
She
바로
is there. I see Catherine right there before my eyes. I won't let you
시간인가?
stand between us. I mean, you could directly just say we were. The will directly said that the golden bow is his.
벌써
Didn't expect them to
여기까지
get
올
here so soon.
거라고는 예상 못.
Well, we need to buy some more time.
부산물을
Unleash
풀어라.
the dregs. The fixers began fiddling with lab machines. Yeah, we know for a fact the golden bow is ours. The will directly said it. We shall pretend we don't know there's another one for
エンバス
now.
カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に
자
嬉しいです
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
敵が来ます皆さん戦闘の準備を
해보겠네.
마음 놓고 열어졌지.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
꿈에는 단정하지 않군요.
Okay. You guys really love to gang up on one, which I do get, but come now. We have a lot more we can be doing with this.
너냐?
I guess the goal is to guarantee at least one death, which I guess, to be fair, the way I have it, they might all actually all survive.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
너냐?
Yeah, they all survived. Oops. Oh well, such it happens.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Yeah, just ignore the guy countering. That's definitely. Yeah, just ignore the guy countering, and we're in good shape. Wow, survive with 4 HP. How frustrating. Oh my, that's a new one. Picatulum Pigoche?
일기당천. 깔끔하게 물었군.
너냐?
Luckily, these aren't too threatening. Then again, the association did just say they're here to buy time.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
ペンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
First, offset that. There we are.
너냐?
Alright, remove the defensive with the offset, and there we are. Yeah, up-type 4ing on Gregor was definitely the move.
깔끔하게 물었군. 모든 것을 숨겼어.
Done. We got one part, and let's get rid of the rest like this.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
This is... They're crawling out of the pods that people are trapped in. This can't be happening. Why the Picatula? Miss Faust. Speak. I'm certain that you, with your gift of omniscience and brilliance, already hold the knowledge the rest are not privy to. Yet you've deemed that there must be some things left unuttered. Thus you've not shared with us all you know. So allow me to ask first. as this sight is too familiar to my eyes.
내 혹여
I wish to hear your opinion on my
오해를
conjecture
하고
in
있는
case that I am
것은
found to
아닌지.
be incorrect.
이
This is an
실험
experiment on the subject of humanity, is it not? Faust explains the purpose of the experiment is to use energy stored within the golden bow to utilize every strand of possibility. It is but one of many experiments made possible using the golden bow's powers. To be more precise, this is an experiment to the birth of a human. It's an experiment to create a certain kind of human. If we were to cast a wire net, it could be assumed this basement merely is an engine room where the power source is activated, and the entire matter itself is a laboratory of its own. Sometimes Faust looks like she's pausing to look at something before speaking.
이상 씨는
Did any of this
어떤 게
resemble what
낯이
you've seen
익다고
before you
생각하시는지.
sang?
생각이
Resemble?
아니라
Nay, they lay plainly before me.
내가 직접
The machines of
설계하고
my very own design,
연구하였던
my
장치들.
very own research.
그것은
This is
결코
not what I'd hoped my research would be used for.
이런 식으로
Not for
쓰길
such a
바라고
hideous
연구한
purpose.
것들이 아니오.
Not to exploit humans, and certainly not to produce them.
사람을 쓰고
You're turning pale. The fact your research is being misused isn't the only problem, is it? Oh, is there something you fear, he's saying?
내가
What I
두려운
fear. Though parts of these
내가
machines
일부
are of my
설계했다고
design,
하나.
none of these could have been, nay,
그 당시
could not have without the
내
assistance
것들의
from one of my
없이
fellows.
결코
Not without. He falls silent, unable to finish. He faces forward. And that man is.
나를
You recognize me
일찍이
from long
알아보지
ago,
않았는가?
have you not?
무어라
Do not
말이라도
stand there in
해보시게.
silence, utter aught to me.
반갑다는 말도
What better response
그렇지
is there
않다는 말도
to you than my utter
모두
silence?
어색하게
When the
끝이
customary
없어.
greetings, words of
그러니
antagonism, and inquiries about your well-being
침묵만큼
all feel
괜찮은
so
답은 없겠지.
inappropriate.
그대가
This is no different from how you
글쎄
always
침묵을
remained a close fellow of
가까이
silence then, no?
이
If
광경들을
you can
보고도
speak so placidly, surrounded betwixt
그리
these
태연하게 말할 수
abominable
있는 것이
horrors,
그들의
then you must have always been
이
part of
모든
this.
장면 다세야.
Asea.
온전히
Well, it's
내
not my sole
결심으로만
volition.
편해도 알지
You
않아.
must already know that I'm not
내가 이
one for such a
정도의
grandiose
하모니는 그릇까지
ambition.
함부로
Hey, you should
얼굴을
reveal
드러내면
yourself like Ophi or the Ring.
이미 다
They're already
알려준
well
말이야.
aware of who we are. To
뭘
hurriedly
그렇게
hide in the
숨기기
shadows when the
급급하나.
lights already shine upon us is unsightly cowardice.
당신은
We're getting tired of being played by your whims. We'll make sure they will hear of everything that's
이번
happening.
그분들이라.
Oh, they? Interesting. Who would they be? Doctors?
도슨트들은
Maestros?
무슨 말을
What
하는
are you
거야?
talking about, Ryoshu? There,
분명 말했지.
I did say there was something off about
저것들은
them.
이상하다.
Right. Everyone here seems to have been ties to the ring, which means these association members might be fakes. Then
저것들
they're not Ophi.
외우피가 아니다. 허접한
They're nothing but
흉내를
cheap
내는
imitations. Huh? Enamored researcher of the ring? Mad researcher of the ring?
해보겠네.
꿈에는 완전하지 않군요.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
向こうにも事情があるのです
Indeed, the clues were there, everything tied back to the ring, and yet the rings seem to be completely unrelated. They're also likely the ones who probably decided that, oh wait, we can just give Heathcliff a golden bow, and so the bus company will just go, okay, we got the golden bow, there can't possibly be another one here. Because remember, the before team was not allowed in.
제거하시죠.
바람 불어오는 대로 빨바람.
위험해. 대상 사망. 징수 진행.
敵は深手を負っています
일기당천.
You think they're sent for my dinner? Hopefully it was a good one.
하나 넘고 물 넘고.
I just had chicken and noodles for mine before I
敵に対し
streamed.
て大きな打撃を与えます
Not chicken noodle soup, mind you, just
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
chicken ranch, I guess would be the better way to put it.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
I did toss some broccoli in though, just because you need to have some vegetables, you know?
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです
내가 눈에
Oh dang, they're all stunned.
바람 불어오는 대로
Ah, it's good to hear.
빨리 물었군.
Sheesh, I only just upped I forward Gregor and it feels like he's joining Yi Sang in my main carries.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진
Yeah, why not?
것이오. 그러니
징수하겠네.
Yeah, people weren't kidding when they said that show IDs are really, really strong. They're also stronger if you use them as a team, but
일기당천.
I'm still holding on to my shards until Walpurgis Night. Good work there. I can tell you dealt a hard blow. Yeah, I'm glad I also gave Heath an actual ID for this one because the 7 Association Rupture folk stuff does actually work rather well with the team I'm using here. Plus, he's another source of wrath, which I do need.
일기당천.
Oops, I probably should have not focused them all on one person like that, but oh well. At least that guarantees that particular target is dead by the next turn.
깔끔하게 몰아봐.
Yeah, make sure these are all, at least one more is dead.
저길지 잘
Or use the mechanics of the Heisho? Yes, I have. They really work well together with Hong Lu's Heisho as the cornerstone, and making them all work rather well together, extremely well.
인정하지 않군요.
It's definitely worth sharding as many as I can if I wanted to go that route, but like I said, I'm holding on to them because above all else, I need to see what the Walpurgis Knight has. Don't get me wrong though, the upcoming Heath and Merceau are genuinely tempting offers, but this is not my first gotcha. I know I need to remain patient and see what the limited banner has to offer.
즉시 퇴거하시죠.
바람 불어오는
Plus, as a friend of mine mentioned in an earlier stream, he thinks I'd like Magical Girl Dawn a lot, and looking at the kit, yeah, probably. Wow, it looks really good.
완벽하게 이 기세로 치프 버틀러가 계획하는 사냥까지 성공적으로 완수해 보이죠.
Yeah, I think giving Heathcliff a better one than his default works well here, especially since he does have some synergy, even if it's not flawless. In that case, Strider mechanics, I presume. I did briefly go through though some of them, yeah. Yeah, and you weren't kidding. Even taking a closer look, Heisho Hong Lu is practically immortal if you know how to play him right. It's crazy. I was putting serious consideration to full stop Hong Lu once the Walpurgis comes, but immortal Hong Lu is definitely something that is a tempting offer, that's for sure. That said, now that I'm starting to get that said, I did just eat up all my threads, so I can't really raise anyone else for a little while. Anyways, ah well. It's probably good. I'll probably have a bit of a break between this and the next time I stream it, because I could do it again on Thursday, or I could do Tales of Symphonia Thursday. I'm trying to decide this. If I do this one on Thursday, I'm unlikely to be able to get to the dungeon. Although the dungeon's definitely going to be a dedicated night on its own. Still, it is a good time to go late. Although Tales of Symphonia, I also am going late on because it's very easy to get into that game. And it is surpassed only by K-Corp Hong Lu's very essential mechanic is to survive multiple deaths.
이쪽으로.
I did briefly look at some of the K-Corp ones after Canto 4. There's definitely some interesting stuff there. Although I'm told through death by tears possible only for a death by tears of tarnished blood possible only for Lord Hong. Interesting. And yeah, W Corp Heathcliff, the one coming up, is definitely one of the biggest, is a particular temptation, since it's probably damning with faint praise to say that the best one here I have is 7 Association, Heathcliff. Although I suppose 4 stars aren't that bad at all. If anything, it's nice that he was dirt cheap to get back up to Uptie 3 so that he could start contributing immediately. Even getting him to Uptie 4 is about only 2/3 the cost that it would take to get 3-star up there. It's kind of a shame it looks like... It is kind of a shame we haven't seen that many of them. It seems like they stopped making 2 stars a while ago. I would assume that they probably didn't know what to do with them, which, to be fair, is a common thing in gachas. There's likely no more to... Yeah, that's what I was meaning. There hasn't been any for a while, and I'd be willing to guess they probably won't be, since they don't seem to know what they want to do with those 2-star identities. Even Arcanite struggles to try and make anything major with their lower stars, where some are... The penultimate level, the equivalent of 2 stars, are usually experimental, where they try out new archetypes and effects to see how that works, with the highest stars, the 6 stars being the main ones. 2 and 3 stars are pretty much completely forgotten. There hasn't been any new ones of those since launch. And 4 stars are just agreed to be budget options for people who like those particular setups. And 1 stars are basically just unique. Those are kind of those are basically a thing in their own. Yeah, it does seem like they don't even know what to do with them. You were to be sacrificed for the ritual in this laboratory. You should never have been down here. You're ruining our plans. Who set you down here? Well, I don't know if you guys will believe what we got to say, but it was a diary. Asaya, stop, please. Why did those faces I've once longed to see appear at such unexpected times, only to depart in a hurry? You do remember, do you not? So I never had any talent in fisticuffs. Well, perhaps I may one day allow myself to use the mirror as you do. This experiment would have been a tad more entertaining had you been here beside me all along. Do not be so sorry for the brevity of this reunion, dear old friend. We shall see one another again in due time. Regrettably, I must make my exit. I rarely ever leave for work on time, for I wear so many hats.
내가 눈에 새겨줄.
It definitely goes without saying that I quite enjoyed the Arcanite crossover, but I guess I should be probably asking more of the Limbus fans of what they thought of the crossover, because ultimately they're the ones who benefited most for it, or the ones that had to go through it. Though I will say I do wish Arcanites got one of their own. I would definitely pull for any of the sinners if they were put into the gacha there. If I had to guess off the top of my head, they probably would have gone with something like... Then again, they probably could have implemented the same ones that they made into, they gave egos for, actually. Because Faust Gregor, her Ishmael, and... Sorry, I'm drawing a blank for some reason. I shouldn't. And Honglu would all be fine. Although they might... The reason Gaming Project is that many existing 2 stars at the time wielded abilities on par with 3 stars. Whereas combined with a lower cost, they were rather distinctly unfair in the eyes of the company, implied they may have already reworked before their release to match that price. Despite all that, certain 2 stars did in fact still match or surpass. As such, the company completed an announcement they'd move away from the concept in order to permit their creative ideas. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Friends tell me that even there are gachas that only have 4 and 5 stars like Genshin seem to have a bit of their 4 stars in a bit of an awkward spot. I guess that's kind of the thing. For a lot of gachas, the low stars are usually meant to be, well, if you're want to be more optimistic about it, it's to show more lore characters and show more perspectives on different situations. So ways to explore the game world a bit more without necessarily needing to make them powerful to be meta or anything like that. If you want to be cynical, it's because gambling requires something to give you on a losing roll, and lower stars to fill that. This game doesn't really have that problem though, since it has bounties of shards that it can give you instead, and those shard bounties are quite valuable in and of themselves, especially since it only takes about 1.5 to 2 months, I guess, is how long it took me to get enough for, yeah, I have enough focus shards that I could get any one of the Sinner's IDs if I felt particularly inclined towards them. Backwards to Canto 4, there's a 2-star born named Talisman Sinclair.
너냐?
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Insinuation. Talisman Sinclair was nerfed during the current season on Canto 8. Yeah, I've heard a few were given some extreme situations, like Mao Faust needed a nerf. I understand why people don't like that. There's rumors that it's illegal for a gacha to nerf characters, but that's not true. I've looked into it myself, and they can nerf it as much as they want. It's just they usually don't because it sets a bad precedent. So to do so is usually seen as an absolute last resort. But if a character ends up far more powerful than they realize, sometimes it just happens. I've seen one where they've nerfed before.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
There we are.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니.
Imitations 4. Yeah, I'm fine spending these. Now where was I? Oh yeah. Crossovers are always kind of a thing that's going to vary from person to person, because a lot of times they usually just introduce the concept from the other game, but they can't go too deep into it because it'd be a bit much to assume you were completely caught up in a completely separate game. And of course, some worry about it breaking the theme of the game in question. Like, for Arknights, most were fine with the Rainbow Six Siege crossover because Rainbow Six Siege is, while a completely different genre, is also a game about operators performing special ops missions. So it's not too thematically off to have them as operators in Arknights as well. Well, they just get transported to more of a weird, or a weirder universe. However, some of them like, what's it called? Actually, what's the Arknights collab that's coming out? Hold on. Let's see here. Crossover events here. I guess I can use the I don't remember the most recent one since it's an idol group I'm not familiar with, but Delicious in Dungeon is one I did like because I love Delicious in Dungeon. And then but I guess I can see why some didn't like it because Delicious in Dungeon is a bit more lighthearted in tone. It does have it's a universe where death is basically a slap on the wrist in most cases. It's kind of meant to be like a tabletop RPG sort of setting. Yeah. Not to say it doesn't have serious moments, but it definitely isn't afraid to have fun, which some felt was a bit out of place, given Arknights has a pretty bleak setting at times. I liked it and thought it did a good job of mixing the two in various ways, but some felt that it broke the overall feeling, which I do get. I don't have enough to get rid of that, do I? Yeah, I only have just enough to clash, and I don't want to... I'm gonna have to risk the... Yeah, I'm gonna have to risk the dodge negating my damage because I can't go without Faust. Or without the last member. I need to make sure everything is clashed. Phew, an enemy down should make it easier. Let's see here. Sinclair was unbelievably powerful as a support back before the nerf. Nerf loss of his ability post-nerf supposedly reduced the Rupture's capability and a damage number by a few hundreds of percentage, a number which cannot specify. Yeah, just knowing just a few hundreds of percent is kind of crazy. So despite all of that, Mount Faust the Rupture is still among the strongest units without question. Sheesh. Yeah, I see what you mean there. Sheesh, we have another stagger. Oh, thanks for the follow, Infector20. I stream just about anything here, so feel free to stop by anytime something catches your eye. Struggling. Yeah. Don't have enough resources for that. Hopeless. Yeah. Oh, this isn't good, is it? At least our whole team is faster. That is good, but it's a moderate... Hopeless. This is really dangerous. Sheesh, why do they all suck so hard today? Favored might be the best we can hope for at this point. Unless, yeah, favored and, neutral. Favored. Alright, that should be a little better. Let's give this one go. Sketch. Oh, come on. How are you still alive? Despite not having a specific name, this enemy sure is, frustrating. Yeah, that's 3 of those. That's not good. Yeah, that's 2 staggers. Yeah, that is not good. Sheesh, why is this rando so powerful? Remember, the ring is a syndicate among fingers, another syndicate among is the middle. I'm aware of that. It's just that thing is, the middle were trash mobs except for Ricardo, and Ricardo was the big problem. This one here doesn't even have a name. It's just some researcher of the ring, question mark? Hopeless. I'm gonna have to block here. How's progress so far? Well, we're at some rando who seems to basically be a boss.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
I don't realize. Well, by all means, it means if you ever stop by anytime I'm doing Limbus or something you particularly like. Ah, crap, that's bad. I'm surprised I didn't lose Dawn there. I was genuinely convinced Dawn was dead. How do we not have enough energy for Faust? Damage, whatever, just go for damage.
이쪽으로.
There's an ID for Yusang where he's the same rank as the guy in the ring, and the director regrets us trying to make it. Yeah, my understanding is that was the most powerful Yusang ID for quite a while in the game. Looks like we might win this. We need to... If we don't win this turn, it might be over, actually. Oh, shoot. Well, now I can... Alright, we know what to do. We need to win these clashes at all costs. And, believe me, I do mean it all. Dawn, get rid of that if you will, please. Yeah, this should be the end as long as I win at least a couple of these clashes. There we go. Time Memoriam was active. Nice. Ryoshu stops one of the fleeing enemies with a swift swing of the scabbard. I normally couldn't give less of a crap about what kind of art the ring makes, but this one, I find this one quite interesting. The ring played at being the OP. What is this, some kind of pop art? There, the ring. What's the ring? The middle's neighbor or something? Neighbor. Yeah, I don't really know much about them, but I do know is they're all at least halfway insane, obsessed with what's beautiful and all that. They run their own gallery and display their own art, but none of their work is quite to my taste. How pitiful, you do not understand the true philosophical beauty of pointillism. Is Maestro involved in this? Where are they? Maestro wouldn't bother to be in a place like this, would they? Besides, we're not even part of the ring anymore. Then what are you? You think I'd tell you so easily? Heathcliff tore the man's head clean off with a full swing of the club. None of this chaos mattered to him. Only the coffin he was walking to mattered. Catherine's coffin. The first identity nerf in the game's history was, in fact, Ring Yusang. Now that I do remember reading, yeah.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진
we finally get to learn where it all went wrong.
언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고.
징수하겠네.
Heathcliff. And it's just starting to get interesting. What are we going to do, Heathcliff? Obvious, isn't it? I'm getting Kathy out of there. Add the experiment pod, machine, coffin, whatever it is. Yeah, I like the AK collab, but I also came here from Arknights, so I'm unreasonably biased. It would be better to ask what the fans of Limbus thought of it. Because as mentioned earlier, I do know that some people like crossovers, seeing the way they're interpreted in the different worlds. Others dislike them for kind of breaking the style. Well, especially if it's a particular... Especially if the crossovers happen extremely often. Like, I know some of them go like Fortnite just for the crossovers, while others feel like Fortnite's basically just nothing. The Fortnite itself has lost all its identity because of all those crossovers. Ah, nice. Obviously, Catholic. Oh, but what about, well, those people in the glass pods, don't you think you can stop me with your meaningless pleas? You already know what a heartless bastard I am. You know how much I've been waiting for this moment.
잠시만요.
Wait, give us time. There has to be a way to shut down the power supply. We'll pick up the golden bone of the coffin. Don't lecture me, don't you try. Do you really think you can change your my mind? Maybe this is the time to beat some sense back into him like we discussed earlier. Ring Yusang still had no upper limits for its reuse. Oh, yeah. I'm guessing that's also why, like, Heishu Honglu has a hard limit on his, stuff. It directly says you can only have a maximum of plus 11 Heisho units buffing him. Now, technically, 11 is only the total amount that's even possible right now, but I guess they wanted to future-proof it in case they make it so that there's a way to swap IDs in battle or something, and they happen to double up on an ID for whatever reason. So, having a hard cap at 11 so that he doesn't start snowballing because they happen to release a 12th Heisho ID at some point is a good idea. And that's when... Oh, I knew it. You were nothing but a band of thieves coming to pilfer my home.
힌들리 씨,
Mr. Hindley?
당신
What order did you give the dead rabbits? Boss, where have you been this whole time? Do you have any idea what state the dead rabbits were in? Not just a rumor. They said dead rabbits were long... Oh, Heathcliff, take it easy, lad. This is my home, damn it. I nearly had that game. It was mine. If only that bloody bastard hadn't gotten that one card. Oh, but Mr. Hindley, I did advise you such problems require deeper consideration. When everything suddenly goes wrong in your life, that's gotta be because the cause has gotta be lurking somewhere, hiding out of your sight. Right, I've given some thought. I've given some thought as to where and when everything went wrong. I see it. All the cause of this misery is because that everything went wrong. He's gonna blame Heathcliff. That day, that blood-windy winter night, when some low-life, vagrant child arrived at my home before my eyes with broken pieces of my violin. That's when everything went wrong. He should have died that day, succumbed to frostbite alone in some colorless black street shithole. Calm yourself, Mr. Hindley. I've got to tell you that I'm running low on manpower. There's no need to waste our strength against him. No, I can handle him. I'll have you know that I have gone through several augmentation procedures and was sent to boarding school by your father, where you learned how to fight. He glared at Matthew with a look of reproach in a moment, as though he were about to lash out for his sentence short and scoffed. I was once master of this manor, not like you low-life hooligans who crawled in here, looking to retrieve what does not belong to you. Stay out of the way, then. I'm gonna kill that mangy dog. I should have killed him when I had the chance. Personal art guides count the collab as every labor of love. Yeah, I've seen the screenshots there of that account. Now, at first I thought, well, either he spends money on it or he just plays a lot, because I'm completely free to play on Arknights, but I've gotten a decent amount of the meta units because it's pretty easy to get what you're looking for once your account's set up. So basically, once you get a good team working, you can save up and only pull for the ones you actually need. But then I saw that his duplicate amounts were, yeah, that he has to be spending money on the game, and a pretty good amount too, to have those amounts. Yeah. Now, granted, duplicates aren't a huge deal in Arknight. They're helpful, but not essential for anyone that has them. But so usually when they have those potentials, it's usually because they particularly like the character or really want to use the character a lot. So I will say, while I've played plenty of gachas that have duplicates not particularly impactful to minimize the feeling of needing to max someone out, this is the first Limbus company here is the first gacha I've ever played where duplicates basically don't even exist. Yeah, I can't counter that. Yeah, basically just any duplicates. Yeah, it seems like any duplicates in this game are basically just replaced with a very good bounty of shards for that particular character, which is nice, but which is nice to be sure. And it was helpful because when I went the Arknights collab, I was worried, okay, am I gonna get at least one of each, or am I gonna need to maximize them after that? I guess we're gonna have no choice but to beat this guy up. Wow, all that and the bastard didn't even have the decency to fight us himself. Then again, I shouldn't be talking. He could be the next Ricardo for all I know. And yes, I'm noticing he's very much the kind of person where everything goes wrong, even when he loses in gambling. It has to be someone else's fault. It can't possibly be that he made a poor decision or that he didn't earn anything. It has to be someone else sabotaged him. Oh, that kind of person is very frustrating. Well, lucky for me, I've got more than enough to go through here. I do not partake in gachas. I like to request clarification duplicates you refer to. In some gachas, duplicates are required to power up a character, or specifically, while in other... Crap, these guys are countering, so you know what? No, I'm not gonna bother... Hold on, let me just move these attacks to be some... Oh, I don't have a choice. Well, that's right. This is with normal human enemies.
자,
Oh well.
어느 쪽일지 잘
Yeah, and some are
생각해보라고.
required, but granted, newer gachas in general usually don't make them required because they realize, oh, people are more likely to stick around with the game, and whether they pay a little or a lot or none at all, they just usually stick around a lot if they don't feel obligated to max everything out.
해보겠네.
Alright. Gachas have evolved quite a bit over all these years, though. Like, FGO was memed as being the only one without a pity system for the longest time, but that's because it first came out in 2015 in the home server. So it makes sense that it wouldn't have so many modern luxuries, but they eventually added one. Pretty much, though that game adds quality of life at a snail's pace, so yeah. You can tell it's been around so long they're partially scared to rock the boat, so they don't want to do too much out of fear that it could break the good thing they've got going. It may not make the most money, but still around. And that is pretty notable, I guess, since most gachas in the general sense don't last more than 1 or 2 years. Well, there could be like that one mecha one that lasted like a few hours. So ones that are that long-lived, you can tell they usually want to keep the money flow going where possible. One gameplay now where Duke's Supreme Porn is Musumi. That is one I have not played. I've not, but to be fair, I feel like I already play more gachas than I really should. I only log into like half of them regularly anymore. And as you've seen by the fact I've done occasional F14 replays, I guess that also counts as a live service game. I mean, it's not a gacha, you get everything from the sub, unless you, alright, if you don't count the cash shop. Which I think is a scam. Well, no, it's not a scam, it's just that everything's way more expensive than it should be. 24 bucks for a damn mount. I mean, sure, you do use mounts reasonably often in that game, so you will see it, but... Oh, here he is, finally. Hindley finally decided to stop being all talk and attack. Yeah, I need to get Faust's healing going, so let's do that. As soon as the trash mobs are gone, this will be a lot easier. Yeah, 12 bucks for an outfit, 24 for a mountain. I'm sorry, that is just way more than I'd pay for it. Right, there we are. Guard. Command meltdown.
아득한 야정.
This long journey.
멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Ooh, he didn't roll very well on his guard, and that's good for me. Yeah. Still sucks to lose some damage, but whatever. I was using it for the utility and to make sure she'd win that clash at all costs. Get out of my... Oops. Sure. Yeah, it's just the Dead Rabbit's henchman. So it seems the boss has decided not to bother here. Interesting. Now, this is just a guard skill, which means I can offset that, right? Darn. Yeah, like, what was I saying? Yeah. Yeah, most of the duplicates, most gachas these days realize that duplicates are a lot better when they're not, or more tempting when they're not mandatory, so you won't run into too many where they're necessary. Kind of funny, though. Someone who, made fun of me for liking gacha games like Arknights ended up later getting into Musumi pretty hard. like with gambling at Vegas or whatever place you particularly enjoy, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you are well aware of what you're getting into in the general sense. It's the reason I was fine with just buying the Amiya announcer pack here, because I pay it and I actually get the announcer. I didn't roll for her. I would have regretted it if I had to actually pull for her, because I don't think that's worth it given how little impact to the announcers are. I mean, look at this fight here. She's barely saying anything. Actually, even Dante's barely saying anything, and he's there too. Well, he was easy. But I just have to be careful, because gotcha still are gambling. So if you have a problem with that sort of thing, it can affect you. But if not, it can still be fun because, well, gambling is fun. Why do you think it exists? During a non-gotcha game, with the option to gamble, I happen to do so. Let's see here. The Divine Deception, that was the game. It's an indie game that's basically just pure VN. You gamble with a sort of host who shares with you a story, a drama story about political intrigue. I enjoyed it for what I enjoyed it myself, but most probably haven't even heard of it since it's so tiny, which is a shame. Okay, sorry, I'm just yapping now. Aw, shite. Aha, what'd I tell you, Mr. Hindley? Again and again, beware the obsidian grass. Wait, you... Wait. Wasn't the dead... Wait, what... Oh, wait, wasn't the dead rabbit's boss supposed to be working for Hindley? So why... Does it look like he's provoking Hindley to fight us? Why is he trying to rile him up? And what's this about obsidian grass? Ah, don't you get it? He's talking about black clovers, like black cards for poker, shape and color. Rodian seems to be the surprisingly, one of the better ones for smelling a rat when something's up. Then again, I guess as a gambler, she would have to pay attention. Like she mentions way back in Canto 2, it is correct, you can tell a lot about a person by the way they handle gambling, what kind of methods they go to and how far they take it. Violin. Dang, when I started here, my level 35 meter was almost empty, and oh wait, you can't see it because my avatar's in the way. But yeah, that meter was completely empty, and now you can actually see it on the stream now. That's how long I've been at this. The violin. Why not? I've already used it. No point in holding back now. The obsidian grass. Damn it, I see it now. It was you all along. No, it was always like this. I was surrounded by opportunistic backstabbing jerks whose only goals was to suck my fortunes dry. There was never a place for me. No, you just refused to take responsibility for anything, no matter how small or how up to chance it was. No, it had to be someone sabotaging you. Not even here, this vast manor. Why? It's that bloody vagabond. Why should I be subject to such? Wait, who's that? Hindley begins flailing his arms at nothing, speaking the void. Yes, exactly. You understand. All I wanted was a small fancy violin. That's all it was. But he tossed me in the mud pits in the rain like I was a rabid dog. Yes, I remember a single word of my father told me. Of course I do. I can recite it from the top of my head. He's distorting. Hindley, I regret that I cannot bring myself to consider a reprobate like you as my own child. That boy Heathcliff is more like my son than you shall ever be. All those who find themselves at the end of suffering, as my old fellow Donggang had muttered aught to themselves, as though they were conversing with an invisible partner. Then, Merceau, can you stop this like last time? It is impossible. I'm attempting to approach him, yet I feel an equal force pushing me in the opposite direction. That almost implies that a person is causing the distortions. They happened in the Arknights event too, but the shock there is that it was even happening to someone in another universe. So someone else, which implies people outside the city can distort as well? Now that is actually interesting lore that is honestly going to be a shame to lose once the crossover goes away. Because that's a rather huge revelation that anyone can distort, not just those from the city. Unlike the case with the monolith, this distortion is occurring as normally should. Faust explains that such distortions occur as though it's been ordained by fate. Once the sequence is started, it cannot be stopped without a strong will from the subject of the distortion. Then, yeah, he's gonna lose. There's no possible way this idiot has enough willpower. Her not when he finds an excuse, deflects, and never faces any problem head on. Yes, he will distort. Yeah, I like how they're not even pretending it's possible for him to beat it. I have no reason to protect Wuthering Heights, not a single one. This place never welcomed me, this home. Can't you see? It's rotting away. The sickening, rotting stench that penetrates. Can you feel it, this rot? This isn't much of a surprise, isn't it? It absorbed so much hatred over the years. Even Catherine must have hated me as she expired. So Wuthering Heights, this decaying matter, it must crumble. As it should be, But was the dead rabbit's boss trying to provoke him? That's what I want to know. We really don't have anyone here. Fine, we'll just eat this here because I want to get the energy going. Actually, maybe I should have gotten the gluttony going. I'm gonna have to do this manually. I'm pretty sure this guy is going to be... I don't know if this guy is going to be the Ricardo of this chapter, but there's no point in holding back. Damn it! Damn it. Distortion is a phenomenon thus far displayed by individuals when the world project moves exclusively by humans. Perhaps it's a phenomenon that exists in other worlds like external, like Arknights on the premise that's connecting to the city somehow. True, she did. That only happened to Mayors when she specifically looked... When she specifically looked at the... whatever it was from the city there. A-Res, wonderful. Hopeless. Ugh. Those are fine. Those are reduced very significantly. I'll have to hope this will work. Yeah. Yeah, but as you pointed out, Apollo, unfortunately we probably won't be seeing Mayors again since, if she showed up in, she could show up in Arknights, but then a lot of people will be going, who's this? She's not in any of our story arcs. Granted, characters from previous crossovers have appeared, like one character from the Rainbow Six crossover did become playable in Arknights, but that also had she was also in an event that was in Arknights, even if it was one that does not rerun or go on the records. So the players there could easily know who she was. Mayors does not have that. Get it together, everyone. I don't like this. Unopposed, huh? We don't have a choice. Mayors didn't go a certain degree of interference through the distortion portal. Generally, it's not a phenomenon that can be delayed without a great change occurring in the individuals themselves. Don't do it. Oh dear. Struggling and hopeless. That is not good to see, but we don't have much choice at the moment. We're winning some of them, but not enough. good. Okay, good. We're wearing a few. I was worried I might have to reset already, but we're still... The problem is he has a higher max than hers. Yeah, if I lost Ryoshu this early, I can't... I'm gonna have to reset the whole thing. Like I said, she's a glass cannon, but her damage is impressive. Oh my. Yeah, let's not waste time then. I do get on one hand it's good to keep going until I actually game over, but on the other hand, I also don't want to waste too much time on a clearly lost fight.
무리한 임무도 아닌데 실패했으니 이번 주고는 오래 보겠어.
The weakest part of this link is Wuthering Heights Faust, fortunately. Here we are. I'm gonna go with specifically with someone with Command Meltdown. I do not want someone with I don't want to be using... Yeah, specifically needs Command Meltdown, not Fluid Sac. Fluid Sac would probably make it easier, especially since, to my understanding, the game... Him is balanced, assuming you have it, just because it's one of those things so overpowered from Season 1 that... why wouldn't you be using it? We'll get rid of that. Favored. Oh dear. Wow, that's a lot focusing Dawn, actually. Favored. Wow, unopposed is not looking good. Ryoshu can flash this. A hidden mechanic is this where certain ego corrosion with no specific prioritization may sometimes target a different unit depending on whether the upper or lower version dashboard is used. Lucky, this could display in a corrosion where no allies are targeted. Yeah, my understanding is that corrosion is a random targeting, so it's possible. To get them, but it is possible for corrosion to hit only enemies. But it requires a lot of luck. Oh, come on, really? There we are. Yeah, we need to start winning these clashes. Oh, come on. How do you lose every damn one? She had 3 coins and had no sanity. That should have been at least 1 or 2. At least, wow, Faust is doing good work at least. Yeah, if I do it this way, it should work. It's a little dangerous, but I think it's worth it. Egos may differ depending on target if you choose the upper or lower version of the same column. Even the same egos in the same center of the same column. Oh, I see. Versions don't always target the same one, so check both. I'll keep that in mind then. I wasn't sure if it used the same attack, I wasn't sure if it was the same or not, so I'll have to pay attention to that. Of course, the better thing to do is to avoid losing completely. Damn it. Yeah, as soon as Dawn lost 1, it was impossible to win anymore. It seems 45, starting with 45 sanity is kind of a pain. And I don't have enough energy, damn it. Yeah, he's gonna kill her. Oh, didn't. Weird. Oh, yeah, he did. Never mind. He said, wait, I forgot. Sorry. There's no point in trying if I already lost someone this early.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
당분간은 고개 숙이고 기어야겠군. 무리한 임무도 아닌데 실패했으니 이번 주고는 오래 보겠어?
Guess it doesn't matter which I pick as long as I pick one of them.
필두 출진.
검은색 불.
인바스 컴퍼니の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Yeah, let's undo that and have the rest to their favor.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, come on, really? Well, what am I saying? Heathcliff has no sanity. Of course he's never going to make it. There, now Ryoshi's doing work.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Dawn, take on... Yeah, she can clash that one because it's targeting her, even though it's higher priority. No, wait, no, it's not. It's just 4.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
There we go. And now that we're actually winning... What do you know? When we actually win the clashes, it's not that bad of a fight. This is my home.
모든 것에
T-Corp Dawn is doing good work.
インバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
There we are. Get rid of that defense, those defenses, and oh, but that's near the end, so he's gonna benefit from it basically all the way until the last one. Guess I don't have a choice then, unfortunately. At the end of the day, I do need to get all this energy up so I can start using Command Meltdown, and that requires winning these. Well, as long as he doesn't fail the rolls on the actual clash, I'm fine, I guess. That was an effective strategy. Tremor burst active. Good. Oh my. Concussion, bind, hatred. we not have enough energy for... Oh, it's still 5 glut. Yeah, I think A-res with Gluttony is precisely what we need right now.
일기당천.
Yeah, this really is a game of snowballing. If you can get a good start, you can usually keep going. But if you struggle at the start, it can be worth trying to get a better start. Although I guess it is nice to know if you're going to struggle for this, and if you want to restart from the very beginning like that. I've been told if I want, since I have 7 Association Faust, apparently she was the go-to for Rupture before Mao Faust. I guess if I don't want to spend shards for that one, I guess that's an option. Damage up. Darn, if only they were consecutive, that could have made this a lot easier. Alright, let's go. Damage up. Rupture and Tremor, go. Well, that was an effective attack. Remove that, if you please. Where's that one going? Ryoshu. Clash power. Oh dear, that's bad. Prioritize targets with the least HP. I need to make sure everything's clash, but unopposed.
일기당천.
Well, I guess it's unopposed. I can do it this way. Yeah, 7 Faust is a good unit. The only thing is that Malfaust is basically one of the best units in the game, directly power creeps. Doesn't mean you can't use 7. Yeah.
스스로 답을 구하시길.
Definitely something to consider, especially since she actually does still give most of the resources needed. I still need. There we go. It sucks to have to deal with the dodge, but I guess it's crap. Oh nice, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Where's Heathcliff? haven't a clue. Most likely dies in core, lazy bum he is. Oi, Heathcliff, where are you? Lady Catherine's finally returned. Chop chop, come on, bitter welcome like all the other servants have. Heathcliff, what are you sulking for? Have you forgotten me? How insolent. I don't recall permitting you to act so disrespectfully before my dear sister. Why are you laughing at me?
뭐라고?
Huh?
왜 그렇게
Why would you say
말하는
something like
거야?
that? I never
너야말로
laughed.
나를
I want to let you know
오랜만에
what
왜
don't
그렇게
appear very happy to see me. It's been
부르짖는
so long since we last
거냐고.
met. And Matt, you're dirty.
그래 맞지.
You're right, it's just the way I was born. I like to be dirty. Dirty as I want to be. Oh, you Heathcliff.
클리프가 나를
The day
처음으로
denied me for the
거절한
first
덕분에
time. I've never seen a
세상을
prouder
가진
smile on my brother than
만족스러운
when he watched it
표정으로
happen.
모든 장면을 보고 있어. 헛간으로
I
가버린
wonder if Heathcliff, who stormed off the barn,
헤스클리프가
was weeping. Catherine, you shrew, you dare conspire with your husband to take my home away from me? The only thing my father ever gave me?
어릴 때 받은
I did not want the
상처가
pain from your
오빠의
youth to
발목을
hold you
잡고
back
있는
from living your
것처럼
life, dear
살지
brother.
않았어. 그 상처를
The
무기로
same pain you wielded like a
휘두르면서
cudgel to thrash Heathcliff
클리프를
to
때리고
hurt
나라는
me.
오빠가
I'll
건강해질 수
try all I
있도록
can to make
내
you recover, help you so that you may recover.
하지만
But if you chose to
오빠가
abandon every
모든
opportunity that was
기회를
given to you, if you'd rather
걷어차서
walk yourself into that abyss,
ペンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
I do have the energy for it, but I best wait until he really needs it.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Yeah, the rupture counts are going through now. Granted, since I already have a half-decent... Since it's easy enough to borrow... Or, Faust, and since I already have Butler Faust for my own personal needs, I could also consider building someone else. Like, I still have T-Corp Otis I want to get going at some point, but again, I just spent everything to get Uptype 4 on Gregor. I figure the two Uptype 4 I have right now should be the ones that I am likely to be continuing using, even if better ones happen to come. So they need to be ones built to last. And the Heisho ones are definitely units built to last. Darn, we just don't have any gluttony energy? No, we need the gluttony stuff here. In fact, go with this one. This will make it a, yeah, that'll make it an shouldn't that be an A-res? Come on.
일기당천.
There we are. Yeah, generally if a unit's only flaw is there's a direct power creep, but that usually means they still work, so that's why it's probably worth considering if I really need to. At the same time, Faust is rather important, because I imagine once the Arcanine event ends, not everyone's going to be keeping Man Meltdown over Fluid Sac, given how famous for how ridiculously overpowered that is. Like I said, I've heard it's so powerful that these boss fights like this one right here are balanced, assuming you're using it. And because, well, why wouldn't you? Oh. Damage. Wow, this is really the best damage we can do? Well, no, I can do this here to make that an envy res. There we are. I hope this kills him. If not, it's going to be a very big pain in the ass. It is seldom considered by most that Hindley's not deserving of hate, but pity. He is pitiful. If I was going to... And I can assure you mine's never going to lose her command meltdown since it's, you know, the whole reason I started. There we go, part broken. Yeah, at the end of the day, the only reason he lashed out at everyone was because he couldn't deal with the fact that his family, he didn't see him as worthy. Though granted, from what we're seeing here, it seems like he actually isn't worthy. He just drinks and gambles and blames everyone else when suddenly that led to his money drying up. I know this for certain. Catherine died because you dared set foot in our manor, interloper. Yes, it's most definitely not because of the guy who just drank, gambled, and and expected everyone to solve his problems for him. You're but a wretched devil that never should have come to our home. Well, your father likes me more than likes you. You might be warming yourself by the fireplace now, but I'm the one your father cares about, me, the poor child with the filthy back streets. Oh, poor Heathcliff, he should have never said such a thing. You mutt! Come, hit me if you want to, I take it. What do you think your father will say when he sees the wounds you inflicted on me? His words will turn into thorny roots and bury themselves in my brother's heart as long as he lives. Certain other managers have other supports than Zach, yet it's less likely they'll have command. Makes sense. Well, it's appreciated, that's for sure. No matter how many times he thrashed Heathcliff to exhaustion, no matter how much time passed after our father's death, they remained. Yes, that is when Hindley began to believe that Heathcliff was here specifically to take everything he ever had. Give it back. Give back my home, my violin, my future. I see. Heathcliff did egg him on, but at the same time it was ultimately his choice to throw out his entire life in exchange for exactly one person. But I suppose Ishmael's not exactly innocent of the same thing, eh? Matt. Now we have one last person we need to deal with. Is it even Matt behind that mask? Because remember, he has not taken it off a moment since he got here. He did not seem to mind at all that his client just died right before him. What are you laughing at, boss? What's he doing here right next to the coffin? His motives are unknown, but I see an additional lever attached to the coffin. When did it? Immediately after the power outage. Oh, what's there not to laugh about? Oh, how I spent days upon days wishing he'd survived no matter how long I had to wait. That I had to survive how long until I could be there to watch him die with my very own eyes. Free lunacy. Ah, good to remember. Yeah. Well, I can also, at least the good news about this lunacy is I can redeem it anytime I want. It's not going to go away like the Arknight's lunacy, which, rest assured, I did collect. You even saw me do it on stream, I'm sure. I imagined every single day, wondering what kind of death would befit a prick like him. Yet every time, there's something so unsatisfying about the way he went out. There's always something missing. Every time. But this one, oh yes, I quite enjoyed this one. A dog's death. Stinking in the hideous stench of defeatism. So pulling that lever kills the power, but I doubt that's the only thing it does, am I right? Are you going to pull it? Yes, I am. Before anyone had the chance to stop him, he bolted up and grabbed the dead rabbit's boss. He grabbed the dead rabbit's boss. I knew something was off about you earlier. Now I can think of two possibilities. One, the gaffer's lost it while I was gone. It's gonna be up to me to beat some sense back into him. Two, he's some deranged lunatic pretending to be the boss. Some mental fuck who should not be allowed anywhere near Catherine. If you're really him, you must know your own name, so what is it? Matt. I suppose he didn't go by Matt here then, did he? What? I've grown complacent. I wasted quite a bit of time and effort to attempt to learn his mannerisms. Just like this. Sit your ass down and pour me a pint, Heathcliff. What a bloody gloomy day it is. You. So we need to take off that mask and find out who he truly is. Then again, he could do that and think, okay, I have no idea who this is. Prepare for battle, everyone. Ooh, an A-res. Now that's gonna be nice. Ah, what a satisfying start with an A-res. And winning clashes. Oh, ooh, maybe I should have borrowed Mao. Oh, again. I command the halt. And these minions are also rather bulky. There has to be a more effective way to do this. I don't have a choice here. Holy crap, I keep losing everything. I think everyone's sanity might be too low while the enemy has a full set of sanity themselves. Get it together, everyone. Let's restart here. And no holding back. Perhaps there was a reason lack of utilizing regarding defense skills that I show. I was using them a good bit earlier. Especially when I noticed I could use them to create gluttony res.
무리한 임무도 아닌데
There's a
사건을
resonance.
끝내러 가볼까?
So I guess this must be another Ring Association member. Interesting.
エンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Alright, I need to borrow someone. Hold on. Yeah, this isn't a good setup anyway, so let's do it another way. I have no choice but to bring Heathcliff. So I could also borrow one of his. Like, I know full stop Heathcliff is pretty good even if you don't have his
강등되면
have
현장
Hongwu
투입이 더 많아지는 건가?
alongside him. But
힐도 출진.
I see. The primary mention mentioned them as regard to the Strider application. Alright, let's see here. Wow, that's an A-res for pride. That's a lot of A-res for pride. Will it help us win? I don't know, but let's give it a go. At the very least, it looks like an improvement. Oh, nice. We're already. Darn, our attack didn't seem to land that well. I guess I could also consider uptying for Ryoshu here, since W Corp deals a lot of damage. It also has to start sacrificing HP for damage, though, doesn't it? Actually, I think she already might do that.
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。ですが、私たちは止まれません。
자, 이쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Struggling hard.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Maybe I should have used Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu. Wow, that's a ridiculous amount of damage. Yeah, please ignore the ones countering. Oh dear. Wow, that is really bad. The A-res is helping a little.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
A-res is helping a lot. The sooner I can get rid of the minions, the sooner I can have an easier time. Then again, the boss is just gonna get more actions. At the same time, less actions coming out is still a huge deal. Oh, come on, how did I lose that? Oh crap, she's stunned, so I can't counter. Yeah, I forgot. Everything here is hitting like a truck. So, counters are not worth it. I don't even have the energy to use that stupid... to use any egos. Yeah, all the egos are not in a... Dang. Come on, you. There we go. Come on, you. Oh, come on. How do you survive with single-digit HP? Yeah, at this point, I'm pretty sure that nothing can prevent Heathcliff from dying horribly. Yeah, look at that damage. Holy crap. damn it, there's so many alive at low HP. We need that, and we need it now. Yeah, that should be fine. Having people low SP fight with some survivors is probably a bad idea. Yes, it is.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아
At least not if unless I'm using an ego, of course.
답을 구하시길.
Well, that's one down at least. Oh, come on, really? 14 HP, but he continues to be a pain. There's always someone staggered, isn't there? Wow, he's completely unopposed. Should I even bother with those? I need to get rid of the other rabbit's members, but haste, final attack power. Alright, who are they aiming at? I can't do anything to save Sang right now. There's nothing I can do. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing I can do to save Sang. He's stunned, so there's daggered, so I'm in trouble. Looks like a lot of people are actually going for Gregor. Doesn't look like this is going to help him to any degree, though. Yeah, they're way too fast. I'm pretty sure he does so much damage, he's just gonna break through the shield in one shot, Gregor, but there's not much I can do about that. Traceless sight and sound. Known. Dominating. Clashable counter. Press the encounter, both apply it. Oh. Unprotected, she steps in. That might be what we need to save Sang then. Only once, huh? Alright, we'll have to make do with what we got then. I only have two here actually capable of, wait, why am I clashing a slower person? I can clash one of these here. Struggling, Dominating, there we are. Neutral. Not ideal, but I'm gonna have to do it this way. Wow, I am losing horribly. And she's stunned for the next turn. Lovely. Well, she staggers. Yeah, obviously, yeah, she just got staggered, so she's not going to be able to step in because that stagger ends all counters. Oh, she didn't get staggered, though she was damn close to it looking at that. You can actually stack up to 2, which that's in the current state, though it requires 2 slots utilizing 1 S3 and 1... Oh, yeah, I seriously thought she was staggered. Oh, come the hell on. How is that stupid rabbit still alive? That stupid rabbit should have been dead ages ago. Maybe I should just restart. There's no way I'm going to win with someone dead already. Although I suppose I do have... Yeah, you're not gonna win that clash, I can tell you that much. Now let's see, next. Dominating. Neutral. Alright, actually I don't even need to target him. Yeah, I don't need to target him. Okay, I think this should work. I got lucky. Let's get some heals going, but more importantly, deal damage and eliminate that last rabbit with like 3 HP. There's no way he's surviving this. Come on, hit him past the stagger threshold. Yep, that's it. The enemy is heavily wounded. Everyone unleash everything you can. Well, good luck with Genshin. Tremor burst, wonderful. Hopeless, struggling, oh dear. Well, there's one thing I can do for this that can help. Oh, I don't have the resources for that anymore. Well, whatever. This should be... What am I doing? Yeah, let's do it when A-res for Sloth here. Oh, I see. It's to try and get her another one of these. You know what? I think that might actually be worth it, just so I can use Command Meltdown again. Because the more Command Meltdowns I have, the better. Absolutely, basically everything's going to revolve around making sure I can damage while being supported. Oh yeah, the Gregor's... Yeah, he can't win even if he wins all of his clashes, wins all of his rolls. So not much damage, but we won the clash, and that's what matters. Mouse stepped in, good. I can't remove those counters, so we're gonna have to fight through the pain. Fight through the pain, fight through the counters. Since he's got 2 counters, I'm gonna guess he's gonna hit us twice every time I hit him, which is gonna be a pain in the ass, but... Damn it. Are you kidding? Alright, he's at max sanity. He's never going to lose a single roll anymore. Luckily, neither will Ryoshi. Oh, damn it. That's a very bad stagger. That's a very, very bad stagger. I have absolutely nothing left. I've got to hope this kills him, because otherwise we're in trouble. Come on, Dawn.
회수해야 할
Oh,
시간이
goodbye, Dawn.
많이 남았군.
And goodbye, Heathcliff. I guess Heathcliff doesn't also.
내 걸음이 빨라
囚人が退却でき
Oh,
ませんでし
balls.
た。
도착했어.
ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
We got one way to do this, and I'm gonna have to hope for the best. Actually, do I need to overclock it? Theoretically, this should kill him.
눈에 새겨주지.
Counters usually only go off with the first unit that hit them.
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
24. Okay, yeah, I needed 24 to win, so he's dead. There we go. Recommend evasion knowledge. Evasion might have worked, but at that point I felt, okay, I need to fight. But yeah, I guess I could have used evasion earlier and might have that saved us.
끝은 없을 테죠. 그러나 그에 가까워지려 노력한다면
Phew.
또한 문제도 없을 것입니다.
Oh wow, I didn't even complete that, so I don't even get the I'm not gonna get the lunacy reward. Damn, I'm gonna have to do that again later, aren't I? I should probably even be, if we're honest, I should probably be redoing it right now before I move on, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm really exhausted right now. It's almost 5.5 hours, yeah. Yeah, I probably could have utilized evasion there a lot better and performed more. Might as well grab my lunacy while I'm here. But yeah, this is the first chapter. I'm not going to get everything unless I redo this until I get it right. Which I might do off stream just because, yeah. Yeah, later this week is going to be a pretty rough time, so I'll have to figure out what I'm going to be... Basically, if I stream this one first, it'll be coming again in the... Yeah, Thursday I need to decide if I want to do this one to finish... Well, I'm not going to finish the chapter because I know I'm not going to be completing the dungeon. It's going to be too long for that. After that, I'll have to figure it out. Come back later at any point, especially when you'll be severely over-leveled for it. It's possible, but I'm already at the level cap. Although, I guess the more of these, the level cap will increase upon beating this one like it does with most of them. Yeah. Dang. Usually the EX objective's not too rough, but I guess this time it really was. I'll have to think of a plan for next time, but that'll be for later. For now, yeah, I just need to get everything. I can go ahead and make this into another module, I guess, since I'm not using it. But yeah, that was a couple of rough fights. I know you want me to finish the chapter tonight, especially as there's a lot that's coming on with here, but yeah, there's more boss fights here. Inspecting the defense skills, the boss may yield precious knowledge. Defense skill, let's see, we are counter. Gain 1 attack power up on the next turn. The guard I can offset to prevent, no, he gets on use. On use may be negated with offset. I was wondering, but I can't offset a counter unless I happen to get lucky. Next note. If the next note is going to be him, and that's going to take half an hour. No, both of these fights have taken half an hour each. Oh, right, I just spent the damn thing. Alright, we'll go because apparently Goblin wants me to do another hour. Oh, a long fight. Alright. Right. I'm not going to hold back here. Yeah, we'll go with this one.
필두, 출진.
What the hell do you
심히
want?
말해.
This is also the first chapter I wasn't able to get EX before it was my first time, and they do expect you to have some decently put together teams to EX clears. Honestly, even for the it's kind of funny because I got the EX clear even for the Ricardo fight, apparently. What do you want? Hindley, you and your mysteries, everything. I'm tired of it. You won't talk? What, kill me? You're gonna kill me? I suppose introductions are unnecessary. Heathcliff, question mark. I'm you, as it's plain it is to see, and I've clawed my way back from hell. How can there be two of the same person? They are not the same people. This one is an identity. Identity? Is identity? Attack power up increases the final power. Final power is for all intents and purposes simply base power applied after all coins are flipped. So he's Heathcliff from one of the mirror worlds. All who challenged me stood in my way, humiliated me. I intended to find them one by one to give them deaths befit of their crimes. And in the end, I would kill the one who killed my Kathy with my own hands. My Kathy? Wait, who the hell are you talking about? I mean, obvious, isn't that not? It's you and me. Do you still fail to understand? We are her murderers. Oh, so he doesn't want to take his own life, so he wants to kill himself from another timeline. To kind of get that. Yeah, you know, both and I both know that's not going to work, buddy. You're just going to continue walking timelines to try and kill yourself in hopes that it'll fix, but it won't. Well, the EX is just to beat the fight, so it's guaranteed. Oh. What a load of rubbish. Talk like a normal person, or... Wait. How much do you know about Kathy's death? I have no love left for anyone. This world has none to spare for me either. I've had but two paths, death or inferno, because I was already cast the depths of hell upon Kathy's demise. But you, I watch you going on your puerile adventures, dreaming of some saccharine, heartfelt reunion. Thus I've journeyed in this world to devour every one of those hours, so that you may be stained with the same despair that pained me. Stop talking in circles. Are you saying you're the one who killed Kathy? That's us, Heathcliff. It's us, you idiot. That's what we are. Here we were born in this world, a witless brigand, a vagrant, a thing wrapped in filthy, stinking rags of a sack. Brigand, yeah. That's what I always was. To me, Heathcliff, what was your first thought when you heard the news of her death? If she was killed, I'd pursue murderers to the end of the earth, and kill every last one of them, whoever they may be. Yes, a bloody wretch should not be allowed to live, shouldn't you agree? You kill them and tear their corpses limb from limb 100 times, it still won't be enough, because it won't even compare to the terrible suffering that awaits you. And I'm Catherine's murderer. I'm the wretch that killed her. Endless, excruciating, sleepless nights await you in your future. Though you will not see her, your beckoning voice shall haunt you in torment until your last agonizing breath. Can you hear her? Kathy, she weeps. You would not know this, but it snowed the day they buried her. I stood there alone by her grave, nothing but the cold, wintry gusts accompanied my vigil. And here are the blazing, howling blizzard still. Where are you, dear Kathy? Presenting me from wherever I shall never reach? You're beside me, are you not? Not under me, but with me, upon this very earth? Though he looks like Heathcliff, he appears beaten down, distraught, and insane. Heathcliff from another world, mournful. How is her name? Torment me, so that I may never rest to my last breath. No, yes, break me to 1,000, so I may die, be driven mad with suffering. Kathy may forgive me even a little. Stop. Well, no to part 2 would be a fitting place to finish on. Okay then.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
일기당천.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah, a few thousand HP honestly isn't that bad for us to. Wow, let's talk about unlucky with rolls. 3 chances. Well, I guess as long as one hit, she won. So. Yeah, a bit over 2,000 HP is not too bad to melt down. I probably didn't even need Malfaust for this, if we're honest. Oh, might not be the most appropriate. You made the best possible decision at the moment. Yeah, he's gonna get attacked up, so you know what? No, do it this way. Wait, can you offset with a clash? Rule 45, standing mounted lines like that. Yeah, but can a clash offset this counter? It says it does, but I don't know. I do need to make sure I have enough gluttony to fuel this, though. To my knowledge, yes, it can. Okay, good. And let's go with Wrath here because I need the Wrath energy.
눈에 새겨주지.
And plus this upgrades the Gluttony attacks to an A res, and that's going to be a significant increase to damage. Of course, it looks like he resists Gluttony, which is a little bit of a pain. Good, a Tremor Burst. Incoming. Prepare for battle, everyone. So long as the counter is not triggered, even that can be used as an offset. Though it is triggered, the offset's rendered null. Well, it only happened at the end, so... Oh, wow, everything is focused on him. Ugh, this is really bad. And I don't have any fuel for a single ego of any kind. Yeah, he's never gonna win that. Okay, so a regular counter of a sinner. Maybe use to offset if it does not get activated. Oh. And the Faust has a clashable one, which is a problem. Unfortunately, I don't think I have anything here that's going to help. I don't have any energy for any of these, so it's all gonna fail, and he gets instant 45 res, I notice. Sandy. Instant 45 Sandy, I mean, so there's no possible... He's not gonna fail a single one of these, I can tell you that right now. Yeah, this is gonna do quite literally nothing. He does 66 damage, and it has 0 there. Yeah. Even if I win the roll, which I'm not going to because he's negative sanity, 13 is still way less than 66. He's going to get every single bit and kill him. There's nothing I can do about that. Damn it. No, I need to get more gluttony energy here. Yeah, I'm probably gonna lose someone here. Yeah, real sane man hours. Damn it, I keep losing all these clashes now. Oh, did I just lose someone? No, but I got staggered, which might be just as bad at this point. Oh, he's dead for sure, because apparently he doesn't have the same thing Ishmael did, since Ishmael couldn't die unless she was the last one alive. But I guess they felt that was a bit too generous. Actually, I don't think this is a difficult... I'm willing to bet this is actually one of the easier fights. Yeah, I saw this one. Lose turn start, lose 5 speed and gain defense down. The issue is I don't have any resources, though. I can't even generate any gluttony for it. Maybe Heathcliff has one, too. Come on, really? If I was maybe able to intercept, it does state prioritization is not target fixed. Finally, I'm actually winning a clash against him. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Heathcliff was just struggling with everything.
끔찍하군. 아니지. 강등되면 현장 투입이 더
So it's game over if Heathcliff dies for any reason. Even though the rest of the team was fine. Oh, right, I have to get Faust again. Heathcliff is getting a ton of debuffs, is what he was getting.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까? 있음을 말해.
But yeah, I failed to notice that Heathcliff was a load-bearing character. Lose a SP, attack up. Wow, no gluttony whatsoever? Thanks, game. Dawn can do that. There we are. Offset it. Damn it! If we're losing, no. If I'm losing clashes already, that's not a good sign. So I suppose he is real sane man hours no matter what. Even if I won all of them, as we saw. If you stun Dawn, I'm just gonna reset right now.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
Yeah, he's got a shield here. Explosive Wrath. Wrath affinity resistance, other affinity resistance is down. Unless skill 3 is present. Might not be a bad idea. Hopeless. It's all hopeless. That's rather disappointing. No one else can clash this. Yeah, he's just... Heathcliff is just getting his ass kicked from this. We need gluttony energy, but... Doing this half asleep probably wasn't the wisest course of action. Wow, she did a whole lot of no damage thanks to that stupid guard that I didn't offset. I forgot he gets a huge damage amp upon using guard. I needed to offset at all costs. Explosive Wrath. Yeah, I think this is not happening. Look, nobody's going to there's no possibility of winning no matter how I do this. Everyone's just going to die. Yeah. Fun fact, the entire story never learning what offset was. An A-res is actually making it slightly less hopeless. Great, with the managed to utilize capable of the full supply being a duo. A duo? You leave someone open, she'll intercept. I did notice that with a clashable guard, yeah. It was how I beat the bear guy a moment ago. Similar, suffered fatal damage. We need to take immediate measures. Wait, he lost. Did he just lose his, no. Oh, it keeps going on the wrong person is what it's doing. Yeah, it keeps clicking on Ryoshu instead of there we are. Yeah, this isn't, he doesn't seem to have anything special. I don't know what you're talking about. He just has some offensive up, I guess, but the big problem is, holy crap, look at all these staggers. forced to contend with her. Alright, this is the only unopposed hit here, but I don't have any resources for that. All I can do is this and hope for the best with 2 people down. Heathcliff must be present, so Faust the only other unit present and consider channel speed to be capable of unilateral. And it's saying is use her to protect him, so that's what I'm going to be doing this turn, see if that helps any. That said, he's winning every single clash he's in, so I'm probably going to have to reset just because the RNG is not in my favor. Yeah, he has absolutely nothing that will help him at this point. And because everyone's staggered, there's nothing I can do now. He has 5 attacks, and Faust can only protect. This might even gotcha. The fights aren't just. I'm aware of that. The problem is I don't. The problem is I'm doing this while at half capacity right now. I can. Oh. I'm barely awake and I'm trying to figure that out. Oh no, you wanted me to see the reveal at the end of the fight. I know what you wanted you through here. I was trying to hope. Part of the reason I wanted to do this for later is so that the reveal would be part of the cliffhanger. But yeah, it's over. I don't have any ability to beat. Yeah, I have no ability to beat him at this point. Yeah, I was waiting to save that for us next time because I thought it'd be a nice, exciting thing to open with, but... that's the whole team. Yeah, like I said, I'm barely awake right now, so I'm not exactly at my best. You already knew? No, actually, I didn't. What I mean is, by going into here at all, it kind of spoils the surprise for the big reveal. Because I wanted to open next time with the big... I knew after this one he was going to reveal who he was, but I didn't know who it was at the time. I did, however, know that it was going to be here no matter what, so I'd save it for next time, but... Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do this when I'm half asleep like this. So I'll have to work it out later. Go with 2 people, but my Heathcliff isn't even that good if we're blunt. Yeah, I've been slowly trying to get my Sinners up to the proper being built level, but as you can see, I only have 2 up-tie 4s. It's not just pull people and make it better, but at this point, I imagine most had a reasonable amount of up-tie 4 units, as well as, you know, egos that are anything other than up-tie 1. No, okay, these are all up-tie 2, never mind. I only have the base 1 for half of the crew, though. If the above setup, the cliff does not need to crash at all. I'll consider it as a strategy, but I'm not sure if I should do that immediately here, because, like I said, I'm half asleep anyways, so I'm not going to be able to function well even if I do the fight as is, so I think I should call it. We won't be able to have the big reveal next time, but Disney comes out a day or 2 you can just grab. I know, like I said, I'm definitely waiting for the Walpurgis night before I just determine my next pull plans, because that's going to be the big everything. Alright, but yeah. I'm progressing here pretty quickly, which is rather nice, but it does also mean these fights are being built, assuming my roster is a bit better than it is right now. And I don't mean that I pulled better people, I mean that it's up-tie 4. Like, my current Heath is actually perfectly sufficient. The problem is he's only up-tie 3, because I don't have the resources to get my main teammates to up-tie 4 yet. And that's definitely causing a problem, because, Where is it? Yeah, as you can see, up type 4 genuinely has a very good amount of upgrades to everything he does. Including to his passives, though this is mostly for 7 association team stuff. But nonetheless, yeah, his attacks and stuff all get a really good upgrade, as well as some attack weight and, no, yeah, look, even his numbers here. See, the wrap-up goes up to 6 base power, so he gets a lot of upgrades here from up type 4. So I could probably have a much easier time if I did that. Probably. Or agents falling asleep. Yeah, you don't want to fall asleep on the job, so it's probably a good idea for me to call it here. It's not the most satisfying ending, but like I said, I think I've made it shockingly far, given my team is random bullshit go, and also most of them are just up tie 3. Yeah. None of them are like, even my Faust here, if she was up type 4, I'd probably be able to make a lot more with her, just because, look at this, she has a lot of, yeah, she has a lot of boosts if the enemy's sinking, as well as passives that help making sinking easier, so I would definitely have done a lot better if I had taken the time to upgrade my team before going in. So, yeah. Rest assured, I am well aware this game is not roll better. No, I need to actually get my units to up type 4, and they'll be able to handle this significantly more easily than before. Call a climactic resolution, cliffhanger. I guess, yeah. I still want to do Tales of Symphonia on Thursday, but I don't know how much I'm going to be streaming this weekend. But then again, maybe a break is called for, just so I can get some resources going. Or at least some up-tie stuff. We'll see. But for the moment, that'll be all for tonight. I'm exhausted, so until next time, thank you for watching. Hope you had a good time. I'll see you later. Oh yes, and I am liking the story chapter so far. It had a nice, intriguing start with the mysterious letter, the surprise murder mystery, and then a lot of good... And then the reveals here. It's a pretty good chapter, or so far. And while Heathcliff's been a pain, he hasn't been as much of a pain as Ishmael was, though he's close. Let's be real here. All right. Well, until next time, thank you for watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.